After keynote speaker delivers a presentation, moderator will take the stage and start a hybrid panel discussion as some of the panelists are joining us online. We have 4 sessions and 3 breaks. The 2 breaks will be held at the faculty lounge just across the hall. Once again, welcome to the American University of Armenia, and welcome to Armenia, those of our friends, colleagues who are coming from abroad. Without further ado, I now introduce Dr. Karin Marquides, President of the American University of Armenia. After she delivers her welcoming remark, she'll also read a special message sent by Ms. Maria Gabriel, EU Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth. Dr. Marquides, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vara, and I also want to say, dear rectors of the Black Sea University Network and dear invited guests, I'd like to welcome you also to Armenia and to AUA, both the ones of you that are online and the offline participants. It is a great honor to welcome you to this 14th BSUN conference with a topic that is close to the heart of all leaders in higher education and more relevant than ever for the future generation, and the ability universities have to make an impact for a sustainable society. As you know, we have a fantastic program lined up for you that should inspire to discussions and to action. I'd like to thank everyone that has made this conference possible, continuously having to adjust due to the COVID challenge. The complexity in challenges around us require new solutions, where traditional approaches to research no longer suffice, and where collective approaches and mindset shifts across disciplines and sectors are required. We all know that universities can have very diverse roles in society. Some are private, some are public, and some are also hybrid. What is more important, however, is if all these diverse universities are able to join force and take on a more tangible role to enable a resilient future. All universities are driven by the forefront of knowledge, a knowledge that is global in nature and continuously changing as humans improve their knowledge base. Universities are also driven by innovations, and that is often local and based on individual inventors. We know that the new knowledge needs to encounter the entrepreneurial environment in creative intersections. Higher education might be the only stakeholder that can take on the role as facilitator in these intersections. Today, there are also many examples of universities that do different things in this direction, like design thinking labs, reality labs, living labs, media labs, science parks, and of course university alliances that we will hear more about today. Sorry. And these different variations brings knowledge closer to individuals with different perspectives in the civic and public space, and with relevant stakeholders present for the disruptive transformation that is needed. I hope to hear more about what universities' role in facilitating such evolutionary meeting places. How to stage intersections with the ability to change people's mindset to deliver sustainable solutions. I am curious also to learn what role you believe that universities of the 21st century should take at this time when even verified knowledge is actually being questioned. I encourage everyone to share perspective and suggest how alliances can be formed between us. And I hope that you all will enjoy this conference and that you will engage in the discussions. So with that said, I also want then, as Varam told you, I want to also deliver a message that was sent to me that I promised to deliver for our Commissioner Maria Gabriel from European Union. So you see Maria here, and she is delivering this message. Honorable rectors, dear participants, it is with great pleasure that I address you on the occasion of the Black Sea University Network Conference. I would like to extend my warmest greetings and thanks to the organizers for addressing such a pertinent topic. Universities in Europe embody the spirit of innovation and excellence. Your work has led to so much positive change, from technological development to a more inclusive society. You know how important universities have been in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. You have all worked tirelessly. Yet, as our society finds itself at a turning point, so do our universities. More than ever, the challenge we face are shared, too big to be tackled alone. Climate change, advanced technologies, persistent inequalities, the demographic evolution, and the COVID-19 pandemic are all transforming our societies. They are transforming our way of life. And so higher education needs to adapt to these changed conditions as you educate and train future graduates, researchers, and innovators, as you strengthen inclusion, excellence, innovation, and global competitiveness. How to do this is a fundamental question, and one that cannot be answered top-down. So it is imperative that institutions like yours come together to find common solutions, solutions that give meaning to our transnational cooperation, solutions that pool resources and leverage our shared strength. Because no one can achieve the European Green Deal or the Sustainable Development Goals alone. We need to work together. Which brings me to my first point. We need to make better use of possible synergies. As Commissioner for Education, Research, Innovation, Culture and Youth, I am a vantage point to work in this direction. We need to bring closer the European education area and the European research area. And we need to do this while building on the achievements of the Bologna process. This is what we set out to do in our policy communications published in 2020. They integrate lessons learned from the COVID-19 crisis and come forward with dedicated measures and initiatives to strengthen cooperation, lifelong learning, and inclusion. I'm sure that this will bring added value to many universities in the Black Sea region. To unlock the full potential of the European education area for higher education, we have started to create a European strategy for universities. We are doing this in cooperation with the higher education sector, the research community, the member states, and the European Parliament. And we hope to cover the 4 missions of higher education: education, research, innovation, and service to society. We want to create the right conditions for the higher education sector to become more interconnected, innovative, open, inclusive, digital, and sustainable. To lead the way, we are funding 41 European universities. These alliances bring together 284 higher education institutions across Europe, will serve as pathfinders and role models for this vision. Their examples and good practice are meant to serve the whole community, over 5,000 institutions across our continent. Second, We provide you with the right policy support. We are also presenting a proposal for the Council recommendation on education for environmental sustainability in 2021, and a Council recommendation for effective transnational institutional cooperation in 2022. Through these recommendations, EU 27 will be able to move on shared principles and a common language. Our aim is to facilitate concerted action both on education for environmental sustainability and removing the obstacles of smooth transnational cooperation, including the joint degrees. Lastly, with the European education era, we aim at strengthening Europe's role in the world. And we can achieve this only by strengthening international cooperation in the education and training. We will do so through an expanded international dimension of the Erasmus Plus program. Here again, we can count on success of the initiatives we have rolled out so far, like the Erasmus Mundus joint master's degree, the Knowledge Alliance that reinforce university business cooperation, or the capacity building projects in higher education, supporting the internationalization and modernization of higher education, including the Black Sea region. Dear friends, higher education institutions need to become more interconnected and linked in society and their ecosystems. This cannot happen without the work of networks like yours. It cannot happen without conferences like this one. By pooling strengths and resources, the higher education sector will boost its competitiveness and be more inclusive than ever. Deeper cooperation across borders, disciplines, and cultures is essential for addressing these complex challenges. As we gear for recovery, I thank you all for providing us with insight and looking ahead. I wish you a fruitful discussion. So that means that we have European Union behind us, isn't it? So thank you very much, and let's go on with the conference.
Thank you very much, Dr. Marquides. Now, the next person to deliver his welcoming remark is Dr. Berkley Smithkas, the president of the Biloxi University's network. Professor Smithkas is a chair of the Hellenic Authority for Higher Education. He is also a professor of electrical and computer engineering at Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, where he served as rector from 2014 to 2019. He was elected as president of the Biloxi University's network in 2018. Professor Smithkas, please.
Dear President, dear Karen, thank you very much on behalf of the Black Sea University Network for hosting this Congress and the conference of the rectors of Black Sea University Network. It's been a while since we got together. The rectors, both here in the room, in the auditorium, and in the virtual world. I'd like you also to welcome you all to the 2021 Congress. The last time we met was 3.5 years ago, if you believe it, back in the spring of 2018. All universities, we all had to endure the onset of the pandemic. We all had to reinvent ourselves, the way universities function. We had to lead the societies to new modes of operating. We had to maintain levels quality levels of education for the young generation. And we had to supply the knowledge needed to overcome this global challenge. Think about it. I had the opportunity last week to be at an event in Athens where the CEO of Pfizer, Albert Bourla, was honored, was presented with a gold medal for the great achievement of bringing a new vaccine in such a short time. In his acceptance speech, he mentioned that Pfizer had to go from a volume of 200 million vaccines in all the vaccines that they produced before the pandemic to 4 billion vaccines in just a few months. That was a scientific and engineering wonder. And all this was done because scientists all over the world pulled together their resources, collaborated, and produced solutions to a complex problem. But if you think that this is a complex problem, think about the situation that the entire world is still faced with, where economies have been disrupted, supply chains are still hurt, societies, education systems, political systems
recording in progress.
Operate or are trying to operate in new modes. So the whole world is a lab. Is a lab producing data and looking for solutions to the scientists. This is the best time to be a scientist or engineer in the world, ever. Complex problems are here to stay. Facing the global pandemic crisis is one, facing the climate change is another. So if the main theme of our last Congress in Thessaloniki back in 2018 was sustainability, the theme of this Congress is complexity. If you think about it again, complexity and sustainability is a very complex problem. Trying to push the world towards implementing the UN Sustainability Development Goals is a huge task. I'm looking forward to all the talks, the discussion that we're going to have today. I'm also looking forward to pass the baton to Karen Marquides as the new president of the Black Sea University Network tomorrow. And I'm thankful for all the time that we spend together, all the people that I have met over the years, and the small contributions that we were able to introduce to our universities and to our countries. Thank you very much again for the hospitality.
Thank you very much, Dr. Smithkas. Now, our the next three people are going to present their welcoming remarks virtually. Our first person to deliver his welcoming remark is Professor Nicolae Theodosiu, who is the chair of the SDSN Black Sea. He's a professor and director of the Division of Hydraulics and Environmental Engineering of the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. He is also the president of the Hellenic Hydrotechnical Association, member of the board of the Association of European Civil Engineering Faculties, and of the Center for Integrated Water Resources Management of the Aristotle University. He's also the head of the Sisyphus Optimization Research Team. Dr. Theodosiu, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. It's really an honor to be invited to provide a welcome remark in such an important event. I'm really sorry that I'm not there with you. I would really wish I could be there with you. Let me say a few things in connecting with the welcome remarks by Professor Smithkas earlier, a few minutes ago. Back in 2018, during the previous BSUN conference in Thessaloniki, it was one of the decisions that were taken was to pursue the launch of an SDSN network, a Sustainable Development Solutions Network, for the wider area of the Black Sea. And this was achieved later that year in October 2018. The launch was again in Thessaloniki. I'm the chair of this network, and Professor Smithkas and Professor Marquides and many others present there are members of the Leadership Council. We went along the way this 3 years, and we will continue working on the very complex problem of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals in this beautiful and challenging area of the Black Sea. These networks are networks operating under the auspices of the Secretary General of the United Nations, and their task is to provide new ideas, new innovative solutions for the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. And this is very, very closely related to the topic of the conference, the role of universities in solving complex challenges. And what more a complex and challenging problem of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. So I would like to thank all the members of BSUN that participated during this 3 years. This past 3 years to the Sustainable Development Solutions Network for the Black Sea, and I would like to call the rest to join forces, because we can only achieve this very complex and difficult goal by joining forces. So I'm looking forward to following the conference. I will also participate later on in discussion panel to see how all of us can work together and can provide solutions for this complex issue of the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you very much, and wish you all the success.
Thank you very much for important points, Dr. Theodosiou. Now, our next presenter is Mr. Matthew Viljoen, Operations Manager, EGI. Mr. Viljoen is a service delivery and information management team leader at EGI Foundation and has been delivering computing and data services to scientific research communities since 2003. Prior to joining EGI Foundation, he was responsible for running the data archive for WLCG Tier 1 at STFC in the UK. He also developed the data access and storage services for the Diamond National Synchrotron facility in the UK. Since joining EGI Foundation in 2015, Mr. Viljoen has been involved in multiple projects developing and delivering services and has led the EGI Foundation's operation team since 2017. Mr. Viljoen, please.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank you for inviting me to provide my opening remarks to this conference. I'm also very sorry I'm not able to be with you in person this time, but I very much hope to have the chance to meet you properly in the future. I also agree with the previous speakers that the theme of this conference, solving complex challenges, is very timely. We really do face many complex challenges at present, from peri and post-pandemic health and societal challenges to environmental changes due to global warming. And all of these challenges need international research collaboration in order to meet them. They will not be solved working in isolation. I believe that the work of the Black Sea Universities Network is fundamental in bringing together education and research in this region to help such collaborations to take place. As has been said, I'm from EGI, the largest academic research infrastructure in the world, which also has a key role in building EOSC, the European Open Science Cloud. And we are very happy through our recently signed Memorandum of Understanding with BSUN to assist in bringing our expertise in federating resources and via supporting BSUN pilot use cases that we're currently identifying to access and exploit federated resources. So through this work, we look forward to working with you all in the coming years, and I wish you a very successful conference and a pleasant time in Armenia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Villoin. Now, our next guest to deliver his welcoming remark is Mr. Stefano Dominioni, who is Executive Secretary of the Council of Europe in Large Partial Agreement on Cultural Roots and Director of the European Institute of Cultural Roots, Luxembourg. He is responsible for overseeing the certification of the Council of Europe of Cultural Roots in the field of European culture and heritage across its 47 member states, and the regular evaluation of current 40 certified cultural roots. Mr. Dominioni, please.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today at the Black Sea Universities Networks Congress, and gratitude for the invitation to the American University of Armenia, also the Hellenic Authority for Higher Education, your Sustainable Development Network, as well as the Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization that are attending today. I'm pleased to take part today. It's a very important topic, the one we are discussing in complex challenges. And the Council of Europe, as an international organization, has been very well aware of the complexity of the continent's challenges through history, over 70 years of international cooperation, but especially the importance of scientific research, joint educational activities and exchanges for achieving greater unity among Europeans, as well as the importance of culture and heritage to find ways to promote a vision of European identity. And in our program was launched over 30 years ago to solve complex issues of diversity of European culture. And today we have promoted and certified over 45 cultural roots that re-explore our complex heritage, are acting as spaces for dialogue and transnational cooperation and scientific research. And more than 25 cultural roots cross the Black Sea region, and they are active in the field of art, history, and architecture, and also different types of heritage and memory. Now, academic research is a fundamental aspect of the program. Each cultural root has its own scientific committee and scientific research and multidisciplinary. And we host every year a Cultural Roots annual forum. Next year, the forum will be in Crete, in Greece, and I hope that your university network will be able to join. As an example also of scientific research, we publish country papers, cultural roots papers, and Armenia is being now under scientific research for preparation of a country mapping on cultural roots, and cultural roots mappings have been promoted and provided for other countries in the region, such as Turkey, Georgia, and Montenegro. Each cultural roots scientific committee has a role as a multidimensional understanding of the complexity of each root, and this is very much part of the complexity of scientific research. And in 2012, the University Network for Cultural Roots was established by our program to facilitate exchanges between the cultural roots of the Council of Europe and universities. And today we have a network of 19 universities, and we're very proud to count the Black Sea University Network among our members, and look forward to fruitful cooperation in the future. To end my introductory remark, I would like to take the opportunity that the European Institute of Cultural Roots foresees to organize an academic workshop by the end of the year with the participation of our network members, and we would very much like to extend an invitation to the representatives of the Black Sea University Networks to submit their contribution and participate in the event in due course. So thank you very much again for the invitation, and I'll be looking forward to listening to your presentation and interesting contributions scheduled for today, and take part in future editions of your conference in person. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a very fruitful conference.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Dominioni. Now, last but not least, the final welcoming remark is a video address delivered by His Excellency Ambassador Lazar Comanescu, who is the Secretary General of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation. Mr. Comanescu has been a two-term Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania. He was head of the Romania's permanent representation to the EU from 2001 to 2008 and Romania's ambassador to Germany during the period from 2009 to 2015. Mr. Comanescu, please.
Dear Mr. Secretary General, dear Professor Mahmoud, esteemed rectors, distinguished participants. Allow me first to thank the organizers for honoring me with their kind invitation to address this important event. Allow me also to congratulate you for the timely and pertinent selection of the agenda items of this year's BSUN Congress. Last but definitely not least, I would like to express on behalf of the basic fairness and on my own behalf our appreciation for the very good cooperation that has been developing between BSEC and the BSUN over the years. Black Sea University Network is today one of the most important sectoral partners of the BSUN. And I am confident that this cooperation will continue to be further strengthened. In the future, all the more so as there is a clear need of finding innovative approaches and solutions to the challenges our society is confronted with. Innovation is the key word for our times. In facing this big challenge. Be they in areas like social, environmental, economic ones. And thus reach the objectives of a much sustainable development. Such challenges include but are not limited to climate change, economic and financial crisis, unprecedented human migration flows, the COVID-19 pandemic, which has been there for almost 2 years, and which has hugely affected and changed our way of life. The role and contribution of the academic world, of the universities, are paramount importance in successfully coping with those challenges. Their contribution is measured by the impact on higher education and research, but also by the extent to which they carry a third mission. I have in mind social and cultural interaction between the university and the environment, which aims to improve the community. At the same time, they have become key institutions in the general effort aimed at United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2030. I highly appreciate the fact that the Black Sea University Network has been actively involved in this endeavor, including through promoting various concrete initiatives and projects, with special emphasis, of course, on the Black Sea area. The proposal advanced by the Black Sea University Network, or the organization of an international conference on the dialogue and cooperation in the Black Sea, is one of such initiatives that deserve to be duly considered. Ladies and gentlemen, coming back to the Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization and the Black Sea University Cooperation. I'd like to reiterate that the basic permits attached to it the highest importance. And we are very much pleased to see that this cooperation has become very dynamic over the last decade. Projects like the Black Sea Connect or Blue Growth Observatory and others are convincing proof thereof. As your Congress focuses mainly on higher education and science and technology. I wish to inform you on activities within these important areas of cooperation, where we see potential for further enhancing the collaboration with the Black Sea University Network. I particularly have in mind the basic working groups on education and cooperation and cooperation in science and technology, consisting of experts from the relevant institutions of the BSUN member states. These working groups are focusing on the following priorities: human resources, capacity building, research infrastructure, and innovation. Encouraging joint research projects, and training programs, greater valorization of the educational potential. Encouraging higher students' mobility and exchange among the member states. Fostering a dialogue and collaboration the importance of education in the region. Identifying innovative ways for combining allocated public and private funds, including through public-private partnerships, and facilitating access to other available financial resources. Strengthening the network among research institutions and universities. Facilitating closer cooperation in the field of science and technology, BSUN member states, BSUN related bodies. We are confident that based on the above mentioned practices and priorities, further steps towards consolidating the project-oriented digital cooperation in the fields of education, science and technology will be undertaken. Special attention will be in this context to the further development of cooperation between this and other international organizations, particularly the European Union and UNESCO. I look forward to the successful outcome of the Congress, which will make a tangible contribution to the above challenges. I'm equally confident that new ideas and proposals will come out of your debates towards the further enhancement of the BSUN and the Black Sea University Network collaboration. I thank you very much for your attention.
Okay. Wonderful. Now, with that, we can start our first session entitled University Leadership in Society. Our first keynote speaker is Antonio Lopieno. Dr. Lopieno assumed the presidency of the European Federation of Academics and of Sciences and Humanities in 2018. Dr. Lopieno studied Egyptology, linguistics, and Semitic studies at the University of Turin in Italy. In the 1980s, he taught at various European universities, including the University of Göttingen in Germany and the University of Perugia in Italy. From 1989 to 2000, he was professor of Egyptology at the University of California, Los Angeles. He served first as professor at the University of Basel from 2000 to 2006, and then as rector from 2006 to 2015. Among other positions, he was president of the Rectors' Conference of the Swiss Universities from 2008 to 2015, and he holds the presidency of the Austrian Science Board. He is corresponding member of the Göttingen Academy of Sciences and Humanities and non-resident national member of the Association della Scienza di Torino. After we hear Mr. Lopieno's presentation, Mr. Alen Amirkhanian, the director of the Akopian Center for the Environment, will take the floor to moderate the panel discussion.
Thank you very much, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if you can see me. I hope at least you can hear me. So I think the video hasn't started yet. Perhaps I can.
We cannot. I'm sorry, Dr. Lopieno, we cannot see you for some reason.
Right. Yeah, and I wonder why. I think that so the screen has to be turned on by the host, if I'm told correctly, because I actually can't do it myself.
I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
give us 2 seconds, please. Give us 2 seconds. Can you try it again now, please?
Yes. No? Yes, I think now it should be okay. Let me see. At least Yes.
Okay, wonderful.
Well,
Yes.
can you see me?
Yes, yes.
That's wonderful.
Yes.
Now, even better it would be if you could see the presentation that I've prepared. Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, wonderful.
That's wonderful. So,
Thank you.
so let me thank you very warmly for this invitation to your association and to your conference. What I would like to do with you in the next couple of minutes is perhaps to give you a sense of the historical evolution of precisely those trends that have been described so well by the previous speakers, the complexity, the innovation, the global challenges that our universities have to deal with at the present time. And I would do so by linking us to the very beginning of the history of universities. Our journey into history will become, of course, more expeditious and faster as soon as we come closer to the present time. But yet I would still like to begin with this slide as an introduction, which is a slide that comes from my own University of Basel in Switzerland, to stress that there is a misconception that is usually held even in the academic world, which is the misconception that universities are somehow aloof from society or separated from society. Actually, the very beginning of the academic activity, at least in Europe, was very much connected with an embeddedness in society and with the role of serving in the sense of creating the elites of European societies. So there is a utilitarian perspective that is linked to the very birth of the university as an institution, not so much the focus on research, but rather the focus on creating societally viable elites. It's important to stress that from the beginning, two features of what will be the future of universities are already present in the Middle Ages, which is a global understanding of university, not a national one, but a local function. The university being framed in the activity of one particular region. Now, so emergence of research, of the type of research activity, not so much creating new elites on the basis of established knowledge, but rather creating new knowledge on the basis of empirical research, is actually something that did not originate in universities, at least in Europe, but rather in a new model of learned society, which is the Academy of Sciences. And you see three examples here. This institution emerged around the 17th century because universities had become very theological, had become stuck, as it were, in theological debate, both on the Catholic and on the Protestant side. So academies became the champions of what has come to be known as the Enlightenment agenda, on the basis of knowledge on empirical analysis, on empirical verifiability of this knowledge, and on interdisciplinarity, as was very soon stressed by the encyclopedia, by the academic development of the encyclopedia. Now, the emergence of the university, the way we know it, is actually a development of the 19th century. And it has a threefold structure, depending more or less on the cultural region in which this model of university developed. There is a continental model, originally German, but which has been applied to basically the entire continental European university system, which is the so-called Humboldt model, which has a very disciplinary approach to university education. University is the place where you study, you are trained in one particular discipline. right? So a very different approach is the British approach, as it appears in the John Henry Newman model, in which the basic value of university education is not really providing disciplinary formation, but rather providing citizenship, providing a general education that prepares you to a leadership role in society that makes you, so to say, a more knowledgeable human being as a whole. That is a different approach to university. And yet the third different approach is the one that developed especially in post-Napoleonic France, which sees universities, great schools as they are called in the French tradition, as basically engineering. Places for training engineers, for training the civil service, right? So focused on a professional accomplishment. So we have discipline, we have citizenship, and we have professional accomplishment as three slightly different models. Now, this, until 2000, more or less, until the 90s, the system that I've been describing so far was pretty much the only one. So this tripartite model of university was the one that actually governed university life, at least in Europe, in its broad essence. A basic transformation took place and has been continuing, and there has been already a reference to it in the previous addresses. Came in during the 90s, most probably in the wake of the emergence of the overcoming of the Berlin Wall, of the emergence of a new Europe, as it were, of a more unified approach to the continental model. And this is connected with the emergence of the European higher education area, of which we have heard very important words before, and is testified probably in the most visible way, but what is called, has come to be known as the Bologna process, which has invested basically the entirety of the European continent, and not only of the European continent. So it has created a momentum, as it were, starting with the late 90s, and then a momentum in the development of higher education worldwide. We can describe this evolution that has been taking place in universities in the last 20 years, basically, as a gradual development of the university as a so-called autonomous organization. So as a self-governing entity, as an institution that deserves a particular branding, attention to its branding. So also not only focused as a more or less connected ensemble of disciplines, but as a reality in its own self. And also something which is an institution that pays attention to a certain form of administrative efficiency. These are three general evolutions that have been taking place. However, what is perhaps relevant is that we can observe three quite different foci of attention in these last 20 years, sometimes coherent, sometimes somewhat with mixed signals for universities and their leadership. At the beginning of the Bologna process, we observe very much a stress on harmonization, on mobility, on creating a closer connection between the study at the university and also what we might call upward social mobility, so the marketability of university education. In the first decade of this century, a different attention, a different focus came to the fore, which is the focus on so-called excellence, that is, on a particular performance by universities in measurable research. So the universities became also particularly attentive to the need of fostering basic research in order, and this is where this kind of hegemonic model of the Oxford or the Harvard of this world became so important, for example, for the rankings. This is pretty much an evolution of this century, of the first decade of the 21st century, and an evolution of the second decade of the 21st century is precisely the focus on innovation that we also heard about in the presentations we just heard before, in the addresses. That is, universities have become in recent years more involved and are expected to be more involved in the socioeconomic system in which they are embedded. Not only, so to say, in the students' education as in the first trend, not only in excellent research, especially measurable research as in the second trend, but in a closer connection with the ecosystem. So we can say that so what has been taking place in the last 20 to 25 years is an evolution of the university system more than of the academies in three main pillars, which I have summarized here on this slide. One is universities develop specific institutional strategies, so they don't just have general mission statements, but strategies to really fulfill the role of their institutional autonomy. The second is they become more focused on quantitatively measurable research. And the traditional disciplinary boundaries are more challenged by scientific progress. And third, the level of impact of university education on the economic context in which it is embedded. So the word ecosystem has been already mentioned so far, and it is in fact the result, the attention to the ecosystem is the result of both the challenges that universities are confronted with and the need for open innovation, for shared knowledge, which emerges from the more economic sides of our societies. Now, if this entire evolution of the last 20 years has generated a certain number of challenges, I will mention 4 of them, which I consider particularly relevant for us because we need to, as university leaders, we are confronted with them every day. And one is what I would call the generation of translational expertise. Translational expertise in the sense that starting from basic science, universities are asked more and more to provide also science communication in order to generate trust in science at the societal level, and also example COVID, to provide science advice and science diplomas at the diplomatic level, at the level of decision making for our governments. So from the interest in pure science, we move also at university level to a more direct involvement in political and social decision. So this is what we might call the impact that we exert on our society, and we do so also in order to generate among the shareholders of our universities a higher support for science, precisely because we are more involved in this translational dimension. The second challenge that universities and their leaderships are confronted with is managing transdisciplinarity. And transdisciplinarity is a particularly relevant challenge for university leaders because it also addresses the interface not only with our colleagues in science themselves, but also with the governance domain, with the domain of government, with the domain of organizing our societal life. So transdisciplinary research is something that universities need to pay attention to, both from an internal scientific point of view and also from the point of view of providing this interface with society that is so much expected of us and which we also so much need to pay attention to. The third challenge concerns the transformation of the mode of knowledge. We are all, at least the older among us, have been trained in a book-based type of approach to knowledge. Knowledge as something basically wielded by one individual, usually contained in a book, and usually providing authoritativeness on the basis of the quality of the author. We now move to a very different approach to transmission of knowledge, which is a socially based approach. An article of Wikipedia can be just as good or as bad as a book, but does not have a specific author. It has a community behind it. And as such, this is a transformation of our approach to organizing the transmission of knowledge, that we need this passage from individual to social knowledge, from book-based to media-based form of knowledge that does represent a challenge for universities. And it does so because taming this transition from individual to social knowledge inevitably confronts us with the danger of easy access to information. So there is an advantage in digital access to information, precisely in this community governance of relevant information. But there is a danger, and the danger is the closeness to fake news, the fact that it is not immediately clear to a user whether we are dealing with top-notch research knowledge or with fake information, with misinformation. And this is the distribution, the balance between the two is something that absolutely universities need to pay particular attention to. And the fourth challenge that I would briefly like to dwell on is what I would call the challenge of redesigning academic values. And here I will need to touch on issues also that have to deal with with what we have come to be known as the Enlightenment agenda that I described before as having originated sometimes in the 17th, 18th century, and that now is somewhat challenged by the globalization of higher education. Why is the globalization of higher education a challenge for what we call academic values? Because, dear colleagues, we have come to recognize that there is a certain Eurocentricity in the type of narrative that I've been describing so far. And I say this as a convinced European and as a convinced vehicle of these values. Nonetheless, we need also to reflect on them and to reflect on whether these values that we cherish so much are really likely to be transferred to the new type of knowledge and to the global type of formation at face value. Let me mention four examples that, in my opinion, need some kind of attention. One is the famous issue of academic freedom. Now, academic freedom is a word that we probably all adhere to, but it's possible that many of us hold very different ideological views on what this freedom actually covers. Is it freedom of the institution? Is it the freedom of each single professor? Is it the freedom of each student? Is a university in itself completely free to address knowledge? This is certainly something that varies from an ideological point of view. Even within what is called usually the Western world, so the Western European or North American universities, we now know that there are forms of pressure, let's say from the left and from the right side, if we want to define it this way, from the more libertarian or from the more identitarian perspective, in which, in fact, there is a considerable discussion going on the adequacy of individual exposure to objective knowledge. So we hear from campuses in the US and in Great Britain where there are concerns about the level in which we can really discuss academic freedom or live academic freedom. And generally speaking, we observe that universities worldwide have a certain tendency to have adopted this paradigm of what I call here the Commonwealth paradigm, this bachelor-master model that was also introduced by the Bologna reform, but they adapt the architecture, the study architecture, to very different political agendas in their specific countries. And one example is something that is very much discussed now, at least among European university leaders. We speak about the advantages of internationalization and globalization. But so how about, for example, academic exchange with countries that have very explicitly, for their own reasons, that hold different academic values, a different understanding of this sense of operating within a free academic exchange and collaboration. These are something I don't want, I simply want to describe these challenges as something that our universities, depending on the political reality in which they operate, will probably need to give different answers to. All in all, let me share with you this conclusion in which I would like to propose the model of a pontifical university. And by pontifical, I mean the word pontifex in the etymological sense as bridge making, not in the sense, of course, of the Roman Pope. A pontifical, a bridge-making university is the model that I would like to suggest to you here. And this bridge-making university is based on three aspects that I summarize here, and that perhaps can be confronted with your comments and your objections or reactions. One is that learning, instruction, academic teaching in the digital age is iconic more than textual. That is, we relate in a much more emotional way as human beings to images, and this is something that also has a bearing on the transmission of, on the production of knowledge. So iconic knowledge is now something that in the university that are historically book-based needs to be taken care of. The second point is what I described as the transition from the individual to the social type of knowledge, media-based. I think we should, as university leaders, pay particular attention in the sense of control, use, and also taming administration in a productive way to the social modes of transmission of knowledge. So in addition to the three missions, teaching, research, and impact on society, there is a fourth academic mission that I think we can really summarize in the following sentence. The university should provide frames of reference for now easily retrievable information. Each of our students is 3 mouse clicks away from a Nobel Prize winning article. But he or she is also 3 mouse clicks away from misinformation and disinformation. So this is a balance, this is a judgment this is a frame of reference, as I put it here, that represents probably one of the most genuine mission of the universities in the years to come, in order also to protect future generation from the drifts that we all of political and of information that we observe around us. Thank you very much for your attention.
To solve the problem of rattling, I think. Dr. Lopieno, thank you very much for this exquisitely detailed and yet very accessible account of the history of universities and also the challenges we're facing today. We're very glad you're going to be able to join us for the panel discussion. Thank you very much. Let me now introduce our panelists, invite them to join us on the stage. Professor Periklis Smithkas, we've already been introduced to him, from Aristotle University of Thessaloniki and the Hellenic Authority of Higher Education. Please take whatever seat you want. Yeah, please. Professor George Sharvashidze from the Tbilisi State University. Please join us. Professor Ion Pana, Vice Rector of the Petroleum Gas University of Ploiești of Romania. And of course, last but definitely not the least, Professor Vartan Urutian, Rector of the Armenian National Agrarian University. Please join us. Thank you. Thank you very much, all of you, for joining this panel. If I could start with you, Professor Smithkas. The presentation that we just heard, it's both inspiring in terms of the potential of universities, but also in many ways sets out very critical view of where we need to go. And kind of a frame around which we can think about the role of leadership, leadership role of universities. What would be your take on Dr. Lopieno's presentation and the challenges he sets out?
Alan, yeah, I found Dr. Lopieno's presentation enlightening. It gave an excellent overview of the role of universities, mostly, I would say, in Europe and in Northern America. And it was a nice look at the future, although it's always risky to predict the future, especially in these days where the future changes very fast. Universities have been leaders in society for centuries, especially the large, the flagship universities in each country that produce the actual leaders in each country, not only in science and technology, but also the political leaders. Universities have been agents of change, progress, and of course economic development. They not just educate the young generation and produce future scientists, but they do research. Now they drive innovation in each country, and they represent the most direct social elevators. In countries like Greece, where in the last 50 years the number of universities has increased dramatically, the number of positions the university system have multiplied several times. we have seen this social elevation of the young people. And chances are that this trend will continue. Again, in Greece, we have seen universities play a significant role even in political changes. almost 50 years ago, a student uprising brought down the military junta in the dictatorship in Greece. The professors and students alike bring social change, and in that respect, leadership is a key ingredient of all the universities. They will continue to be relevant, although they face some significant risks, and we can discuss that perhaps later in our talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Marquides, Georgia is going through massive transitions and with ambitions of joining the EU, a lot of adoption of EU research and educational policies and harmonization, and yet there are national values that Georgia wants to hold on to. How do you see this challenge that bringing some pan-European policies and to the Georgian context and maintaining Georgia's university's leadership in Georgia and in the national context?
Thank you for a question. I believe that I'll echo a little bit what Pericles just mentioned, that universities are indeed agents of changes in our societies, and that's a special role that universities are having. In case of Georgia, it's an interesting transition from whatever was described by Antonio Lopieno recently, that we started with academies in 2nd century in Phasisi. In 1106, Gelati Academy was opened in Georgia, teaching exactly on trivium and quadrium, the same pathway as it was in Europe. And it was 18 years later when Bologna University started the same exercise. So we're based on our old traditions, but also we're looking to the future, and our kind of contribution to the development of joint agenda. And it was mentioned that we're working all together on new strategy of European university. What kind of role university should play in Europe, and we're talking continuously about joining efforts and joining higher education area, research area in Europe and education area. And hopefully by 2025 we can achieve this. In a recent communication which was issued by Commission, it was in May, and I was involved as a member of AUA task force. It was strategy response group to help draft first and then to respond to communication more widely. It was a quite difficult balance to be found, because on one hand side we're talking about openness. It's a concept of open science, it's an open cloud that we're creating, it's an open university agenda that AUA is working on. And on another hand side, we're talking about strategic autonomy of Europe. What exactly does it mean? And we're talking about resilience, and we're talking about different kind of partnerships, which can be named as reciprocal partnerships. And that's also the new dimension, and a very interesting one that appeared in European agenda. So I think that we have to find a proper balance between being open and being reciprocal in some cases and instances. Per se, we're talking about, to what extent scientific cooperation should be open to 100%. Understandably, it should come with a different kind of agenda, which is part of Bologna process, and that's autonomy of universities, the human rights issue, and a lot of things that we're based, that our universities are based. I fully agree with Professor Lopieno that we have a little bit Eurocentric approach in a way nowadays, and we have to be broader and more global. But understandably so, because we started with Humboldtian type of universities, and that was very elitist one. And then we moved to massification of education, which became open to anybody. Today is an open concept, really, and clearly with digitalization and new era, everybody can have open access to education, and elitist education is no longer there. So that's exactly the message that we have to carry on, that we have to be open, but again, not to forget about strategic autonomy in a way, and to build on our own strengths that Europe has. That's why I believe it was a very interesting exercise when four priority areas were identified in Europe, in which Europe can found own strengths and be a leader, a global leader in changes.
Thank you very much. We have the luxury of having on our panel two very different types of institutions. One more generalist, broad, various fields, multidisciplinary, and many disciplines under one roof, and yet we also have two universities who are specialized. With the Petroleum Gas University of Ploiești and the Agrarian University of Armenia, you have a much more focused function, which also raises the question of the specialized universities and their significance as leaders in society. So, Professor Pana, if you could just tell us, how do you position yourself or understand or see yourself as leaders in the Romanian context? Or do you? I mean, it's an open question.
Thank you for this opportunity. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Antonio Lopieno for this presentation. It was very clear for me, unexpected, very clear, and very precisely. And I try to compare if the models presented by him is fitted with my university. And I think in many ways it fits the essence of these quick challenges from our universities. And in the first time, I think I am able to speak about this problem here. But I said, why not? I working in this business for many years, and I can present my piece of work. Like a short image, and with this short image you can create another big image of our world with some small universities in global picture. So I'm from the Petroleum Gas University, very specialized university. I have to speak some words about my university because it's a local pride to show this aspect. We work in this field for many years. As you know, Romania is an important producer of oil and gas in Europe. And this industry is very present in the city where our university is located. We have a lot of big companies, 3 big refineries in this town, many mechanical plants for the petroleum equipment, many research and design institutes, and so on. But I want to be more specific in these fields, to show you the collaboration between our university and the company from Romania, In this effort to change our world and to be careful with the environment problem and the pollution problem. So I try to be more specific, and I try to present some our project. We have good collaboration with the Transgas company, which is the most important transporter from natural gas in Romania. And we construct a mini plant in the locality of Romania. The goal of the project is to eliminate 2% of the quantity of natural gas from the pipelines and to replace this 2% with hydrogen. Hydrogen is used because in the burning process we don't generate carbon products, and in this way we protect the environment. Is an important project. We use this plant to supply the natural gas from local distribution network and to see if the effect of the hydrogen on the pipelines, measuring equipment over the burning system. And we have also another project with effect on environment. We try to reduce the pollution in Romania, and for us and for everybody in the world. And this mission is supported by the local company with many funds, because they are penalized because of this problem of pollution in Romania. And we have a project with Rompetrol, is the biggest refinery in Romania. They have the technology to capture the carbon and to separate it. And our part is to compress, to transport, and to inject this dioxide of carbon underground. In this way, we reduce the quantity of dioxide of carbon from the atmosphere, and we reduce the problem of global warming. And we have, if I talk too much, you can close my phone. Okay. We have another project to use the dioxide of carbon to increase the quantity of oil. Is a method in petroleum enhanced oil recovery with the dioxide of carbon, and we identify in Romania the main sources of dioxide of carbon from the biggest energetical plant. We get this dioxide of carbon, and we try to use in the petroleum extraction. We inject in the underground, increase the quantity of the oil, but mostly the dioxide of carbon remain in the underground for hundreds of years. And is an important project because we do something for the planet, and the company support us with money. And I try to talk a lot about this problem, global problem, because we try to form our students. They are students at Petroleum Gas University, but we try to prepare them for the future and for a world without petroleum and gas, and without the technology to energetical industry. And we try to educate them on the pollution problem. We have collaboration with OMV Petrom, which is the biggest company of in oil in Romania. If you can imagine a large field about 25 kilometers long and 20 kilometers large, and underground we have oil, and we induce their combustion, underground combustion, and the products, the flue gas, contain many unhealthy substances, which is very dangerous for the population. And we try to get the methods to reduce this pollution in this area. It's important. This concrete step is very important for the planet. It's very important for the education of our students, and I think it's a good example of collaboration between our company and our university and petroleum company. And at last, and I close the microphone, we collaborate with the governmental agency, with the Natural Romanian Agency for Mineral Resources, regulatory agency for the energetic national company for the management of seaport. And in this collaboration, we try to implement in Romania the legislation of the European Union. We try to create local good mechanism using the exchange market to introduce the white certificate, green certificate, certificates to reduce the quantity of dioxide of carbon from the atmosphere and so on, which is a good measure. It's a great effort for us to implement them, but they are functional in Romania and they have great effects for us and for the planet. And okay, I talked about.
Yeah, we'll come back to that. It's a very interesting story of how gas and oil industry, which is under quite a bit of scrutiny these days with the policy agendas of decarbonization and moving away from hydrocarbons, how a university that's specialized wants to maintain a leadership role.
It's important to do something. Little step, but means a lot. 2% means a lot for us and for the others.
Yeah. Thank you. Now, with a similar, not similar industry, and yet similarly under pressure to redefine itself with, global food systems and understanding agriculture and how that fits into human growth, predictions. Population growth predictions. The Agrarian University has been, under your leadership, Professor Lopieno, has been very active in trying to figure out how to support the national food system transition and transformation. Can you tell us a little bit about how you see the role of a university like yours in this leadership role? And what are the... Let's be critical about it. I know it's a state-owned institution, and it limits how much you can be open about things, but as open as possible so we can think about directions where we can make progress in changing and becoming more effective as leaders.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. Hello, everyone. I also would like to, thank for this opportunity and being together with you among these distinguished panelists. I would like to also thank Dr. Lopieno for this very insightful presentation. And in fact, this is a very tough and challenging topic, but this, I would like to also reflect on some of the issues my colleagues raised. Yes, traditionally, universities are keeping the dominant role, preparing or creating knowledge and generating innovation. But it's a question whether we are able to keep that leadership role, that dominant role, if we don't transform, if we don't change, if we don't do reforms. So, we always talk about the reforms, about the transformations, but especially in our case, I don't see these transformations in the universities and, in the overall educational system. So, if we really want to keep the leadership role in the society, I think that we have to also transform because economies are transforming. Economies now are knowledge economies. If we really want to have a leadership role in the knowledge economy, so we have to be able to create new knowledge. So we have to be able to create innovation and contribute to the development of the knowledge economy. So in this case, we have challenges, we have lots of problems. And in our case, in agriculture and food industry, so food industry is almost high-tech. All the sectors now are high-tech. We have a food system transformation. We are entering into the new stage of technological development. And I agree with Professor Lopieno that we need a new education model here. If we really want to keep the leadership role in the society, we need to have a new education model. And that model should adapt to these new realities. It should adapt to the new changes, challenges. We have to respond to these global challenges. I agree with Professor Smithkas that we cannot be observers. We have to be change agents. So universities themselves, they need to be the change agents, and we have to communicate. We have to work with communities, the society, that we have more population to feed, we have less and less resources, we have climate change, we have sustainable development goals, and we have famine, we have war, we have conflicts, we have drought, we have all and all these challenges. And the universities should be forward thinkers. Universities should be, these change agents to be able to tackle these difficulties. And in our case, we are really trying to transform and become more agri-tech center of excellence. So we would like to, we are under dramatic reforms, very closely working with the food and agribusiness sector, with the farmer communities, co-ops, associations, rural communities, marspets, all, to be able to also spread the trust and the confidence. First of all, we need to keep the promise. We want to keep the promise and deliver quality of education and the research. And in this case, of course, there are lots of problems, but this is the pathway that we want to go. And our regional centers, our vision is that we need to be knowledge hubs for the rural society, for the farmer community, because if farmers or the agribusinesses are having problems, they need to know where to go. Universities can be both the part of the problems and the part of the solutions. If we don't change, if we don't reform, we also will be the problems. But if we transform, if we change, work with the communities, we will be also the part of the solutions. And also another aspect that our vision is that we want to be actively engaged in the policy assessments, or to work with the government. We are the only agricultural university, and we are getting all the laws and legal acts, policies, and we are giving advice. But we have more potential to work together with other universities and do comprehensive and independent assessments, the studies, and because these problems and the challenges that we all mentioned cannot be solved by one or another university. So even in the food systems, we need mathematicians, we need geography or GIS or engineers, economists in order to work together and come up with this, the comprehensive assessments and work with policy. So in this new model of education, we also need a new level of communication, new level of cooperation. And again, the Ag University in the last 2-3 years, we opened the doors, and we would like to work closely and openly with all other universities, institutions, government, business entities, also the scientific institutions. There was a little dialogue between all of us, between the scientific institutions, the government, the industry, and that's why it's a question. If we really want to keep our leadership role, if we say leadership role, we have to change too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very interesting, that kind of university's role. And Professor Lopieno, I'm now going to come to you. What Professor Urutian was suggesting, university becoming a stakeholder in a co-design process, if you will, of community change and industry change and systems change. This is a new, I think, understanding of the role of universities. Very different from the hierarchical top-down expert to, implementer relationship, right? So please, any comments on anything that our panelists said?
Very much so, Alan. Let me thank really all the colleagues for extremely insightful contributions. I've taken some notes on my reactions also to all the observations that I can only subscribe to. Universities as change agents. This is obviously a goal that we have in mind. This is the result also of an increased attention by our society, precisely this stakeholder perspective that was mentioned. However, we should not forget one aspect, I think, and that is that we are, as university leaders, not the only owners of the university project. We come from a certain tradition, and I think there are good reasons also to cherish this tradition, in which professors, in which the academic senate, in which, let's say, the will of the community of the teachers and researchers at the university also share in this ownership. So my personal experience is that sometimes, I will give you an example, sometimes it's easier to convince the university leaderships to engage in a particular activity than the colleagues who are at the front of research and teaching and also innovation. In Switzerland, we had a couple of years ago the development of a new form of University of Applied Sciences that cater more specifically to the job market. Obviously, these universities are less, let's say, research-oriented than the classical universities. We, as university leaders, decided that this was a good possibility to really increase the role of knowledge in society by joining forces with the University of Applied Sciences. Well, our colleagues in the basic disciplines said no. So we are universities, they are not University of Applied Sciences, we don't really want. We want to have the time to serve our own progress of research. And I think, so we need also to consider a little bit the strength of this, let's say, adherence to a particular model. Call it elitist, call it focused on research, and we may be confronted also with challenges inside. The second comment I would like to make is that in many of the observations by the colleagues, it became clear that precisely this tension between global challenges and local embedding of the university. So it's as if we could really serve our role as improvers of the world if we serve our role of improving the specific community and the specific function also that we have within our setting. So and I think this is a particular privilege of the university to be at the same time linked to global science, global scholarship, to global challenges, and yet have to enforce particular measures like the 2% that the colleague from the Gas and Petroleum University was referring to having to enforce this as a form of individual commitment to the general improvement. So I think that these two aspects are something that perhaps we might reflect on, how to really take our community at the university aboard on this change agenda that we assume as universities, and how to really match and how to combine the global perspective of science and the local perspective of, let's call it, of the ecosystem of economy in which we are. And I think that all the examples that I heard are luminous examples of how you can do that in an effective way.
Thank you very much. Professor Smithkas, in the initial conversation we had before today, you raised a very important question that all universities are facing. The preponderance of content that's available on the internet, on different disciplines. You can go through a whole university curriculum without ever setting foot in any university. So what is university's role in this changing environment and university's ability to maintain leadership in this changing environment?
This is a billion-dollar question, indeed. If we go back to Dr. Lopieno's slides, we will see that most of the changes that he mentioned took place in the last couple of decades, as opposed to centuries, perhaps, in the past. Change is going to happen very fast and in ways that we cannot easily predict or control. Some of these changes will definitely stem from technology, the advancement of technology. I'm a professor of computer engineering. I keep track of the developments. There may be a major disruption in the works that will allow people to learn in different ways, even through a man-machine interface soon. And then what will be the role of universities? The pandemic situation and the virtual delivery of lectures have shown the way to both educators and students that there are options besides the traditional university and the lecture in the class, even augmented with some electronic tools. So young people learn, as you mentioned, Alan, in many different ways from many different sources. How can you keep them in or attract them to your own university? And another possible, another risk is the massive, the quantity over quality. When more and more people will have a university degree or will get a university degree, then the university graduates are not going to be as different from the average citizen, from the rest of the community. They will not distinguish themselves as experts in a field, because there's going to be thousands, millions of them around, and solutions available even without them present. So universities have to reinvent themselves continuously. They have the manpower, but perhaps we have to start thinking and operating in a more student-centered way rather than professor-centered way. We believe that if we change our direction of research, but the education mode basically remains the same. I'll stop and let the rest of the people comment on the panel.
Thank you. Professor Sharfashidze, one of the challenges in this transition to the modern way of generating knowledge and processing information and where universities fit on all of this is that there is and here I'm just speculating and hopefully it will stick, the universities and scholars are losing some of their authority, and yet at the same time they could gain authority if they can engage, create trust and engage with society and community in different elements of community. And this is maybe very difficult for university communities to do this, because it also requires a transition, psychological for a lot of academics. How do you see this, if you agree with this, what I just articulated, how do you see this working out or being effectively carried out in, let's say, Tbilisi State University?
I think that, well, I represent a big public university, the national university, the biggest one in our country, so we have a very strong tradition of being in very serious and dramatic events, being a leader of, an initiator of reforms in country, positive reforms and changes. So with this, I think that there is a special niche for universities to lead the process and lead of process of social changes. Also, on the other hand side, we're talking continuously about employability and about industry, about market-oriented vocations, and we had just a wonderful example from our speaker that what is important not to really cherish tradition also in another way, and not to forget about disciplines and directions which are not that much requested by market. But if we want to maintain the status of classical university, if we want to really research, and he is Egyptologist, by the way, and I believe that we have a number of so-called orchid directions in our universities that we have to maintain despite of what is going on with all this, employability as a first thing for universities. I don't agree with that. I think that as Tbilisi State University, we're keeping our chair of Assyriology for more than 100 years, but it has a very good point. Nevertheless, the number of students are very low, but we're still keeping this direction in order not to lose a very important humanitarian, aspect of it. And secondly, what is important also not to forget about, that probably we have to think about blue sky research as well. It was mentioned that fundamental and basic research is in kind of troubles nowadays, because we're talking about application, applied sciences all the time, and thus it's not really a good way out, because we have to maintain basic research in order to move progress forward. There is, I believe in all kind of innovations, and of course, innovation is extremely important. But there is no innovation without the proper, solid, basic research, and that's something that we have to keep in mind as well.
Thank you, and maybe I throw this question out there. Whoever wants to respond, what you just said, Professor Sharfashidze, made me think that there's a lot of directions of work that it is not realistic to expect any single institution to carry all of them. This brings up the prospect of alliances, forming alliances. How realistic or how viable do you see universities maintaining leadership role through forming alliances? And anyone, because all of you are facing that issue. Yeah, so. Yeah, please, whoever, just jump in, please.
As president of an alliance, a university alliance, and speaking to a conference of rectors, I think the answer to this question is a no-brainer. Yeah, we need alliances, we need unions of universities, we need collaboration. And Europe has been exceptional in the accomplishment of bringing universities together through the research projects. This was an immense task, a task that was paid heavily. I mean, it has cost Europe heavily to bring universities from different countries in the same table, in the same project. In a sense, it's another example of universities leading the society into a new mode of operation. And all the additional alliances that are forming, such as the Black Sea University Network or the European Asian rectors conferences and collaborations, but even the specific alliances between 2 or 3 universities in different countries that have joined programs of study. The European University Initiative in Europe, again, that brings groups of universities together in joined undergraduate programs of study. are all examples of the need to collaborate, the need to work in bigger groups to join forces. So I think alliances are here to stay.
Maybe I would also add a couple of words here, and I think that, yes, I agree with Professor Smithkas, and I think that's extremely important to have alliances, a different form of alliances. I'm also chairing the Standing Conference of Georgian Rectors of Universities, and I think that it's a local alliance which is connected, of course, with a number of European alliances, and AUA is a very important tool for us, and we're having ELIA, we're having Academia Europaea, we're having a lot of different settings in Europe. But also what is important to work on European University more precisely, because a number of universities are now the part of this very important initiative. And as Tbilisi State University, we're hosting San Diego University with 4 EBIT-accredited STEM programs. We're working with more than 200 universities only in Europe, with 26 universities in Asia. And that's something that we're forming in different parts of the world. And I believe that it's not only alliances on a level of presidents or rectors, etc., but also research community should be allied along the themes. And that's what we're doing in sustainable development, and we're doing in different parts of studies. And I believe that that's an inevitable way to combine resources that universities might have. There is no university in the universe that is strong in every discipline they are teaching. So we have to share resources, and we have to share our knowledge, and we have to share also our research agendas, and that's very important. We have 27 joint 4-degree programs at our universities, and at our university, and that's probably a way to the proper way to move to joint degree, dual degree, and that's all gives us opportunity to talk not only about a joint research and studies, but also about the quality, and quality is immensely important nowadays, as Professor Smithkas mentioned. That's extremely important not to lose the quality, and probably the best way is to form alliances around it.
Thank you. If I could just bring Professor Lopieno into this conversation. Alliances, of course, in my humble opinion, one of the great successes of the European research agenda has been to push people to collaborate. And that's been, I think a huge benefit for institutions like ours, or a center that I'm leading, that we're now collaborating with 50, 60 different organizations globally. And that teaches you skills of collaboration and forming alliances. And that's something that a lot of academics have to learn. Doesn't come, because a lot of them have pretty much gone through their careers the other direction. So in your opinion, this alliance, forming these alliances, what potential do you see, and also what kind of roadblocks do you see on this?
Well, and I think alliance, so if I may say so, we have seen a kind of development of 3 models, if you will, of alliances in recent years. One is the classical alliances that existed before this transformation of the university. So I remember my university in the 90s had, memorandums of understanding with 100 institutions in the world, but this was just on paper. They were just symbolic alliances, not real alliances. So the real alliances have begun to emerge with the Bologna reform, with these joint degrees, etc. Now we have, however, experienced a kind of break in the alliance, and I bring it back to in the first decade of the century, with the emergence of the rankings, because you see the rankings, so privileging so much individual research has led to increase the competitiveness among institutions, the competition. And so has been a little bit a hindrance to the development of alliance. Now, fortunately, with the last step I described, with the step to innovation and to the ecosystem, alliances are becoming now far stronger, also thanks to the initiative of President Macron, precisely because each university has, as the colleagues just said, each university has its own strength, is rooted in a particular context and can serve an alliance from the standpoint of its own competencies. And the danger there is, of course, always to keep this thing on paper and not to really have it live. So I think the alliance should not just be an exercise among rectors, but also to bring a transformation, as it were, in students and in instruction. I would say probably in research a bit less, because we know that traditionally alliances in research work bottom up, and alliances at the institutional level work more, even at the instructional level, can work top down. But bottom up, basically, as a researcher, I research with my colleague with whom I have a paper in the pipeline. So it's difficult to steward, to govern from the point of view of university leadership. So I think the basic challenge is give life to these alliances. I think it's a good time for alliances now because there are various qualities that are seen as constitutive for the university, not only research excellence in the classical sense, and we need also to fill it also with internal life, as it were.
Thank you. We have a few, yes, please, and just quick comments, and then we need to wrap it up and move on to the next.
Thank you, Alan. Of course, I would like to comment on the alliance part. Of course, I share what our colleagues said, but I also would like to emphasize the importance of the multi-stakeholder alliances, because, of course, university alliances are very important. We also have those platforms in Armenia, but we also would like to, develop the multi-stakeholder alliances. For example, in Armenia, we have that success story. The university is part of the Agricultural Alliance, which is not a legal entity. It's not registered, but it's an alliance. It's a platform where NGOs, development organizations, university and training institutions, they are joining together and voicing, different issues and trying to solve them. And I also welcome the initiative of the AUA, and when there is a group that will be tackling the high-tech issues, the technology future of Armenia, and we're happy to join to that platform, and hopefully it will become an alliance as well. So this is really an important, and I think one of the solution is also that one.
So thematic alliances as well as expert alliances. Yes, thank you. Yes, please.
Shortly. I identify three levels of alliance. At the local level, I try to exemplify this by example. We have a need for a large quantity of hydrogen. And Mr. Rector said in our university, guys, we have this problem. We have to generate a large quantity of hydrogen at low cost. Is your team able to do this? We have the money for a company, and we can do it. And we have, after a short time, we have another problem. This method generates compound of carbon. It's not good for the medium. And he said we need another team for generate hydrogen without compound of dioxide of carbon. And over this, the problem is became more complicated, and we try to get at the national level to get some company to support us, financial and with knowledge. And we get some because in this industry we don't have many companies. And after a while, the problem became more complicated, and we solved this problem with the help at international level with Norway and with Kazakhstan, with the financial support and with knowledge. And this level helped us to do a better job. very implicated, with few elements involved, but with great results. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are almost to the end of our panel discussion. Any concluding thoughts, remarks? There's going to be a whole session on strategic alliances between universities, but in here we discussed in the context of university leadership, how we can maintain, through alliances, maintain leadership, but much more detail about mechanisms of alliances and different ways and methods will be discussed in a later panel. Any concluding thoughts on the university's leadership in society? What are the things we should really look out for as final thoughts, and work together to illuminate or tackle? Let me name people. Professor Smithkas, yes.
As I said, I'm not so sure. I mentioned that universities are agents of change in the sense that they bring change, or they can bring change through leadership or other actions. But I'm not sure if they accept change, they embrace change so easily. I have also mentioned that we adapted very fast to the new situation brought by the onset of the pandemic. But the internal functions of the university remain the same, and these have to change. I expect that universities, especially the flagship universities in each country, will retain their leadership role for the foreseeable future. It may be diluted with all these strong or stronger alliances, in the sense that a university has to move together with the alliance instead of following their own national path. It's going to be interesting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Professor Sharfachidze.
Again, I think that universities, of course, they're playing a role, and but here it's very interesting what will happen in post-pandemic world, if ever, and how universities should respond to this, and what would be the phase of universities in coming years. I think that changes are there, and I believe that we'll have more digital universities, we'll have more open educational resources available, which is now the pattern that we're following, and I believe that universities will be very much different from whatever we're having right now.
Thank you. Professor Pana, any final words? Yeah.
Yesterday I have working with my friend at Cascade. It's a wonderful time. We see many young people. They seem in love. They work together hand to hand. And it was nice. In the evening, we see a crowded city. And for me and for us, I think this alliance between us means to be involved in this world, to maintain this style of life, this quality of life, and to improve it. To see people happy in a town like yours, which is beautiful, and to maintain the condition to improve it. And this is proof for a successful alliance between universities and between scholars from our world. It's a little world, and we try to maintain it clean and beautiful, like yesterday.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That kind of is aligned with Professor Lopieno's pontifical kind of building bridges between societies and institutions and stakeholders. Professor Urutian, any?
Thank you. I will be short, I will just continue Professor Smithkas' point on the change. So there is a famous quote, "Be the change you want to see in the world." So basically the same should apply in the universities. So we should be the change agents in what we want to see in the world or in our communities, in the society. We will be the part of them, in and leading them and transforming them. Thank you.
Thank you. And that also raises the question if society has to change its view of what universities are. Because if they have their expectations set at some place and we change, and we may lose our leadership role if it's not aligned with what society expects, I guess. Professor Lopieno, of course, we want you to say the last word because we've been so illuminated by everything you've said so far. Please.
Well, thank you very much, Alan. Well, it's my turn to thank all the colleagues for very insightful and illuminating remarks. I will perhaps say something about this function of the university leader as an agent of change, which I very much subscribe to. Let's not forget where we come from. You know, the role of rector or president of the university was until 20, 30 years ago, a purely symbolic one. It was a ceremonial role. And we now move, fortunately, much more to a proactive role, as was very well described by my colleagues. Let's not forget, however, in this transition, that we still remain the ambassador of our peers, of our universities. So we are not truly a CEO of a business. We are the president or the rector of a community of researchers and of students. And as such, it is important always to maintain a balance between, let's say, the more symbolic, if you will, the more cohesive and the more proactive, operative, involved role of this very interesting function. So let's embrace the role of agents of change while not forgetting that we are also ambassadors of science, of the science that is produced by our colleague at our university.
Perfect conclusion. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. And now, Vahram, you will hand it over to Vahram. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Lopieno. I invite everyone for a short coffee break, and then we'll resume exactly in 20 minutes. So if you could be back at 11:20, we'd very much appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's resume our activities. Welcome to session number 2, which is entitled Public-Private University Partnerships. And we have keynote speaker, and this time Professor John Holmberg from University of Chalmers is going to be our keynote speaker. His speech is entitled Universities Building Partnerships and Trust, Establishing a New Paradigm. Professor Holmberg is a professor at the Department of Space, Earth and Environment, Physical Resource Theory at Chalmers University, Sweden. Dr. Holmberg is a professor, he also holds Sweden's first UNESCO chair in education for sustainable development. His background is in physics, and in his doctoral dissertation he developed principles for sustainable future, which received international dissemination through the Natural Step Foundation. His current research focuses on sustainability transitions, and he is one of the founders of the Chalmers Initiative for Innovation and Sustainability Transitions. He founded the world's first master's program in industrial ecology and has also founded the Challenge Lab, which won the GUPAS Green Gown Award in 2016. With that, I salute Mr. Holmberg. Good morning, and thank you very much for joining us today. And I give the floor to you, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to this conference. I must say that I really enjoyed this morning's presentation and discussions, and it built a very good foundation for me to take on. I'm really sorry also for not being with you, and I will miss the coffee discussions after these good discussions that I've heard so far. And when I look at the globe, as you see in front of you, I also realize now that Armenia is in center of everything. I have not realized that until now, actually. So with that, I will go directly to my presentation, and I will start from Agenda 2030, which produce the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and they then really point towards big challenges that the whole world is facing. And if you look into the text, Transforming Our World, you can also identify keywords that help us to understand how to go about those big challenges. And the first keyword is transformation. And transformation in the meaning of it's not enough to adjust existing system, but some old system actually has to be transformed and replaced by a new system. And that is totally different when it comes to innovation processes compared to adjusting existing systems. And the next keyword is integration. And integration in the meaning that when we transform system, we cannot have one perspective and work with that, and then after a while or at the end apply a new perspective. For instance, we cannot transform the transportation system based on the environmental challenges, and then at the end add the social aspects of the transport system. We have to bring in different perspective in the beginning, already in the beginning when the system are transformed. And that also means that we have to find new ways to break the silos and work across departments within organizations and also together with other stakeholders. Some stakeholders that we have never worked with before. And that is about integration. And there is also a third keyword, universality, meaning that we shouldn't leave anyone behind. And we have to find us. Sorry, I forgot. We have to find us without a them, but us together on this planet, one tribe. And if you look into those keywords, they actually can give us a good hint on what new kind of operation the Agenda 20 calls for. And also, most of the transition that needs to take place, the Agenda 2030 highlights the local regional level, where we have to test and experiment with new possibilities for the future. The future has to be learned and explored and find out together. We have not done it yet, and we have to test different possibilities. And that will happen mainly on the meso level. And this kind of system innovation means that we have to also deal with the existing system. And the system regime or system that are the old system, so to say, are very much stuck in different aspects. For example, knowledge, technology, infrastructure, market, laws and policy, culture and norms. So if you want to transform the transport system, for example, or the healthcare system, the energy system, knowledge will be a hindrance. Today's knowledge will be a hindrance for that transformation. We have to realize that. And as one example. So if we go for example, look at the transportation system, and where I live, where we have a car manufacturer called Volvo, they of course, are experts in that organization in combustion engines. And the whole knowledge base is around combustion engine today in Volvo. And now they want to turn into another mode of operation. They want to turn in to be more electrified. And that means that the old knowledge system in that organization should applaud when their knowledge will not be valid anymore, and another kind of knowledge will enter the organization. And there will be, of course, a resistance in that. And it's also lagging in our possibility as a university to supply the new knowledge. So only in knowledge there is a huge resistance. And then, of course, technologies unknown have to be experimented. Infrastructure do not really exist yet. The market is not really there yet. Laws and policies are always lagging. Culture and norms are often more important than we think and believe. So we have to realize that this is the situation when we start the innovation process. And as organization, we are like cruise ships, where we are dealing with our organization, with a leading management team, trying to figure out good goals and strategies, and all people on board have their routines, and we are measuring and following up, and we have a good idea where to go, and we do the best to make it as good journey as possible. And of course, we are not alone with our organization. We also have, sorry, something is happening with my computer. I cannot change. By some reason, I cannot move forward in my presentation. Do you still hear me? Yeah. So by some reason, my presentation is locked.
Yes, we do hear you. You may want to restart or reload.
I just wonder why this is happening. Should I stop sharing my presentation maybe?
Yeah, perhaps retrying.
Start sharing again. Let's see.
Okay.
So
yes,
now you see it?
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, we do. Please.
So we are not alone. We are many universities. Maybe this is a Black Sea. And we are many cruise ships here, different universities, but also other organizations like industries, cities, having their own organization, doing the best to make the best of that journey. What is happening now more and more is that we are entering uncharted water. We are entering water that we have not sailed before, and the big challenges are approaching us, and we don't really know how to deal with them. The question is then, should we continue with the cruise ship, or would it be smart to send out some expeditions to find out the best possible path into the future? And maybe those expeditions has to be together with other organizations to really explore what could be the best path into the future. And that is a totally different mode of operation, to work with expedition compared to be in charge of a cruise ship. So there are different modes of operation when it comes to leadership, when it comes to running the organization. And what I have seen when it comes to sustainability transition in different organizations, that we have difficulties in separating those. It's not that one is more important than the other. Both are very important, but we have to be able to separate them and understand them as unique ways of operating and make the best possible circumstances for them to operate. So in a cruise ship, the current structure, routines, budget frames, everything is, of course, provide support for the cruise ship. But in an expedition, those structures, of course, hinder the expedition to explore. And in cruise ship, it is about optimizing and refining existing system, while in the expedition mode, it's about thinking beyond existing system. What other ways can we do? How can we do things in another way? In the cruise ship, goals, targets, steering, controlling is very relevant for making the cruise ship operate as good as possible. Very good. But in an expedition mode, we rather need guiding principle, trust, autonomy, flexibility, and creating a space for new initiatives. And in the cruise ship mode, we need measuring and following up, not wasting money, and produce good results. But in the expedition mode, it's about experimenting, reflecting, learning. Learning is in the center, not the result, not the same kind of result as the cruise ship. If the expedition are asked to deliver the same kind of result as the cruise ship operation, then the learning will die and we will not dare to make mistakes. In the cruise ship mode, the organization is in the center and leadership is very much about decision making. But in the expedition mode, the question is in the center. Relevant actors are from different maybe organizations are invited to explore and co-create around the question. And the leadership is more about facilitation. In cruise ship mode, it's more about problem solving and solution implementation. Take unwanted things away. While in the expedition mode, it's about creating desirable future more. And again, it's not that one mode is better than the other. They have to operate together. And this, I think, is something that we have to understand in universities when it comes to education. What kind of expedition do we need to send out to prepare for the future? In research, what kind of new forms of research is needed to complement cruise ship mode? And innovation, how can we take part in innovation in an expedition mode? So we have some experience from Chalmers, and Chalmers has its 17 department, and this is cruise ship mode. We work here and we know what we do in our discipline. We are connected to the world and we publish and we do it in the best possible way. We also have education programs operating in the best possible way with ranking system and publications, of course. What Marquides did when she came was to implement a matrix organization with, I would say, 8 expeditions crossing those departments. And they were then more focused on the global challenges. How can Chalmers be part of actually collaborate around those global challenges within the university, but also together with other stakeholders? And those expeditions could be on a broad scale, but it could also be smaller projects within those areas of advance. And the area of advance was a way to try to connect innovation, research, and education. And this was implemented 2009. And 2011, we were able to, on the regional level, identify together with the public and private sector clusters where we wanted to, in the region, in real life, test future possibilities when it comes to urban future and transport solutions, for example. And here we then took our triangle, knowledge triangle, and worked together with society and industry in those clusters as expeditions. One tool that we developed, and that was 2014, was a challenge lab, where we brought in students in this system, students to be put in the center of the knowledge triangle and the knowledge clusters to actually increase the trust between stakeholders and also reduce risk. since students do not represent anyone but themselves. They do not threaten anyone, any stakeholder in the system. And they were not there to tell people what to do, but rather ask what is happening. And by that, they were able to map up system and share information between stakeholders and create trust in the system. So that was a tool developed in 2014. So those are examples of expeditions in expedition mode that need another setting to operate compared to this cruise ship mode. An expedition then, to be able to operate, need a very good challenge in the center. That it is a challenge or the question in the center that will attract people to come on board and explore. It's not the money, it is a challenge, the inspiring, interesting challenge. So almost stakeholders cannot, do not want to be outside the expedition because that challenge is too interesting to not be part of that expedition. So that is the attraction. The next thing is to create a space for the expedition. And here the leadership is extremely important to create a space. Then it will be filled from bottom up. But it is very difficult to create a space from bottom up when it comes to new education program or traditional research program or real life laboratories. So this space needs to be created. And when it comes to the space, this is Donna Meadows. She is one of a pioneer when it comes to system thinking, the author of the Limit to Growth 72 Club of Rome. She says that the scarcest resource is not oil, metals, clean air. It is our willingness to listen to each other and learn from each other and seek the truth, rather than seek to be right. And this is fundamental when it comes to an expedition, to bring in many perspectives and willing to listen to the different perspectives, not to agree with them, but to get a better understanding of the situation. And this also connects to BSUN's learning levels. So the cruise ship mode is very much operating in doing things right, optimizing the system. But we need to transform a system, also expedition, working with the level 2, when it comes to where we ask ourselves, are we doing the right things? Can we do it differently? Why are we doing it the way that we are doing it now? And also level 3, can we see the world in a new way? What are the assumptions behind what we are doing? And do we need to also discuss those in order to transform the system into what we want? So to be able to work with level 2 and level 3, expedition is often needed. This space for reflection and experimentation. And it's connected also to system thinking. If we want to have a system innovation, we need to go deeper in the iceberg. We cannot just look at what we see, event, and react on those, because then the same problem will come back over and over again. We need to also look at the pattern, system structure, and mental models behind what we see. And one important aspect when it comes to collaboration is trust. And trust is built on understanding. Invest time in listening to each other and really try to understand it. Do not necessarily need to agree, but you need to invest in listening and understanding to create the trust necessary for collaboration. What is often happening is that we lack trust, and that means social separation, redundancy, the same thing is done in different places, which means that the cost increases and resources decreases, and it creates internal competition and fear in the system and continuous separation. So one very important aspect of this kind of leadership is to build trust in system. So that is about space. And the process is also needed because We need to, when it comes to expedition, get rid of as much unnecessary uncertainty as possible, so we can focus on the necessary uncertainty, and in order to transform system. And a lot of disruptive technologies are already on its way in. So the transition will happen even if you want it or not. It's about how to operate in this mode of transition, and how can we be part of this, and how can we guide this transition in a sustainable way. And guiding the transition in a sustainable way means that we have to go beyond what we typically do when it comes to innovation. That is a set up system for idea-driven innovation. That is good, but it is not enough. Sooner or later, we have to ask ourselves, the idea that we produce, the product or services that we produce here, what kind of demand, what kind of need do they fulfill? And the industry have made much more going out and try to figure out, starting from the demand, and look into the demand, what are they really, and create then an innovation process based on design processes. But sooner or later, we also have to ask ourselves, okay, what we design for, will that fit in a sustainable future? And that calls then for a system innovation process, where we have to ask ourselves, what kind of sustainable future are we talking about here? And where are we today? What is the gap between where we are and where we want to be related to that sustainable future? And that is then the force for system innovation, the gap between where we are and where we want to be, compared to the idea-driven innovation and demand-driven innovation. And one process to go about that is backcasting, where we start from identifying the guiding principle for the future, and then ask, what does it look like today, and what are the causes for what we see, and what is the gap between where we are and where we want to be. And when we have identified that, we can look for leverage point that can bridge the gap, and then strategy that can be create actions in those leverage points. Often sustainable development is a very vague concept for many people, but if you look into the United Nations text, it's quite, the questions around sustainable future is quite clear actually. Human needs in the center. What characterizes a good life in that future? Is it health? Is it participation? What is it that is really important for this system when you transform it? If it is a healthcare system or transport system. Does it fit within nature's carrying capacity is a very important question for sustainable development, of course. And the question, how can we live together? How can we create trust in the system? And how about justice in the system? And the economic, how can capital be managed for the future? How can we make sure that materials are recycled, that human-made capital are maintained, that human capital, like mental health care and education is maintained for the future, and of course financial capital. So there are quite clear questions that can be asked about that future system. But it's not enough with guiding principles, that it has to be connected with exploration, testing. One guy that really did that was Gandhi, and I heard someone quoted him by saying, be the change you want to see in the future. He actually worked with very clear ideas about guiding principles like equal rights and no violence. And then salt marsh and everything was about experimentation. I am very influenced by him, but he was influenced by Leo Tolstoy in his work. And that is the way it is. How then to go about a big problem? How to solve a big problem? Maybe make it even bigger. What we usually do in our organizations today is we have a problem, we divide it into pieces and solve the pieces and try to fit the pieces together again. Maybe we should start and go in the other way when it comes to system innovation. Why do we have the problem? What does the big picture look like? My experience is if we go in that direction, often we find another solution. So maybe the problem today is not that we have so many wrong answers, but rather that we ask ourselves the wrong questions. And in order to ask better questions, we have to go upwards in this to make the problem bigger first. And then comes the third corner in this triangle, and that is a really tricky one when it comes to universities. How can we create leadership for this kind of expedition within our organization? And we have talked about leadership when it comes to transformation, be able to bring in the future in the conversation, leadership when it comes to create a safe space so people dare to actually make mistakes. But it's also about leading yourself. And leading yourself is interesting because this guy, Morita, he was active at the same time as Sigmund Freud. He said that we have two opposing drives in ourselves. One is to maintain security and comfort. The other is the desire to live fully, to experiment. And you can see that in a child exploring the world, but also coming close to mom and dad to be more secure and feel comfort. And that is, of course, something that we bring with us in life. And a lot of school activities and professional work is in the first desire to maintain security and comfort. Do not make mistakes. So for us to be able to be experimental, we have to have a space where that is possible. And we have to realize that real change starts with the insight that we are part of the system we seek to change. That we do not describe the world we see, but we see the world we describe. We very much carry our perspective. And are we then open to challenge your assumption, willing to really understand other perspective and even give up preset goals to see what is really needed and possible? Those are questions to be asked when it comes to self-leadership. So I will end with this motto we have at Challenge Lab: think big, start small, act now, learn fast. And some just short reflection for the panel discussion. What we see now is organizations more and more move their research and development offices out in real life laboratories. And we have heard today that the whole world is a laboratory today. And how can we as university move in that direction, or should we? And we can also see that successful organizations are often ambidextral, meaning they can use both hands. So they are good in working with the cruise ship mode, but also good in working the expedition mode, preparing for the future. And that means that the top level has to be part of creating those spaces for expedition and connect the expedition back to the cruise ship, the learning back to the cruise ship, and also motivate the cruise ship to actually send an expedition out. And do not underestimate the resistance among informal leaders in the cruise ship when you create that space for expedition. That is something that I've experienced and many others. And my advice is involve students in this. Students can reduce the risk and increase the learning and really contribute to this transition. Spending time in between organization with supervisors in both places. No, not necessarily need to spend so much time, but students create trust and do a fantastic thing if they are giving the space. So by that, thank you so much for making me.
Thank you very much.
Speak to me today.
Thank you very much, Professor Holmberg. Now I invite Dr. Vacha Gopelian, who is our Dean of College of Business and Economics, to chair the discussion of this very important topic. Please, Dr. Gopelian.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We have a very distinguished panel today. And thank you, Professor Holmberg, for delivering the interesting and visionary speech. Today, out of the panel, some participants are going to be in person and some participants are going to be joining us via the internet. We are very glad to have here Professor Sergei Borisovich Belikov, Rector of Zaporozhye Polytechnical National University. Could you please join us on the stage, Sergei Borisovich? He is a member of Transport Academy of Ukraine, Doctor of Technical Sciences, and an internationally recognized expert in metallurgy. We have together with us Irina Dumanyan. Irina is the Strategic Business Director at Siemens EDA, which is a Siemens Digital Infrastructure Software company, and it is the largest, one of the largest companies here in Armenia, which is in the advanced age, and they are producing world-class products with the greatest team of scientists, and I would like to invite her to give the private sector perspective, particularly in this age, since our panel is designed to talk about public-private partnerships with the universities. Please, Irina, would you join us? Joining us also are Professor Marion Preda, Rector of Bucharest University in Romania. Dr. Preda is an eminent sociologist, the past president of Sociological Association of Romania, and a very active member of the professional field of sociologists. We have also, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you very well, thank you.
Thank you. And also we are joined by Associate Professor Galina Ilieva, who is Director of Research Institute at Varna Technical University. And she is well-known mechanical engineer and very active also in European circles and actively interested in Institute for Science Research that she heads. Now we are lucky to have a group of eminent academics and business lady who are on the cutting edge of their fields, and they are coming both from the humanities, social sciences, and business world. I would like to ask them to contribute to the topics raised by Professor Holmberg, because Professor Holmberg gave us a visionary speech underlying the global trends of transformation and how we should get there. There are a couple of things that struck my attention, particularly talking about the trust, because without trust you cannot get there and you cannot work as an entity, be it business, be it university, or any type of political or government initiative to enable systemic transformation in the light of sustainable development goals. It is extremely important to have trust between different entities. And since we are talking about particularly public-private partnerships with particular emphasis on the universities, it is extremely important how we build this trust in order to leverage change that we are going to get there. Second issue that I would like to pinpoint from Professor Holmberg's speech is that very often in order to enable this trust building and moving forward, you can make the students as focus of change. And based on this, what are your experiences and perspectives? Could you please comment, as well as many other topics that Professor Holmberg raised, since the vision is quite integrative and very large one and very large in perspective. But these two issues I would like you to ask to comment particularly. And thank you, and I would like to ask our panel participants to give their opinions. Please follow the reglement, and we'll talk each by 5 minutes, and then we'll go to another round of talks.
First, to start discussion on this panel, I would like to thank our AUA for kind invitation to come to Yerevan. For me, it's the first visit to Armenia. So happened that I many times visited Georgia, sometimes Azerbaijan, and never Armenia. Thank you for this possibility. And the second, I would like to start the 40th of October for my native city, Zaporozhye, celebrates 5 holidays. First is the Orthodox Church holiday, Hour of the Blessed Virgin. That's traditional. Second, it's the Day of Defender of Ukraine. It was changed from 23rd of February as it existed in ex-Soviet Union, so it's also 14th. Then the Day of Ukrainian Cossacks. They decided to be under the cover of the Blessed Virgin. Fourth, 251 anniversary of Zaporozhye, being organized as Alexander's Castle in 1770. And 78 years of liberation of Zaporozhye during the Great Patriotic War, during this Second World War. So 5 holidays. I'm really glad that I celebrate them with you here in Yerevan. To discuss the DTT panel topic, it's private public universities, it seems. So, because quite a lot of ideas given by our leader, they like some ideal models, cruise mode or expedition mode, and how it can be taken into consideration. Still, for Ukrainian being for today, I think it's the public-private combination of universities and also the working together with our most private enterprises. It's quite a difficult problem because you see, I represent the state university, technical, mostly technical university. It existed as machine construction university, but in 2007 we joined the Institute of Law and Economy, and that's why we have practically half and half. Half technical specialities and half economical and humanitarian ones, including physical culture and sports, by the way. To say about the private universities, for example, in Zaporozhye, they really appeared in days of independent Ukraine, naturally, not before. And they take specialties only of economics, humanitarian, and IT. That's all. No metallurgy, no machine construction, no electrotechnics, etc., etc. Zaporozhye is a unique city for Ukraine and for ex-Soviet Union because until now we have really huge enterprises. Now naturally they are private joint stock companies, something like that. That's famous Motor Sich company producing air engines for aviation of Antonov plants, quite a lot of Russian airplanes, all Russian helicopters,
Now they started producing of Ukrainian helicopters as never been before. And that's why they demanded to organize to open the new specialties also for students and specialists in area of production of helicopter parts, for example, as well as training the pilots for helicopters. That's this task we started to decide now during these days. The same also cooperation with leading Ukrainian electrotechnical enterprises, such like a transformer plant, energetical companies. Our district produces practically 40% of all electrical energy in Ukraine, because in Zaporozhye we have, okay, yes.
Just also
well, okay. We have a hydroelectric station, we have atomic station, we have heat station, as well as a wind station on the coast of Azov Sea. And that's why the cooperation really exists, really gives us the possibility as a technical university. Still, we have really strong humanitarian component. I must say that they bring real money. So most people want to study on budget, taking money from the government and it gives for only for technical specialties, and the humanitarian specialties brings us real money that we can use without state regulations. Okay.
I would like to ask Irina to dwell on the private enterprise side of cooperating with universities on sustainable development goals, and how do you see, and particularly the second aspect, as I saw, except for possible research initiatives, how do you see students as being a focal point of that?
Let me use this one. Okay, first of all, let me just touch upon a little bit some information on the company so that you have the understanding who we are. So as Dr. Gabrielian mentioned, currently we are Siemens Industry Software, but primarily we have been Mentor Graphics, so one of the leading companies in electronic design automation, and headquarters based in Wilsonville, Oregon, and also with a big development, R&D and marketing site in Silicon Valley. So in 2017, Siemens Corporation, actually product line division, the part of the digital factory, acquired Mentor Graphics Corporation, and thus we became Siemens Industry Software. So even bigger company with larger representation worldwide. And this is a very common thing for us to cooperate with the universities worldwide in actually all the countries that we have presence. This cooperation is a normal thing for us. So in Armenia as well, we have established very good working and friendly relationship with different universities, and I would like to thank American University of Armenia for already 8 years of cooperation. Primarily, we started cooperation with the Engineering Computer Science Department, and we had joint research. The research is based on our company requirements, and as Professor Holberg mentioned, it is very important to involve students in those research works as well, because they provides them the exposure to the businesses, and universities also see the demand, the market demand that the companies have, and direct their educational way path to that direction. So one thing that I would like to mention that locally here, mostly what really concerns us that this initiative mostly comes from the industry. Not the academies. There are no platforms for this cooperation. So we are the primary initiators. We go to the universities, we try to understand what is the existing talent and expert levels that the universities have to have this engagement. So for us, it's always a challenge because like American university work style is totally different from the local universities that we currently have here. And as Dr. Holberg mentioned, that no one wants to go out of their comfort zones. So they have already the established curriculums, the established way of work, educational system. So, and this is very difficult to get through that. And it is good to have some flexibility in this regard because more companies or more industries cooperate with the universities, the more beneficial it will be for our market and for our country as well. Unfortunately, we see that the graduates and even the students from the universities, when they apply, even for internships, they possess not the appropriate skill set that industry needs. So being one of the leaders in the IT sector in Armenia, we face this challenge of bringing the qualified workforce afterwards. So that's why it made us establish our internal educational program, internship program, and we even bring on board students, or not only students, but also people with high potential to grow in our sector. And we conclude agreements with them. It's a paid internship, thus encouraging them to obtain more knowledge, work, and gain practical skills. And thus having some pool for hiring. Since we are a business, we need to take care of our business needs as well.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like me to touch upon our recent program that we have?
Perhaps in the second round, okay, because we are going to elaborate also further. Okay. I would like to ask Professor Preda. I would like to ask Professor Preda to take on the further steps. And given your occupation and expertise in sociology, there was one thing that I would like you very much to comment, if you can. It's building of trust between universities and the rest of the society, particularly the private sector, in order to leverage change towards the bigger goals. It is quite a hard task, and it will be very important to see your perspective on also many other things that Professor Holmberg said, but particularly given your expertise, trust building is a very interesting and important one. Could you please?
Thank you very much indeed. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to join online to this very interesting debate. And I would also like to express my regret for not being in Armenia together with most of you. Secondly, I would like to thank very much indeed Professor Holberg for the very inspiring and really interesting presentation, full of metaphors and interesting concepts. And now, the issue of trust. Trust is related to the experience of telling the truth and doing what you say. So I would link, first of all, I would link the trust with the truth. And truth in terms of innovation, action, university is also related to decisions. So if we deliver what we promise, for instance, to the private sector, good quality human resources to be employed, and then good quality projects, consultancy solution for the problems, then we'll build trust between us. But it is not only about the truth and the decisions. It is also related somehow to the general environment of the discussion. For instance, I really like the metaphor of cruise versus expeditional cruise plus expedition modes. Remember Titanic. Remember Titanic. It was so trustful, the largest ship in the world, so powerful. And then everything became a disaster. So, getting back, we live in times of uncertainty. So during uncertainty, sometimes people are full of permanent change. It is difficult as individuals or society to live in a continuous change. So my idea, beyond the real rhetoric, I mean the justified rhetoric of a continuous change, of innovation, or agile organization, and so on and so forth. Sometimes it is also about stability, delivering the same quality products as before, as expected. So I would also stress this one. And another example, Professor Holberg started with Agenda 2030. Very interesting, but if we take, I mean, very good objectives, very good intentions, but if we take the first one of them, eliminating poverty by 2030, it is not realistic. So we know the history, Millennium Development Goals, all the others, again, keeping very good objectives, but also some with good intentions, but not realistic. And if we consider the objectives as smart objectives, R comes from realistic, and we must be realistic in planning our expeditions, and then all the others will finance new expeditions, will join to the crew of the next expedition, and so on and so forth. Will be part of the family, of the community, of the national community that will action in order to produce new solutions to the new challenges. Now, especially regarding the relationship with the employees, the employers, sorry. And the companies in the communities and with the communities overall. We share with our still graduates employers, future or actual employers, we share our students. In my university, 70% of the MA students are working during their classes. So we have we have to find out ways of creating a balance between their studies and their jobs. And we could do that only through communication and common decision involving the employers in our activities. We also have a kind of competition with the organization, private organization, with the companies, because they have their own training departments and they provide very specific training. So we must cope with that and think our continuous education as a way of adapting also to the needs of the new needs of the employers, but also in the same time maintaining our traditions, because no employer will say we need a philosopher. There is no job description for a philosopher in Bucharest in the labor market, but we need philosophers, and we as universities must continue to produce philosophers, and also specialists in ancient Greek and in Latin that will not be employed on normal market, but will find out a place, for instance, in a research institute of the Romanian Academy or in a research institute of an university. So that's why we have to balance, we have to communicate, we have to keep also to ask and to consider the interest of our partners. And then it is about adaptation. I don't know if I still have time. I'll finish in 1 minute. It is about adaptation to the continuous change of the labor market. I'm not talking now about the needs of the industry in terms of technological innovation. We could get back to that, but I'm talking about human resources. There is a delay of 2, sometimes 5 years between the demand for specific jobs comes up in the labor market, and the end of a cohort at a BA or MA or BA plus MA. So we must adapt to the continuous change of the demand on the labor market. So that's why innovations like micro-credentials and in the European Union and especially the European alliances, this is a key concept for the next decade. Micro-credentials, providing short-term training covered by limited credentials, limited certification, and building through various certifications as a puzzle, building a larger diploma, and then maybe an even larger, an MA or BA diploma, and through that, short-term trainings, which, by the way, could be provided by the companies, not just by the universities, and better together by the universities and companies, we could improve the competencies of our students or of our graduates and adapt better to the needs of a continuous labor market in a continuous. I have finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Preda. Professor Ilieva, can I ask you to also join in the conversation and give also your perspective, since your institute is for research and, as I understand, it's also researching for science in general, how science evolves. From this perspective, how do you see the aspirational goals that were set up by Professor Holmberg in his speech, and how we can get there by doing this type of a transformational journey to expedition? We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really sorry that I couldn't join you. Well, indeed, very interesting talk, presentation revealing problems, some paths to resolve them, and also to take the challenge to change mind and think innovatively, and of course to put the guiding principles, as said Professor Holmberg. Well, I'm very interested, said by Professor Holmberg, and I really would like to learn more and discuss on this topic. About the problems here mentioned, I would like to talk about the so-called, excuse me, about the so-called public-private partnerships in higher education. I'm interested in the moment to stress in this direction, if you let me. Why? If you let me to express to share our experience. Of course, we have contracts with industrial partners to organize training of our students, to provide them more opportunities for practice. For instance, for our marine programs, our students go on board on ships for training. Now our architecture students, they visit shipbuilding and ship repair companies for training. We finished a project for dual education for students from naval architecture, marine machinery, and design of marine power plants and systems. We cooperate with companies and they really help us, for instance, to run high quality facilities, equip laboratories, and I do believe that there are more opportunities, reasons for collaboration. And as we know, there is a great future in this direction. To find more collaborators, to collaborate with more partners, for instance, just to think together about future professions, innovative programs. So if we could discuss in this direction, it would be really interesting, I hope, for all of the panelists and for the a lady who is from a company. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. If you don't have anything more to add, currently I would like to pose the second question to all participants. I would like to dwell on the particular example that Professor Preda brought. I think it is a very interesting one, and I think it weaves the themes that were raised by different participants and Professor Holmberg as well. The logic of micro-credentials, which were combining short-term trainings together with longer-term educational background in conjunction with the private sector, is touching upon several topics that Professor Holmberg brought up. It is basically universities getting out of their comfort zone, but not really completely abandoning it. So it's the tension in between the comfort and exploration, which is actually we are getting the academic background and we are getting the academic principle, but it is not completely ivory towerish type. It is very practically oriented on micro-credentials, certifications, and close cooperation. It is primarily taking a focus on students because they are becoming the agents of change who are getting this and who are the ground on which the private companies and the universities meet. And through these micro-credentials, we will be able to also aim to larger questions that are part of the Sustainable Goals agenda. So this is quite an interesting take. If I take the university industries and skill level development in the society, how we can envisage this. If I could ask all of the participants to comment on Professor Preda's microcredits approach and seeing this within the light of the aspirational tasks and transformational agenda that Professor Holmberg set. What do you believe and what your experiences are? How it can work in your particular realities? Sergei Borisovich, could you start?
Well, I must emphasize also experience in our Ukrainian high school. Now they tried to start unification of universities. Not sure that, for example, it's the decision to combine a railroad university and metallurgical academy. I am not sure that it will be in Dnipropetrovsk. I'm not sure that it would be the best example. I think that maybe some people in area of Dnipropetrovsk are very interested in the lands of Metallurgical Academy that are situated in the very center of the city. Maybe it's the driving force for this. And two examples that are now in Ukraine. First, the launch of the so-called Presidential University. President Zelensky decided to give 7 milliards of our hryvnia to create brand new university. Well, most likely it's also not technical, it's IT, it's humanitarian sphere, international relations. Maybe the aim is to prepare the elite of Ukraine, the future presidents, future prime ministers, but this idea started. And the second idea started by Metinvest industry. That's the largest metallurgical, the combination of many metallurgical plants of Ukraine. They decided to create their own private university in Mariupol, previously Zhdano, Mariupol city. It's one of the also industrial metallurgical centers of Ukraine. So money is invested fully by Metinvest. And they announced that it will start training students in 2 years. So also this, the examples of combination of private and state ideas in high education of Ukraine.
Irina, could you please dwell on the topic? For example, do you have any certifications that you would like to see that your engineers have to pass and you would like to see them done not by professional associations, but universities or universities in combination with these professional associations or something that could be useful and we could, for example, think about those?
Okay, so first I'd like to mention that our company has a very big learning and development platform that enables our company employees to take up different trainings and certifications online. So in this world now it is very convenient because we had the possibility to take up all those trainings and certifications, not only in technical skills, but also soft skills. In spite of the huge resources that we possess, I would like to talk about our, again, joint cooperation with AUA, and namely with Dr. Gabrielian's department. It was a pleasure for me to work with them and to develop this program together. So it was the initiative, not for the students, but for our already experienced employees who are in the mid and top level management. Mainly our employees are technical people, and those who are already possessing managerial roles need certain skill set to be developed, and those short trainings that they take, they are not enough, and so we decided to provide some educational certificational program, graduate executive program in management for those type of employees, and direct to different sectors, primarily for IT, medical sector, and also financial sector. So, and our lessons actually started in September. I'm also involved in that group, not only as a student, but also kind of a supervisor and facilitator to follow up on the program that was created to make it more practical and more applicable for the current audience. So I think that these types of partnerships are not only important for industry and academy, but also for the people who are already in the workforce, because if the companies like ours have all those resources to do that independently, there are much more smaller companies in the sector who don't have this, who don't possess these programs in place and have the possibility now to apply to the university and to develop their skill set in that direction as well. So I hope that this will be a good initiative and some alarm for others to continue this type of cooperation with universities. And one more thing that I would like to touch upon is that in addition to AUA, we also work with other universities and Academy of Science, and not only on the research, but in terms of building trust as well. It is important that our professionals deliver different lectures on a free of charge basis to the universities like Slavonic University, again, Department of Applied Math and Computer Science. And also we have our industry representatives teaching at different universities, thus transferring their practical knowledge to the students in addition to the theoretical one that they take up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Ilieva, could you please give any feedback on this microcredit-driven transformation of university education, in your opinion, and is there any context of such sort in Bulgaria? We cannot hear you. Could you please? We still cannot hear you. We don't hear. Can you please put the microphone on? There is no connection. Unfortunately, we cannot hear you. Is it? Can you? Sorry. While we figure it out, can I get back to Professor Preda? Professor Preda, it will be very interesting to cast what you said in this educational thing. Do you see this as a global trend for university educational transformation? Or this is just one of the directions that is going? For example, there is a Dutch author who talks about third-generation universities and sees mostly in cooperation with private partnerships. You are more your perspective is more a balanced one. And do you see, for example, it as an expedition that we are exploring training and qualifications that people get in the job market, or this is just a direction that we are taking? And if we try to see it in the light of Professor Holmberg's metaphor, will it transform the universities in, say, medium run? Or universities will be universities as they have been, and there will be just some new elements in there?
I would say any innovation, if proves to be useful, will become part of the culture of the organization or of the society. In my opinion, micro-credentials could be tools that could help all of us to better adapt to our interaction and activities. So it depends how we will solve the barriers. For instance, I see many bureaucratic barriers. All our traditional programs in the universities must be accredited. And I'm sure, despite the differences, overall the process is similar in each country. There is more flexibility in some countries, and for instance, the American universities accept smaller credits and give diploma for any module. In Europe, is not yet the same. But what would be extremely useful for us is to agree, and again, we'll have to define a common system of recognition, for instance, of what our co-panelist said, the previous speaker, that most of the companies provide training, and to find together a way of somehow accrediting those programs even outside the company. Of course, there are specific software or other types of trainings that are provided by companies for specific needs, but many of them could be the same at the level of an industry, and that's why we must accreditate somehow and establish the competencies we award for something like that. And in that case, the competencies will be available to be carried out by any employer, by any graduate of an university. Again, how do we cope with the differences between the purposes of a company that is interesting to get sometimes abilities, not even competencies, on very specific issues and tasks, and the universities that are interested in providing competencies, many times transversal competencies. And in this case, in my view, one way is working together. How? For instance, getting as many teachers, especially for MA and postgraduate programs, from the campus. It is not easy because, for instance, in Romania, we have regulation that said that an MA teacher must get a PhD, and many professionals from companies are not interested in the PhD. It's not a condition for them to be promoted in their careers. So this is an issue. We could invite professors from companies, but not as a permanent professor. And then we send students in internships. It is again another way of cooperating with the companies and accommodating better what we do, what we teach in our academic programs with what the companies will need from their employees. So overall, I see a process that could be maintained later on, and after we find the best ways of somehow adapting to the companies to their labor market, labor needs that are under continuous change, and in the same time having some criteria of accreditation for the programs. So in this case, I think it will become a tool that could be part of the academic culture of the present and especially of the future. But that's rather a challenge than a reality. At the university, there is a working group at UNITA, led by one of my colleagues, Romița from the University of Bucharest. And we have tried at the University of Bucharest to define a few summer schools and short-term programs that could be experimented as micro-credentials for upgrading later on them to some specific diplomas. We shall see what the future will provide us, if the decisions will be effective and truthful or not. Thank you.
Thank you indeed. Professor Ilieva, can you join us now? Yes.
Can you hear me? Oh, perfect. I have just sent something to all of the participants and panelists in relation to what was said by Professor Preda. For instance, in our university, as I mentioned before, we started with pilot implementation of dual education. And in this case, it's a bit, let's say, easier to overcome the problem with needed PhD degree for company mentors. Maybe it's a better way somehow to deal with the problem. Because in this case, first, we have lectures here at the university for our students. After that, we send them to our industrial partners, and there they work mainly on design projects related to industry problems. They have some training, for instance, with specific computer programs. And in this case, is first very good opportunity for our students to get more knowledge from the industry directly, and also somehow to deal with the problem with needed PhD degree for people who are invited from industry to teach students in relation to this cooperation between university and industry.
Thank you. I would like to, do you want, okay. Thank you. I would like to go to Professor Hollenberg, and as your final thoughts on the topic, I would like to ask you to have a systems change and transformation perspective that you presented so articulately, to take it upon universities. For example, when we were talking, and Professor Preda pinpointed the role that the international organizations of accreditation, national organizations of accreditation, peer reviews, and many other structures have. You have a basic system that is well placed, quite conservative, and is working. Now, if we are going to talk about this exploration journey, and on the other hand, we have the gravity of all this infrastructure that is defining the higher educational institutions, how would you see universities moving through this change, transformation, in your terms, in order to achieve systemic change and bring us closer to SDGs? Please.
Thank you so much for that question. It is, for me, it is, I think that this metaphor of expedition and cruise ship is a trick, because it's not easy to change the whole cruise ship and try to do that. You know, you can go like Titanic, as Preda said. You have to test something, and if it is articulated that the expedition is there to test a new way of working, and we have to learn from that. It's not that we will replace everything with that, but we will learn from that. Something will not work, something will work, but we test it. And that is the idea with the expedition. So it's a learning experience. And here there are so many interesting things that can be tested in a university, but you have to dare to do it. And we heard that even if the industry organize arenas for meetings with the university also have to take that their responsibility to create those arenas. And we have experience where we brought together different branches, for example, the chemical industry with the paper industry around biomaterial. And that wouldn't happen within the chemical industry or the paper industry, but we did it as a university, and that was very beneficial for both of them. And to bring together big companies with SMEs is also something that the university can do. So that is one thing. And when it comes to education, I would say that one very interesting experience we have, and not only at Chalmers now, but many other universities, also in South Africa, is if we create a space for the students, not just to fill them with knowledge and competence, but see them as change agents themselves. We create a space for them, give them right, good training, but then take one step back. Very interesting things happen with the students. The students start to challenge us, challenge the industry, and the students themselves invite stakeholders to the room, and we sit together with industry, researchers and from public sector, and are questioned by the student. And the students also ask political naive question, and that is often very refreshing in that room. So they are allowed to do that, and they are, it's okay, it's only a student. But when that happens, trust is created and a lot of information is shared. So the student can play a very important role if they are given the space. So that is another experiment or expedition that can actually happen in the university. So there is a lot of very interesting expeditions that are just waiting for us to be explored here. And not meaning that we should replace everything, but trying to figure out, can some part of the expedition be actually good enough to fit in a system or replace something in existing system. That is my advice.
Thank you indeed. We are just 1 minute above our time. And I would like to thank the keynote speaker for his wonderful speech and all the participants for their valuable inputs. I think we had a lively discussion. I became myself enriched out of discussion, and I learned a lot of developments in countries. So thank you again for donating your valuable time to this conference and being here with us both virtually and in person. Thank you, and now please, Dr. Matevosyan will take over. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this interesting discussion. Thank you all the participants online. Now it's time for a lunch break. The lunch will be served in the same place. I also want to ask our online participants, would you please come back and participate in the second part of our conference, which will resume at 10 to 2. So please be back at that time. Now, please, it's time for lunch. Thank you very much. So welcome back to session 3 of today's Congress. And in this session, we are going to discuss forming solution-driven university alliances. And we are very fortunate to have today keynote speaker, Professor Lynn Gordon from Stockholm Resilience Center. Professor Gordon is a Swedish sustainability scientist whose transdisciplinary research combines food, water, and the benefits people receive from nature. Professor Gordon is a director of the Stockholm Resilience Center and a professor at Stockholm University, Sweden. She is also on board of the EAT Foundation and one of the research leaders in Mistra Food Futures. She has also led and still contributes to several research projects in the Sahel region, including research on ecosystem services, livelihoods, and social ecological resilience assessments. This research has been funded by grants from SIDA, the Swedish Research Council, CGIAR, and the French National Research Agency. So after Professor Gordon delivers her presentation, Professor Marquides, President of the AUA, will be moderating the panel discussion. So with that, I give the floor to Professor Gordon. Professor Gordon, greetings from Yerevan. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thanks a lot for inviting me here today. I really wish I could be there in person, but at least it's an opportunity to have discussions together, even if I don't get to experience the fantastic local culture that you have. I will start just to share my screen. So today I will talk about the role of science collaborations in building a sustainable and resilient future. And my talk, I will first go through some of the major challenges that we are facing today as a global society when we are transforming the biosphere and the climate to the extent that we're doing right now. And then I will go through some examples and propose a few areas where science collaborations between universities are really needed. But first of all, we really live now on a planet where human actions so profoundly have impacted the biosphere, this thin layer of life that surrounds this planet. One of the most stark examples, I think, that I've come across of just how big a transformation that people have done to the biosphere is a paper that was published a few years ago that looked at the total biomass of all the mammals on this planet. So they estimated how big part of this biomass that is humans, how big part of this biomass that is livestock, and how much is wild animals. And the results show that 60% of all the biomass of mammals on this planet is livestock today. It's 36% are humans, and it's only 4% that are wild mammals. When you do the same type of estimations to birds, you see that 70% of all the birds on the planet are chickens or other poultry, and only 30% are wild species. And I think this says something about the scale of impact that people have on the planet. And of course, that impact also has consequences for our own societies. And that we really need to understand the way that people are interacting with the biosphere in new ways, in order also for us as a human species to have a good life on this planet. At the same time as we're really altering the planet, inequality is also growing. I think this photo, it's actually only 2 photos that you see here. It almost looks like it would be 4 photos, but these are taken first on the top is an urban area where you have 2 very different types of communities living just on each side of a road. And on the bottom, you see 2 different farming landscapes that also have very different ways of living. And you see these global inequalities growing. So when we are looking for solutions, we have to find ways of how all of the people on this planet can live a good life within the limits that this biosphere has. Because people are really reliant on the biosphere to provide food, material, suitable living conditions, and also spiritual and mental and emotional support. This photo here is an art piece that was done by a Norwegian artist that translated sort of a conceptual figure that we often use to look at how ecological, social, and economic sustainability are interlinked. And that conceptual figure basically shows the economy as part of a society, and the society is part of the biosphere. And this is what she has illustrated here. But this sculpture is actually hanging from the roof. And what she also wanted to show in this sculpture was how fragile this whole system is. But basically, you could cut the threads to the economy. You still have some society and you have a biosphere. You can cut the threads to the society and we still have a biosphere on this planet. But if we cut the basis of the biosphere support, everything falls down. So this really sort of is a way that an artist interpreted some of the science that we are doing. But also we live in a time where we have more knowledge and more collaborations than maybe ever before. We have the power, we have the knowledge, and we also have the responsibility for stewardship of this planet. So how can we go from the current situation where we have so much negative impact on the planet to a new situation where people are actually becoming stewards of this biosphere, and that we can learn how to live a better life within the limits of the planet. In order to do that, of course, we need to also have deep understanding of this, how sort of social and ecological processes are interconnected, and the mechanisms that also enable change. And this is where science really comes in to help us understand in new ways how people and the planet are interrelated, and how we can build better pathways to the future. But we don't only need to collaborate across disciplines and social and ecological or biophysical and economic disciplines, but we also need to find new pathways for academia to engage with society, because some of the challenges that we are facing are so urgent that we really need to address societal change and academic change at the same time. Here's just one illustration from the last IPCC report that came out in August of just how urgent the situation is. I think this IPCC report was really a stark reminder of just how much we have changed the climate so far. The first figure here showing the observed change in global surface temperature, currently being over 1 degree compared to pre-industrial times. And also the second figure really illustrating how much that humans have contributed to this change. And if we are to meet future climate target of keeping the planet, the climate change below 2 degrees or even close to 1.5 degrees of warming, we need big and rapid reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. Here's also a good reminder of how far we are away from actually getting onto the right trajectory. You have the pathways that we need to take to reach 1.5 degree target. In green, in yellow shows a 2 degree target. The orange line shows the optimistic net zero targets that are set by many governments around the planet. And then the blue line showing the pledges that are already being made. And then the big blue streak here showing where the current policies are taking us, illustrating the massive gap that yet needs to be filled in order for us to get to 1.5 to 2 degree target. There was also a new paper that came out in Science only a few weeks ago that showed some of the changes that are to be expected on the planet if we don't succeed in reaching a 1.5 or 2 degrees target, but especially focusing on the way that children that are born today will experience climate change in the future. What they illustrated is the amount of exposure that future children will have to climate extremes as compared to us who were born much earlier. And illustrating just how many more climate extremes that will happen, depending on also the pathways that we choose for the future. I think this is just illustrating the big changes that are happening on the planet, but also the big changes that needs to happen in order to live a more sustainable life here. I will talk a bit about a few suggestions of the role that universities and academia can take in establishing new partnerships and collaborations among universities. I will focus on 3 different areas where I think collaborations are really important and needed. And these are just 3 examples, but of course there are ways that universities should work together also beyond these 3 points. The first point is around new narratives that help understand the underlying complexities that we are facing as a global society. The second one is the role of assessments of scientific understanding in different and relevant fields. And thirdly, the role of science as acting as a convener and in co-producing knowledge together with other stakeholders also outside of academia. And I will give some examples of how we at Stockholm Resilience Center and Stockholm University have been working with these different aspects in our research. So first, we need sort of a new understanding of underlying complexities. And I showed this photo of the sculpture in an earlier slide of my talk. Here is that conceptual figure that sculpture was based on. And this is a way that we have worked to sort of illustrate also the relations between the Sustainable Development Goals in relation to economy, society, and the biosphere. And just sort of reconceptualizing some of these relations between different goals can help stimulate and create new ways of working together. But I think it also shows the importance of understanding the limits of the biosphere for people and how we can identify what a safe operating space on this planet can be. One way that people, that some of my colleagues have worked with this is to identify the planetary boundaries, and they, led by Johan Rockström and Will Steffen and among others, identified 9 different areas of 9 different variables where change can trigger large-scale Earth system dynamics that may undermine human well-being on this planet. But they basically identified what's this safe operating space, which is what you see in the middle of this figure in the blue circle. And then outside of that being the zone of uncertainty, that once we cross kind of that safe operating space, we see increased risks of much more rapid change. And then outside of that is kind of the planetary boundary where we really sort of risk undermining our own welfare on this planet. And that people already have changed many of these variables to a large extent. But in order to work with this type of most conceptual and narrative development, but also the empirical foundations for understanding planetary boundaries and where we are today, it requires substantial cross-collaboration among multiple disciplines and bringing together expertise from all around the world to really assess these aspects. So that's one area of and type of collaboration. Another example of sort of a conceptual development and also empirical understanding was from a paper led by Carl Folke, who's a professor here at Stockholm Resilience Center, but also involving multiple academics around the world. They developed the concept of the keystone actor in the biosphere. And basically this comes from a development of in ecology where a keystone species can be seen as a species that have a much larger impact on the ecosystem than what you maybe perceive it to have. And that removal of those type of species can really shift the way that the whole ecosystem behaves. And in this paper, my colleagues sort of translated this concept from ecology into different actors and how we as people and our society are actually dominating the planet today. Here you can see examples of different production sectors, where, for example, 5 companies today control 90% of the palm oil market. 10 companies control 56% of all the fertilizers globally, and 10 companies control around 83% of all animal pharmaceuticals. This was a development and empirical estimate of just the size of control that some companies have around the world, but also as a way to show the importance that these companies are also shifting and becoming, that they can become a force in building a better future for this planet, if they also use this influence in order to improve sustainability development in their practices. And I'll come back to that later in another example. A third area where colleagues of mine are collaborating around the world to shift the narratives and understand how the world is in a project that's called Seeds of Good Anthropocenes. There's so many visions when we think about the future and where we will be in 50 years from now. I think there's so often that the stories that we talk about are very negative, and it's really hard to really envision a good future in a good Anthropocene. So this project is about collecting different seeds, and seeds are not seeds in terms of crops, but it's seeds in terms of different types of changes that can happen in a community, in a city, in a company, but that can help develop into a more positive future. So by bringing together examples from around the world where people are changing the way that they live and work together, we can start imagining a better world by bringing these different stories together for the future. So the Seeds of a Good Anthropocenes project is a collaboration between many different academics at different universities globally. They've collected stories from around the world. I think it's 600 examples now in a database, and then they are developing scenarios of how could these seeds actually create better Anthropocenes. So those were examples of sort of changing narratives and changing the way that we understand interrelations between people and the planet. The second area of collaboration where it's really needed is assessments of the scientific understanding in relevant fields. Because we have so much knowledge out there, but it also needs to be consolidated and understood and also assessed in terms of where do we have knowledge gaps, where do we have what is the knowledge we know, where are the real controversies, etc. And these are of course processes that are happening all around the world now for several different areas. The IPCC reports, for example, are of course the most known examples about these scientific assessments. Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services being another example. And these are all processes that are directly linked to UN policies and also create opportunities for science to contribute to policy changes. But you can also do these things at smaller scales, but that still consolidates knowledge across different fields. A few years ago, I was part of something called the Eat Lancet assessment, which was an assessment on food system change needed to improve both health and sustainability of food systems. Basically, Eat Lancet tried to or assessed whether it's possible to feed 10 billion people healthy diets within a sustainable biosphere. It brought together 40 scientists from around the world and also from different fields: nutrition, agriculture, sustainability science, public health, etc., in order to do this type of assessment. And basically this assessment was both looking at what we know about what is a healthy food system and what we know about the production practices behind food production, sustainable food production. We also modeled whether it's possible to produce a healthy diet for everyone on this planet by 2050. And the key conclusions from that analysis was basically that it is possible, but it's only possible if we substantially improve diets compared to what they are today, substantially improve production practices. We need to halve food loss and waste, and we need to simultaneously protect and govern nature. So this is one example in food systems in general, where we did a large assessment, bringing together and collaborating across multiple different countries and universities. Another similar assessment came out just a few weeks ago, and it's called the Blue Food Assessment, because one of the outstanding parts of the Eat Lancet Commission was around blue foods, all the food that come from the oceans, fisheries, shellfish, algae, etc., and the role that that has in creating a more healthy and sustainable food future. So this was published as several papers in and across different nature journals a few weeks ago, with key policy outputs leading into the UN Food System Summit. The Blue Food Assessment brought together over 100 scientists from different universities around the world, and really looked at how to bring blue foods into the heart of decision-making around food system transformation. They illustrated the importance of protecting and developing the potential of blue foods to help end malnutrition, and also to support the central role of small-scale actors in fisheries and aquaculture. So that was the second example of how universities can and should work together in large-scale assessments of current knowledge, and how that can also help be of policy relevance for society. The third area is around science, science-based collaborations for change. And I go back to the idea of the keystone actor concept that I presented earlier. This is an analysis that some of my colleagues did about the fisheries sector, where they looked at who are the largest companies that are taking out most of the fish stock from the oceans. And basically, in their analysis, they identified the top 13 companies that stands for up to 40% of production in some of the fish species. And that was a scientific collaboration that's maybe interesting and relevant in itself, but my colleagues actually didn't stop there, but they decided to invite these companies into a dialogue about how to accomplish change, and how can these companies actually move towards more ocean stewardship. They held the first, what they call Keystone Dialogue in 2016, and they gathered the 10 largest companies, fisheries companies, and these are companies from Chile, from Japan, from Taiwan, from Norway. So it was really a global effort, and it was the CEOs of these companies coming together around the same table and meeting some of the best and leading scientists around the world on ocean health and fisheries, in order to really talk together about how to create change. They have now worked together since then and had biannual dialogues on the topics. They have set up new goals and targets, and they're starting to really work to change practices in their own companies. But you don't need to only work with the CEOs of the largest companies, but in general, academia needs to work much more closer with other knowledge holders. This is an example of something called the multiple evidence base in co-production of knowledge, where showing how we need to bring diverse knowledge systems together to really fill a more enriched picture of understanding the world and how we can work together to do joint analysis and generate new types of knowledge. And there are many ways that knowledge co-production for sustainability is important. It helps make research much more context-based, much more pluralistic. It can help also in setting goals and clearly articulate societal targets in ways that are shared and meaningful. And it also helps learning among different actors in order to shape pathways into the future. So working together, not just among universities, but also among universities and actors in society is also a really important part in the future. So just in summary for my talk, people have really substantially transformed the biosphere today. We need to understand this new and intertwined reality, the complex relations between people and the rest of the biosphere. In order to do that, collaborations among disciplines and universities are fundamental. And some of the examples of such collaborations and what they can entail include finding new narratives and generating new insights, doing assessments of scientific understanding, and have science act as a convener for science-based change. Thanks so much for inviting me, and I look forward to a panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lynn. And I think it's this really opened up a lot of thoughts to really look into science collaboration and how the complexity needs to have all the different scientific input together to be able to move forward in different alliances. So now we're going to I'm going to invite a panel here up here, and the first one that I want to invite is Rector and Professor Chrissy Visilaki from the University of the Aegean, and I guess you could, if it's okay, you could.
We split women. There's only two of us.
There's only two of us, so we sit on each side of the man that we will have in the panel, if that's okay with you. Yes. So Chrissy has a background from different sides of education technology, and also lifelong learning, and so forth is going to be very interesting. I know you also worked a lot with the blue food and next to you, since you are next to the ocean. So let me also introduce the second person that's going to be in our panel. That's Professor Sorin Kostri.
Hello, everybody. I've just written in the chat that I cannot start the video. I don't know why, but I'm not allowed to come.
Could you please try again, Sorin?
I'm not allowed.
Sorin is a vice rector for Public Relations and University Network. Oh, there you are. Great. From the University of Bucharest. And So both of you actually are involved in different kind of European alliances. We're going to come back to that. But let me first start to kind of reflect on this keynote lecture that we just heard, and because I think it's very interesting to hear also your perspective on the need for this, to really see how science needs to be connected in different ways, both as a narrative but also as an assessment, to really have the to really describe the area what we need to approach, because many of our challenges that we are working with really needs to have that broad picture in order for us to be able to get something tangible out of it. So, Chrissy, could you start?
Good afternoon, everyone. Apologies, but you can tell I have an overworked voice, trying to address multiple audiences at the same time. And this is a bit what I would like to bring to this discussion. In fact, as a social scientist, I enjoyed tremendously the discussion from the first session to the last one. It made me think that, in effect, we're really talking about a philosophy of science and a philosophy of academia in bringing about change when being faced with major challenges. And the first thing that came across and that we need to keep in mind, and it was just mentioned by Professor Gordon, is the fact that we need to, in order to solve challenges, to address challenges, we need to work interdisciplinarily. We spent very many decades along the lines of the Humboldt model of just specializing in particular sciences. But since the 60s, if you look back, some of us who were even students at the time, we knew that we were studying a discipline. And then as professors and as rectors, we gave emphasis on producing new knowledge in our field. Today, that's not enough. We all need to bring interdisciplinary approaches to the same problem in order to be able to address it and go forth. And asking how we can do this, one answer is to form alliances. We have been doing it all along through research and other academic forms of collaborations. In terms of the European, within the framework of the European Union, or even with the Nordic experience, we have forged alliances to move ahead. But there is one more dimension that we haven't discussed yet, which is that in order to bring about resilience in our communities, it is not enough to just produce knowledge and produce innovation, but in order to be able to affect it, we also need to be in open relationship with the society that we are based in. It is not only enough to talk to the economy, or even when studying the biosphere and how we are affecting it. In order to get the message across and to make it a reality, we need to talk to the state, to the one important stakeholder that we've left out of this, and that is the communities. And in places like smaller communities, or as you might be facing here in places like your university, where you can communicate with your community, you can bring science in and you can bring industry in, but you need to explain it to the people to in effect change. And I can give you a very small example of a laboratory, which is how Perikles Smithkas started this. A big German auto manufacturing company wanted, and a French manufacturing company, both wanted to take two Greek islands and make them a place for turning to renewable energies. Once we heard it, because it is our neighborhood, we got involved and we started discussing with the people in small public gatherings how they understood this. When the companies came to speak to them, they didn't understand a word. When the government came to speak to them, because it was a governmental mandate, they understood even less. And when our academic teams came in, which were scientists that they respected, scientists that were from the Department of the Environment, social scientists such as us, that we went in to explain to them, in their words, the importance of turning to renewable energy resources and what it would mean for them and their children. Then the acceptance started to come. In that way, we realized that the role of university is, as we were just previously discussing, becoming very complex in order to advance these complex problems. We start from doing basic research, which is the foundation of applied research, which is the one that talks to industry, which together bring about the innovation, which, however, needs to be explained and accepted if it is going to affect worldwide influence. And so we go from, as universities, we have to guide our institutions and our scientists along, from basic research at the high level to even going to lifelong learning at the end of it, to try and trickle down this innovation in the language or with the new skills and hearts and minds changes that need to apply to the population if all of this change is really to be affected.
That's really interesting. That's really interesting that you took an example that how to get the test bed identified to take an island. I mean, that it becomes really easy to understand. But it's at that point that it was actually the university that had the trust to be able to I assume that it has to do with trust, that to be able to talk to the people and get them all on board and understand.
The people trusted us. The government and the company had their own mandates.
Yeah.
And when you go to talk science to the people, there is a different type of trust which needs to be worked at a different level.
Okay.
So it's a very complex solution to a complex problem.
Let's get back to this, if I would call it a public-private university partnership, which is, I think, is a very interesting. Are we ready? What does it mean? If we think about that, is it something different from public-private partnership? But before that, I think we should. I want to hear also from Søren here to see about this approach that. Really, to really understand the complexity of the size that you need to feed in all the different type of sciences in order to get your platform to really to do the research. I think that is really the utmost complexity that you can think of, the resilience. And here we have one university that have built up a center around that, and how can one university take on that big challenge? Of course, we see that the Resilience Center has done it, but done it in a way that really connect with in all different ways, and also the assessment ways to really have all this input. What is your view of that, Søren? Could you elaborate on that, please?
Yes. Thank you. First, thank you for inviting me, and congratulations for organizing this wonderful Congress with such interesting panels. Well, you raised the stake for the next Congress. Secondly, yes, I would like to tackle these issues from the perspective of university alliances, more specific from strategic alliances. And here we are living in our beloved world of universities, which are, I would say, paradoxical institutions. I mean, we are one of the most conservative in terms of administration entities of the world, one of the oldest, But in terms of innovations, I think we are the spring of all these waters, right? And also we have to take into consideration that we are working, or at least we should work, on 3 dimensions. And they are education and teaching, research, and civic engagement, right? And as Professor Gordon have emphasized, well, we should put all 3 dimensions together to work together. Well, what we are having now, I think we are in a very interesting phase, witnessing the transition from an atomistic status to a molecular one. And let me briefly explain. I mean, so far we have a kind of university individual-centered academic world. Of course, we had alliances and networks. In fact, now we are part of a network, and this Congress is part of a network. But they were done only with respect of one of the dimensions mentioned before. I mean, networks or alliances with regard to scientific research, or networks or alliances done with regard to teaching, or networks or alliances done with regard to civic engagement. What we have now, I mean, in Europe, with that initiative of the European University associations or alliances of networks, we are moved to a better molecular phase. I mean, it's like in chemistry. Now we are going to aggregate these atoms, universities, such that on a long-term run, we will get, larger universities out of the pre-existing universities. And this comes as a natural step after another two important steps, namely Bologna's process and Erasmus. And the main, I think, the main task, at least what President Macron had in mind when he launched that idea, is to better fight to these viruses. And I'm not talking about COVID. I'm talking about social viruses like nationalism, extremism, populism, all these viruses which are attacking the foundation of Europe and generally the foundation of democratic social constructions. And how are we going to better respond to these viruses with these strategic alliances? Well, when we will have such alliances, that means that our students will really be students of other universities. For instance, in the case of the University of Bucharest, we have another 8 European partners, strategic partners: Stockholm University, Aix-Marseille University, Libre de Bruxelles, Autonoma de Madrid, Athens, and also Tübingen, and now we were enlarged with Glasgow University and Salzburg University. So it's a very good and prestigious and diverse alliance. What does it mean to be in this alliance? Well, it means that we will coordinate our efforts to have a better compatible organization. That means that we should coordinate us on all 3 dimensions: research, teaching, and civic engagement. And with civic engagement, that's a special dimension for us, hence the name of our alliance, CIVIS. And another strategic dimension is a special focus on Mediterranean space and on Africa. But there are other alliances dealing with all kinds of things, important things for our society. Now, why did I say that these are strategic alliances? Because now, for instance, if somebody from a university, part of such an alliance, is launching, for instance, an idea concerning a research project. First of all, they will ask the partners, do we like to be part of this project? Similar if somebody is, coming with an idea about a program, a common program. First of all, they would like the strategic part within the alliance. So somehow we are building a molecular academic formula which is very similar to a family. I mean, we are having meetings, regular meetings, so the coordination is essential. And anyway, we are talking here about transnational alliances. And science and knowledge is transnational, is borderless, as it should be. So now, in fact, we are coping with this goal of the Republic of Letter, for instance, coming from Baker. So we have to endorse that. And I will finish by mentioning 3 interesting results of this kind of initiative. As I said, we are witnessing today in Europe. First, I think by conjoining our forces, we will get a stronger promotion of science and a stronger reaction of the academic world to all these social challenges. Secondly, it would be this better international coordination and reaction of the academic world to, well, challenges, but also to a better coordination with other non-academic entities, which is also crucial. And that was tackled in a previous panel, so I'm not going to expand. Professor Gordon also has mentioned that. My colleague before also, that's another crucial aspect. And last but not least, we'll have, for instance, as a result, the changing of national regulations, for instance, because we need joint programs. And some national laws doesn't allow so far to have this kind of joint programs, which are crucial in the construction of these comprehensive strategic alliances. Well, I don't like to monopolize the discussion. I'm eager to respond in the further discussion.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Actually, we have one more person that has joined our panel, and this is a person also coming from Bucharest, from the Polytechnic University of Bucharest, Rector Professor Menea Costiu, maybe. And could we get?
We're working on getting him online. So.
Oh, but he's online, or?
Yes, we'll get him up on the screen shortly.
Shortly, okay. Meanwhile, I just want to say to you, Surin, that I really appreciate your reference to molecular science and chemistry. That is always appreciated. Though I also think that maybe we could even invite here also a reference to biology, because aren't we talking about evolutionary possibilities in our meeting places? And so I hope that we can get back to that. But now I see that we have you online here, Menea. So please, could you? I assume that you also heard the keynote lecture here, and so that Professor Gordon presented about when we have a complexity that is really huge, that we really need to also make sure that we have connection and input from all the sciences to really be able to handle and understand the data to move and find solutions. So what is your reaction to that? Or what do you see that is important from your perspective? Please, Professor Costiu.
Hello, sorry. Now you listen to me?
Yes.
Okay, finally. All the time the technical problems in the technical university. We are online in different associations in this period. We have also the board of the CESAR, the University, the Association of Technical University. Thank you so much for inviting me, and thank you so much for organizing this Congress. It's an impressive event. I'm very happy because I have a chance to speak in front of you, in front of many very important person. University play an important role in the development of the emerging knowledge-based economy. A role not only of knowledge producer, but also of educational, culture, and economic strategic institutions. Regional development relies on the university being promoters of environment and social innovation, sustainability, and very important, of course, research. And it is important that we continue to put emphasis on like in SSH or STEM, on developing educational pathways not only for skilling, but also for upskilling and reskilling. In my opinion, also very important. But it is our belief there, the University Polytechnic of Bucharest, that we can do so much more that if we involve university as economic actors beyond the simple educational role. We believe that by being research and innovation environment, we can connect with companies and services that are needed by society on a deeper level. During the pandemic, for example, many universities offer various solutions for countering the spread of the virus. Through our researcher and professional community, we also have happened various company implement instrument for the circular economy. Gradually, we are seeing a change in the role that the university plays with the largest context of economy for simple educational providers to providers of educational ADN solutions for the needs of society. Last but not least, university of science and technology in particular have demonstrated an enormous transformative force in the past. Think of their roles in helping to exploit the resources of our earth, deploy military power, and rebuild country afterwards. We think that key technology for the 21st century, such as artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and quantum technology, are pivotal. And university can truly help develop and implement this technology. I don't know what is the format exactly. We have a speech, or after this we respond to the question. Maybe help me with this, because if exists the question, I finish my intervention and we continue with the...
Yes, we can come back to more questions, but so if that concludes your first interaction, yes?
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, education delivered expert and addressing sustainability directly, but also contribute indirectly by providing graduates with the transversal skill needed, such as understanding the challenge of our time, are being able to communicate them, or applying sustainability in one's fields of expertise, like circular economy. We have engaged in sustainable management by reducing the carbon emission or even achieve zero emission, introduce green mobility for students and staff, energy balance, human resources management, waste management, and green procurement. And we work in this direction in our university. But together, in the larger association and structure, we can do much more that than that. Thank you so much, and I wait the question, the provocation of the panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that, and I think that many different aspects came up here now that we would like to dig into a little more deeper. And one of these things that I think we could approach is, of course, when Professor Gordon mentioned the importance of key actors and how you more put together the public-private partners with university around a roundtable discussion. That is something that, of course, could open up come into new solutions when you have complex questions. But all the three people here in the panel have also membership in these European alliances. So I would like to really, if you could kind of elaborate a little bit on that. What does these alliances? We have heard that you say the advantage that you get the different cultures, you get also the scale, and you have many advantages by these alliances. But do you also have a possibility to act also as a more influential and leader in that intersection where you really meet with the public and private, maybe in roundtable discussions or in any other form? It would be very interesting to hear if you also feel that these alliances allow you to be more successful in that way. So, Chrissy, could you start?
Oh, sure. We are part of the second wave of the European universities, which have developed into very different types. It's not a monolithic type. We started with the first one that we had heard, for example, which was one of the big capitals of Europe. We are in a group which is called RUA, which is the European Reform University. There are other universities that are thematic universities. Some of them have more space for opening up the table for the private partners, what we would say the market and the people that are taking the applications of knowledge. Other universities or other consortia, such as ours, have more the exercise of coming together and bringing what was very well explained, different cultural expressions which come in our governors' forms, and bringing in different dialogues around the different fields, but also bringing in a critical perspective on science itself and on what Lynn Gordon started her discussion with, which is examining and discussing how from the different cultures and the different disciplines we try to answer the questions to these complex challenges that in effect can make science better and more critical. More critical in which respect? In how well it really affects people's lives. How well it is building a better society, a better environment, a more resilient environment, a more resilient society. So there is always, it is always necessary at all levels and within all consortia, such as the one BSUN or the European universities or the Nordic Association you were discussing, or the other examples that, that Lynn mentioned. We have all of those, but at each point we need to step back and be more critical about who else we can bring into the discussion, which other perspectives, scientific perspectives, we can bring into the discussions, but also which other private voices from the private enterprise, but also from the community we can bring in, because then we will have a full perspective on all aspects of the serious challenges, and we will be able, in a multidisciplinary and critical approach, to do better science for a better society and a better environment.
So, yeah, great. So I was wondering that this transformational ability that universities maybe stand for, because of course universities have also all the disciplines, so we cannot say that we don't have that input. But how are we able to do the outcome, and are we able to really handle that meeting place that we were talking about, the intersection? So, Sorin, what do you think? Do the alliances, different kind of alliances that you are involved in, do they help for the university to take that role of enabling transformation?
I think so, and let me briefly explain why I think so. I mean, well, in normal science, we are judging the things, and in our academic life, you are judging the things in terms of, as you said, disciplines and domains. Well, a famous American philosopher said that disciplines and domains are only for librarians and deans. In science, what we have problems. I mean, we have complex problems, like the brain. In order to understand the brain, you have to conjoin all these academic domains, for instance, of anatomy or biology or philosophy or psychology. In order to understand the climate, you have to combine all kinds of academic domains. So a key action would be to put together this domain and to attack a problem from the point of view as a problem, not fixed in a domain. And that means that we have to enlarge the domains. And in fact, we have to be driven by problems. And academic alliances can do that. I mean, now we are building a common program for neurosciences. And each university and alliance is coming with its own resources, right? And what does it mean to respond to these societal challenges is, well, basically to step up of the ivory tower. In our case, to the conjoined ivory towers we have in an alliance, and to step into Agora and to discuss with the non-academic entities, to discuss with all the people and bring, I would say, ideas, expertise, and problems, because we are discussing problems maybe in a very theoretical setting, like here, but it would be very interesting to put them at work, so to say, with all kinds of other institutions, important institutions, right? So we may influence the policies, we may construct a better economy, we may have generally a better society. So yes, my answer is yes, we can and we should.
So yes, I think these are, of course, challenges for both the private industry. They have usually owners that have short-term also requests, and also they more or less think within the frame that they have the knowledge what to do next. We also have the politicians, of course, the governments of the countries that are very much also for different reasons thinking very short term, and that is natural that is happening. They have to deliver very quickly. So in that context, so if we are meeting as stakeholders in that context, and do you think, Minea, do you think that these alliances that we are building and getting connection, is that opening up for us as universities to really enable transformative output for the private and public sector to really enable them to really get different solutions, to really come up with new possibilities, new mindsets shifts, and more long-term solutions. Is that your experience, or what do you say?
Thank you so much for question. Very interesting. First, I want to respond very directly in the short perspective. First, it's for the European Alliance. We need many clarification for next period, because it's many problems, legislative problems in one dimension, European legislative problems, or local problems, regional problems. It's necessary to discuss about the European degree what is necessary for realize a real alliance. The real program for future. And third, important the dimension of the quality assurance, and recognize the quality assurance for all the country, all the university. It's necessary. Repeat many clarification and many alliance. In many alliance, we speak about this. We are in alliance normal for one technical university, polytechnic university, in alliance with many other university, technical university in the country, and we speak about the future of engineers, the future of European economy, the future economy in general, the sustainability is very important, and the transformation of society and the role of university. What is our role in this transformation? We have very strong debate with stakeholders, with government, with local government, and it's very, very difficult to put all the actors in the same table, but it's very important. We realize, I'm very happy because we realized a very important step in the last period. Very important, I repeat this, I insist about this. The university have the capacity to offer the solution for society. We have the very good expertise, the very good researcher, professor, and we have a capacity to offer the solution for the society. But it's necessary, because you speak about the pressure of the politician and so on. It's very important the politicians accept our proposal. Not only in the conference or Congress and so on, it's important to accept in the real life the solution offered by the university. And I insist about the role, economical role of the university, because the important university, not only big university. You speak with my friend director. Fabricio, with director of Aegean University, I salute again with this occasion. It's important the role of university is not only the big university, the international university. The small university or big university have a crucial role in the local environment or regional environment. It is important the society accepts this role and help the university for offer the services, for offer the solution. And I insist about this dimension. Last point. Sorry for my long speech. It's very important at the level, all the levels, including impact of government and the leaders of the key civil society interest also. It's very important. Not only discussion with the politician, with the authorities, it's very important also the discussion with civil society. The interest of the civil society is very, very important. Sorry, I speak too much, but this is in front of computer, all speak too much.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I want to now to address Lynn also back, because you showed, of course, we all know that science and knowledge is global, and we have heard many examples also. You mentioned one example with the key actors bringing them together in a very individual kind of meeting situation. And I think that is a little bit the key of what universities also can do. We have to really take the knowledge, compile it in different ways that you showed some good examples of, that belongs to different disciplines and is really global. But then we also have the challenge, and how do we now get it down to the individual? for innovations or for transformation or for acceptance, whatever, in different stakeholders. So now, when you heard these different inputs and also experience from the alliances in Europe, what do you say, Lynn? What are the take home here, and what are the challenges that you see that we have to really take with us when we go forward?
Thanks. That's an excellent question, and I think there is not a simple answer to that either. But I think there's so much potential for strengthening the collaborations among universities in these topics, and also, as you are pointing to, the collaborations between universities and different types of stakeholders, if it is a more individual or civil society at large. I think universities has a big role to play in also being able to communicate the type of science that are being done at universities in new ways as well. So I think to take, I mean, we talked about that, the three different things that universities should do: education, research, and engagement. And I think we need to take this role of engagement even more seriously in the future. I think it's not, sometimes it seems simpler than it is. Of course, there's lots of risks also there with not to underestimate also the risks of being influenced by private interests, etc. So it's also important for science to be really clear on the role and how you engage in these type of partnerships and what you bring to the table. So there is not too much of sort of greenwashing, etc. That is also large risks to have. But I think as long as we we need to develop new ways of doing this because it's just such an important part. I do think education in different ways is also a really possible and important pathway, both for forging alliances between universities and having students that can go between different universities, and in that also bringing up sort of a new generation of both academics and leaders that have much more and broader experience from what you can get by being trained at several different places. But also in terms of, for example, educational programs that go beyond academia. So we have also developed both courses for CEOs of companies, but also of entrepreneurs that we also lead from here. And I think engaging in education that you can improve your sort of skills that you're using also in your life outside of outside of academia is also really an important part in the future. Just a few examples of things that can be.
That's great, and thank you for bringing up, of course, the students, because the students are definitely can gain a lot on alliances as well in different ways. And in my experience also, I think it's very important that that we bring in students in the integration and collaboration with other stakeholders. So to bring them in there, so that they are prepared, and also the stakeholders are prepared for them when they come out more agile, if you want. So as a last round here in the panel, I think it would be nice if you could give some aspects of what you see that the students, possibilities for the students in these alliances. That would be very good for us to hear. Thank you. Chrissy, could you start?
Yes, I can summarize it by saying I would like to have been a student right now. And I would have liked to have entered a scene like the one that we're seeing today. Of course, as a student, I would have been, as our students are, in front of a much more complex and more difficult society with many more challenges than we had and many more problems than we have. But also we have matured as universities, and I think the great majority of us have great concern for producing new knowledge through research, but we retain our major concern, which is to educate them. And having the ability to educate them within the framework of a broader university alliance, as we're experiencing now, is giving them the ability to become what we all have to be today, which is global. At the same time, global and local. Having the perspectives of their own societies or their own smaller communities, while at the same time facing global problems, global issues from very many different perspectives, from many different countries, within very many different frameworks of problems. For example, we bring in students from all the different departments to discuss issues on the digital transformation of education. We bring in students from philosophy to engineering to discuss environmental issues, something that we didn't have, I think most of us in this room, that are on the other side of the students, but working with the students. So I'm happy for our students, or at least I see myself striving to offer them what we can through our work today so that they can have a better experience and become better scientists, but also better global citizens than we were able to become by trial and error.
Right, right, great. Søren, do you also want to be a student today?
Yes, of course. But look, being a truly scholar, that means to be an eternal student. And for instance, I discover on Tuesday in my class that I have one of my vice deans there. So, you know, these are fluid roles. I mean, student and professors. And, well, they are not just words, but the university and the university alliances should be done for students. I mean, what would be our universities without students? And they may benefit at most by these alliances. As I said, and I'm telling that to my students, in a few years, actually, you will be students in all the other 9 universities part of the alliances. Now we have, for instance, this initiative, the open course catalog. I mean, we haven't listed the courses which are online and in English, most of them, and all the other students of Alliance can formally enroll to these courses. So they are already benefiting from this expertise. I mean, look, in La Sapienza, they won the physics Nobel Prize last week. So, of course, that our students in physics may have the chance to have a Nobelist professor within this alliance. So they are very important and strategical benefits we have within an alliance, both students and professors. I would say scholars. I mean, I'm considering I'm still a student, a perpetual one. So thank you, Karen.
Thank you. Thank you. Menea, also in your alliance that you're involved in, of course, BSUN is an alliance that we are going to develop even more, but you're also involved in ELISA, or how do you say that? And there, of course, for engineering schools, I think you must be also very much connected to the industry's needs and so forth. Do you see that it is important for this alliance also to make the industries understand and embrace the skills that our students of today are getting more involved in understanding how to transform and how to be more, make a really new mindset and develop this society. Do you see that this is has a connection? Do you see the value?
Thank you so much, Kevin. Yes, of course, it's very, I repeat, it's very, very important, the connection with the industry, the economy in general, with society. In our alliance, we work with the stakeholders, and we work same model Sorin mentioned. We exchange the professor, we exchange the students, we exchanged our best practice and our problems, because we speak directly about the problems. It's not all it's perfect, and it's necessary to explain in front of us, in front of the Alliance, what is our problems. And very, very important, I insist about the advantage for the students. We offer also the internship and practice for our students, not only in the company inside of our countries, but we exchange also the students and realize practice and internship in other country and different companies with different culture, with different know-how and so on. Very important for one engineer. And we speak with the stakeholders about the new society, the transformation of technology. We are engineers. The transformation of technology, what's happened in the future in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, or 25 years with the transformation of society. And repeat, all these aspects, we present all these aspects in front of our community, professor or students. And in the board of ELISA, we have also students. We invite the students from each university, and we present this data and we talk about the solution. Usually in my university, we speak with the students more. We have very good connection, and for me and for students, for the management of university and for the students, it's very, very, very important, this very close connection and very strong discussion with the students. And I insist also about one detail, very important also. We talk with our alumni, because we have alumni across the world, to United States, to Australia or Japan, or also, of course, in Romania and Europe. And we invite our alumni to speak about the experience, to show the experience in front of the students, in front of the professor, because we learn, Sorin mentioned, we learn in each day, and we continue to learn. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Of course, this session is about also the resilience in focus and the sustainability goals, the climate there, but also, of course, the sustainability. Is that something that we can actually do better, I wonder? We have the network of SDSN that BSUN universities are members of, and most of us are, I assume, also members and more or less active in SDSN, which is, of course, a network that should, a global network with different types of alliances in the geographic settings of the world. But these SDSN, the work that we do in SDSN should really be something that universities make a difference and contribute to the sustainability goals. So what can you say from the work that we are doing now in the Alliance? Are we doing what we can in this context? Is SDSN something that we should really put more in the focus of the alliances that we are active in, or is it an alliance by itself where we should that we should work with? Can I start with Lynn this time, please? What do you think, Lynn?
No, I think that that is a great opportunity and something that can always be stepped up efforts in. So I think I was just thinking also, you said with how do we build resilience and contribute to a more resilient and sustainable world, basically. And I'm thinking one of the core principles of resilience is diversity, that we build and enhance diversity. And I think these type of networks and the collaboration is a huge opportunity to really do that. So it's both contribute to resilience of the planet, but also our own operations. So I think in that sense, I think this is great opportunity and something that definitely can be strengthened.
Great point. Maybe the diversity is more value for alliances than scale. What do you say, Søren?
Well, I'm coming from a comprehensive university with 19 faculties, so diversity, I would say it's crucial, because we have to conjoin the forces of all our academic domains. We have to conjoin the forces of our faculties with our students. And concerning your question, well, it is always room for improvement. So I'm a Leibnizian. I think that we are living in the best possible world, which unfortunately is not perfect. So there is a lot to do in these aspects. And the key, as Line said, well, is to work together. Otherwise, we are not going to face these problems. I mean, the climate problem, and all the other academics problems. I mean, to better understand the world, we have to work together. Science is built on cooperation. We cannot do science, on an individual scale. So yes, I think we are better equipped with our strategic alliances to deal with these issues, but we have to move forward and to better cooperate in order to deal with them.
Thank you. Marion, what do you want to add?
Of course, I repeat my message. I change also a short. I have other perspective about this subject. University can play a catalyst role in stimulating the response of other potential contributors to the SDG, you mentioned this, in their local and national environment. And can we talk about the diversity? It's also including in this field. At all level, including impact on government and the leaders of key civil society interest. I'm sorry, I repeat, but it's, in my opinion, it's very important. The intellectual leadership and knowledge of university, together with the respect with which they are held as objective voice, are crucially important in shaping the broadest policy response. In my opinion, it's very important, and I insist about this. I don't repeat the Line and Sorin message, but I agree when I insist about this. Only together, acting in the collaborative partnership, can we achieve a better future for the planet and the new generation, equipped with skills and knowledge to help building the green, sustainable living we strive for. And what together means, it's I believe, a strategy through which we make intelligent use of resources, not only global, for each place, for each region, and the university have capacity to help the local or the regional or government to realize this strategy like this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Chrissy, finally, I want to ask you if you feel that we are working with all the tools available in the best way to really get tangible impact from our universities.
Well, if we go back to where Lynn started, which was the 17 SDGs, we will see that because of the climate change and some other new developments, we keep focusing on only a couple of them, which have to do with what the positive sciences, the positive from physics and environmental to biology to engineering. And we are not paying enough attention yet, although as universities we are, to the rest of the SDGs, which have to do with, for example, the alleviation of poverty, a better education, gender equality, what the European agenda next to environment and digital puts the one of inclusiveness. So as universities, we do have the tools, the scientific tools to address through interdisciplinarity all of these issues at the same time. And it is quite important that now they're even becoming part of what we would consider the Louvre ivory tower measuring categories of rankings. And there the environment is also coming in. But we should put all of the SDGs in it. So if the universities take a step back, in order to make a difference, they need to keep developing science. A lot of times, the knowledge that we produce is not put to the best use, and it becomes a detriment to society. If we go back to Lynn's 25 biggest companies, they're the ones that were built on academic scientific knowledge, but in effect, they haven't done the best use for the planet and for the societies. So if we bring all of our knowledge together as comprehensive universities, or even as specialized smaller universities in some areas, and we bring them through these alliances where we exchange disciplinary, interdisciplinary knowledge, small, large, private, public, then we will have the best of chances for the future to create a better future for the world and for us.
Yes, I think you really touched upon that. Also, you said the global before. I mean, really, that we have to also with the key actors that Lynn talked about, and I mean, a very, very good picture to think about. That they are to see that this is actually a possibility for us, that we have. If we can find ways to locally talk to these influential companies and other influential bodies in society, we have a possibility also to make really a transformative change. So we don't have to convince everybody there are, but we have to approach the key actors. And
next time we don't have to go to Maldives, we can go to the Aegean Islands.
Yes, that was really, really great comment, and let's do that.
You're all welcome. Officially invited.
Thank.
We shall build an island, an artificial island in the Black Sea.
Oh, you're just jealous.
We'll see.
We are part of the Black Sea, yes.
But most important of all is, of course, the students, and we are all seeing how we can get the students to be more involved in all these type of meetings with a university public-private partnership.
And it's wonderful to see them here.
Thank you, Lynn, for this really good keynote lecture that you gave us and all the inspiration. Thank you for the panel, and we move on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, this concludes our third session. Please come back in 20 minutes. Okay, let's start our session number 4, which is entitled Complex Challenges in Universities. And the keynote speaker for this session is Professor Salem Ali. Professor Salem Ali is a Blue and Gold Distinguished Professor of Energy and the Environment at the University of Delaware. and he also directs the university's Minerals, Materials and Society program. He has also a number of other affiliations, among them with the University of Columbia and also the University of Vermont. He is an advisor on environmental and societal impact assessment to the deep sea mining company Deep Green. He is known for his work on environmental conflict resolution, particularly in the extractive industries, and was profiled in Forbes magazine in September 2009 as the alchemist. His book, Treasures of the Earth, Neat, Green, and a Sustainable Future, published by Yale University in 2009, received the cover endorsement by Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus for providing a welcome linkage between environmental behavior and poverty alleviation. After Professor Ali delivers his keynote speech, after that, Dr. Brian Ellison, Provost and Dean of the College of Humanities and Social Sciences at the American University of Armenia, will lead the panel discussion, moderate the panel discussion, and after that, we won't be having a break. Please keep that in mind so that we can also after that have the conference keynote addressed by Darun Acemoglu. Professor Acemoglu will be joining us online. So with that, I give the floor to Professor Ali. Please.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to join you. I wish I could be in Yerevan. I have been to Armenia and traveled around the country before. And in fact, I have been to all of the countries in the Black Sea Consortium of universities. So I'm quite familiar with your region. And the goal today that I was asked to provide is to focus on the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, and what universities can do to address the challenges that are being framed around the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And this is partly also related to my work with the United Nations. I serve on 2 United Nations panels. One is the United Nations International Resource Panel, and the other is the Science Panel for the Global Environment Facility, the GEF, which is a multilateral trust fund that supports all of the major environmental treaties. And several of the Black Sea region countries have projects coming from the Global Environment Facility. So I'm going to, first of all, give you just some big picture academic perspective on the way in which academia is trying to wrestle with complex problems. And the history of this is, the recent history, I would say, is going back to the work of C.P. Snow when he wrote this famous book titled The Two Cultures of Scientific Revolution. This was sort of 20th century work. And Snow basically recognized that there was this dichotomy between 2 academic cultures, between the sciences and the humanities. And to deal with complex problems are going to necessitate some kind of interaction between these 2 cultures. And but he was aware that there was a lot of inertia. There was reluctance in the academic community to grapple with it. But Snow's book, this book, The Two Cultures of Scientific Revolution, it was a turning point because there was realization that while it's important to do reductionist work, which is basically focusing on specific niche areas and doing experiments in those areas in the natural sciences, it was stifling academic creativity. And so that's where this whole movement towards interdisciplinarity, transdisciplinarity began. And the essence of that was dealing with complexity. And that if we go beyond just the buzzwords, interdisciplinarity, which is the conversation between disciplines, and transdisciplinarity, which is purposing beyond the original discipline, both of them are aimed at dealing with this complexity. And that's where this this term, we used to use the term STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, but they added arts within that. So it's now called STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. And that's precisely to deal with the complexity that comes with problems of humans, self-actualization or other kinds of issues which are not reductionist in the same way. And in America, of course, the liberal arts curriculum is in some ways reflecting that. But the other interesting historical aspect of this is that if we go much further back in history, actually the liberal arts curriculum has its roots in Greek and Roman tradition, where there was this notion of comprehensive learning. And so we went through this period coming from comprehensive learning and thinking about complexity into a very reductionist world, and then coming back again to this notion of interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity. So that's how academia has been evolving in the big picture. Now, another aspect of the current situation with universities and complexity is the rise of data and the amount of data that is available. And universities have essentially become data filters and data factories. They are very important in taking data that's coming from the world and making sense of it, taking out the noise and only using what is meaningful. But they are also generators of data, where they are doing experiments, they are collecting surveys and generating that data. So one of the terms that is now gaining some currency, and I certainly use it, is data diplomacy. When you're dealing with the world with national borders, and clearly the Black Sea Consortium of Universities is an example of trying to transcend political borders, then data can be a very important way of science diplomacy, of basically creating shared value in a region. And this is a statement defining data diplomacy from the World Universities Network in 2014. So it's actually a concept that has some established currency also within organizations. This is where we are going then, from using this approach to understanding the role of universities in dealing with the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, there are some impediments to this, and this is where the Universities Consortium can help to streamline and improve trust in science and in research. First, there's the veracity of the data itself, the trust that is needed. So if you have universities that have streamlining of quality control practices, you will have much more trust in the data. We have seen this even during the pandemic, just simple reporting of COVID numbers on a day-to-day basis. There was a lot of variation in methodologies. And so the trust in the data was being questioned constantly. There is a problem with this with reference to what we call the endogeneity problem in social science, which is, in simple terms, we say sort of like the chicken and the egg problem, which comes first. So does diplomacy come first to improve trust, or does the trust come from the data that will improve cooperation? And I think the best approach is you need to have both sides converging. You need to build trust through improving quality, and you also need to at the same time work on diplomatic mechanisms so that there is better communication as well. Second is the competitive advantage and conflation of intellectual property. When you have countries that are competing with each other, there is going to be some level of withholding of information. And especially with reference to intellectual property, this becomes a challenge. Of course, most recently, this has been very obvious with the United States and China, where intellectual property has become a bone of contention. And universities have been at the heart of this problem and also being targeted by governments. So it has become a very serious issue. And we have to think about what are ways to prevent that escalation. And I think putting our focus on the sustainable development trajectory, the SDGs, can be a way to grapple with that, because all the countries of the world have signed on to meeting these sustainable development goal targets. But this is an area that is actively being contested, and we have seen faculty who have been arrested. There has been back and forth. You know, what are the norms of engagement on intellectual property? If you have a student coming from another country studying in one country, they are doing the work and research, and then they go back to their home country. Would that be considered theft of intellectual property, or would it be that they have developed that intellectual capital and are taking it back? So all this has to be sorted through. And then the third area is this, what we may say is the data obsolescence, that we are living in a world, especially in my field in environmental science, where data is constantly being regenerated because the situation is changing, and data becomes obsolete very fast. So you need continuous monitoring and updating. And for that, we need technology, we need cooperation to be able to establish those mechanisms to collect the data. Now, science research networks exist all over the world. This is from Nature, the journal Nature, just to show you the collaborations that happen between different countries. And this is really at the heart of how universities are going to deal with planetary complex problems, which should be our ultimate goal. You know, we have our regional problems, but we are part of the larger planetary system. So you have the watersheds, you have the regions like the Black Sea that are part of larger continental regions, and then certainly the planetary system. And how these research networks form. So what we have right now is the United States, of course, dominates the research productivity, but China is fast gaining momentum in this regard. And these are the levels of collaboration that are existing. And in Europe, certainly internally, there's quite a bit of collaboration. But this is being impacted by the geopolitics of the situation overall. So we have to think through what are ways in which we can improve this dynamic, and what are the ways in which universities can have these networks also working more with neglected parts of the world. And I would say the Black Sea region in some ways for research networks with other countries is somewhat neglected. And I'm glad to see that you are inviting people like Darren Acemoglu and others, to consider those sort of luminaries in academia around this, and to have institutions of higher learning which have excellence in that regard. And certainly MIT is one of them, where he's coming from, and I did my PhD actually at MIT, but also having public universities like ours, the University of Delaware, which are large public universities, they can also be just as effective partners. I think it's important that especially institutions in the developing world be willing to go beyond just the elite institutions. I think there is a lot of value in having a much bigger tent approach to this. Now, the pandemic has really provided both disruption, but also an opportunity for looking at ways in which we can improve these science cooperation agreements. So UNESCO is a very important entity in this regard, because there are certain conventions that UNESCO has with reference to agreements, but a lot of them are ceremonial, and we have to go beyond just the ceremony, and we have to look at more practical applied approaches of how we can develop these agreements further. We need a more proactive, more nimble and dynamic agreement possibly. And one of the things I've been working on with the International Science Council is to think about maybe we need a global agreement on the norms of scientific cooperation. And universities should be at the heart of that. Because right now we do not have that. And when we have something like the pandemic coming up, there is no coordination really on what kind of research quality is being produced. There was so much confusion created at the early days of the pandemic because universities were in fact churning out papers that were not well quality controlled. Even top journals were not being very rigorous. And we ended up with, unfortunately, a distrust in science, which was a very sad outcome when we should have had the most trust in science, because science was the only way we were going to really come out of this mess. We had an erosion of that because there was a lack of coordination. And so we need to think through that. And maybe there's an opportunity either through the G20 to start it off, but certainly the UN system, the larger UN system, should be involved as well. It's just a matter of whether we can get consensus fast. So that's where the G20 might be a faster avenue initially to start such an effort. Now, with reference to the Sustainable Development Goals, the Sustainable Development Goals, I hope everyone is familiar with them, but essentially they were set up by the United Nations in 2015 as a 15-year target for improving global development in 17 areas. And I will go through a few of those in a moment, and you can certainly look through on the United Nations website around the Sustainable Development Goals. But they are setting a target for 2030 around these various fields. And universities are very much connected to many aspects of the SDGs. The important thing about the SDGs also is that unlike earlier United Nations goals, like the Millennium Development Goals, which were in 2000 to 2015, these goals are for all countries, not just developing countries. The Millennium Development Goals were only set for developing countries as defined by the UN. And certainly in the Black Sea region, you have several countries which are could be, well, they're certainly classified in developing context, but you also have some middle income countries. And you certainly have G20 countries also. So what we need to think about is how can we bring universities to the party, so to speak, of the SDGs? And these are the 4 areas of work. There's the research itself, there's the training and capacity development, there's leadership and public engagement and being a platform for dialogue. One of the goals, goal 17, is partnerships. Partnerships is stated as a goal itself because they're so important. And then certainly operations and governance and what can be done with universities, how they perform themselves, because universities are like little cities. They have their own governance mechanisms and they could be generating sustainability outcomes. So let's just look at an example of what could be done. And this is coming from a report that was done by the UN around universities. So for example, goal number 4, Sustainable Development Goal number 4 is quality education. And there are some targets set under that goal by the UN. By 2030, ensure equal access for all women and men to affordable, quality and technical vocational education, including university, right? So that in itself becomes a very clear way in which universities are engaged. But this is the simple stuff. This is not complex, right? Because you are working through some very linear paths and trying to reach that. Then you have to go to the next step of then combining this with what can be done at a larger scale. So what can universities do? You know, there are ways in which they can improve the skill set. Youth development is an important part of the SDG process because youth are going to be the real human capital that charges the SDGs. And then you have to enhance that cooperation, which I was alluding to earlier, through those capacity building measures. So that's where the complexity all comes in, where the science and society intersection happens. And just as an example, Carnegie Mellon University, which is in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in the United States, they wanted to be a key partner with reference to the global SDG movement. So what did they do? They went through this process of review, and they looked at 3,000 courses that were being offered by the university, more than 900 sustainability-related research publications, and other extracurricular activities, including their housing, transport, community outreach. Carnegie Mellon is also very interesting in this way because they have 2 large campuses and several smaller campuses all over the world as well. One is a very large campus in Qatar, and then they have another campus in Rwanda. It's actually the only major American university to have a campus in Africa. So they actually have a footprint which goes beyond the United States. And especially the fact that they have a campus in Rwanda is important because there are a lot of American universities which are opening campuses in China and in the Middle East. But to have it in an African country is important from a development learning perspective. And so each of these activities was then mapped onto a specific SDG to better understand which goals receive the most and least attention. So here's our wonderful wheel of fortune with reference to the SDGs, the 17 SDGs. And this is essentially the way in which the Sustainability Knowledge Group has suggested, how do SDGs help the universities and how do universities help the SDGs? So it's a dialectical process whereby there is much which the universities can gain from this process as well as the other way around. There's much more interest coming from students around development because there's a clear SDG mandate. And at the same time, universities are providing capacity to implement the SDGs through research and so on. So this is how we should be thinking about the complexity, is that this is a give and take and that there can be this positive trajectory forward as a result. Now, just what's been happening recently is because of the SDG involvement of public universities, there are rankings now coming up of which universities are doing the most with reference to using the SDGs as a means of solving complex problems. So the Times Higher Education Supplement has now started issuing these rankings. And this is the most recent ranking they did this year for 2021. And what I find really intriguing is that here you don't have the elite universities. You know, MIT is not here, Harvard is not here, none of these big names. Instead, you have universities which are all excellent, but they are in countries which are trying to compete with the United States and raise their prominence. And even in the UK, you don't have the elite UK universities like Oxford and Cambridge, but University of Manchester ranked #1. And then Australia, which is my other country of citizenship, has some really interesting outcomes there. There's been a movement in Australia to really connect universities to the SDGs. So, and in the US, the only university which ranks in the top 10 is a public university, Arizona State University, because they saw the value. They recognized that they are located in Phoenix, which is a desert environment, where the city is in a very resource scarce area. In fact, if you were thinking about environmental planning, the city should not even exist. Such a big city should not exist in the middle of the desert. So they were very focused on sustainability to improve their profile in that way. And so they've been ranked the best in the US in this way. So I know rankings have their limitations and people often contest them. But it's important to keep in mind that universities, including Black Sea universities, you could be on that list. You just have to show what you are doing, and the metrics are such, it doesn't matter how many publications you are getting and so on. This is really about your performance on sustainability and the SDGs. So these are just to give you a sense of the SDGs in the university submissions and student priorities compared, the same report from the Times Higher Education Supplement. These are the SDGs, just to give you a sense of a refresher. I'm sure most of you know the SDGs, but The 16 SDGs and the 17th one I told you is partnerships, but it's very difficult to look at impact of partnerships. So they just looked at the 16 so far. I suppose you can look at partnership impact, but it's a bit early still in the SDG trajectory to look at that. So they've been looking at how many universities are participating in this and which SDGs. And they did a survey asking these universities, and you've got several hundred who are participating. And then you also have on this side, the students' top 3 priority SDGs. This is interesting to note because here you have SDG 4 is the education one. So that is a very top priority for the students. And it's also, as one would expect, the one universities are most engaged in. The ones I am a bit worried about and where maybe you should have more work being done in the Black Sea region is SDG 14, life below water. And you don't have that much involvement and the student interest is very low, which is surprising because water is important in so many ways, especially life below water for fisheries, which provide so much of the world's protein. And certainly in the Black Sea region, you should be leading SDG 14 efforts in this regard. Other ones also you can look at where there is more interest and deficiency. Now, there has been a global agreement among the universities that was set up. There's the University Global Coalition. They met at Rutgers University in 2017 in New Jersey after the UN General Assembly meetings in New York. And they had this agreement signed of commitments that universities made. And this is the agreement. It's called the University Global Coalition Compact. Many of your universities may join this or may already have joined it. And these were the commitments made. And now this is housed under UNITAR, the United Nations Training and Research Organization. And you can have a look at it under this website. Sorry, and the last slide then finally to wrap up. If we were to have some kind of global agreement on the norms of science, which I was alluding to, what would be some of the terms? And this can be the last slide for more discussion also with reference to moving forward. So research integrity, clearly understanding that we need quality output. We need merit-based admission criteria. This is a big challenge for universities overall, which meet those national priorities, because that in itself is going to lead to better quality. We also need some threat prevention around science. This can be an important lesson from the pandemic around how the cooperation happens. And this will help us to deal with some of those complex challenges across borders. We also need crisis research collaboration through a fund. One of the things we've suggested is that there should be some kind of joint mechanism to support collaborative research internationally. Right now, we are dependent on national science foundations, and many times these science foundations prevent international funding to be transferred. There are some which are now allowing that, like the National Science Foundation has the PIRE program, Partnerships in International Research and Education. But a lot of the large research collaborative funds you can only use money for travel, you can't use it for funding other external universities. So that has to slowly evolve, and maybe we need a much more concerted effort around that. We need a science communication mechanism that is much better than what we have currently on accuracy of science communication to prevent misinformation. And then we need protocols for evaluating performance to avoid what we call asymmetric benefits, that only some universities are benefiting versus others. So I'll stop there and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Professor Ali. This is insightful and wonderful. Thanks. Hi, my name is Brian Ellison. I'm the provost at the American University of Armenia, and I'm happy to be here at this BSUN conference and to serve as the chair of the final panel. And I hope I can come up with something very entertaining that'll lift us up and wake us up, because it's been a long and productive day. We have a number of esteemed panel members here today. I'm going to add one so that I'm not the only person on the stage. But let me begin with a few brief introductions, and then I will, oh, this is wonderful. Okay, let me begin with a few brief introductions, and then I will turn over I will turn over to each panelist to make a 5-minute presentation in reaction to the wonderful contribution by Professor Ali. Our first panelist is Dr. Sergovsky, who is the rector of the National Technical University of Ukraine. He's an academician of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine and a former Ministry of Education of Ukraine. He's had a very distinguished career, and we're very happy that you're here with us today. A second panelist is Dr. Horvat. He's an honorary professor and independent expert for European and international research and technology cooperation. His research focuses on technology and innovation, policies and programs, interdisciplinary problems of technology, evaluation of impact, and a number of other areas. Thank you for being here today, Professor Horvat. Our third panelist is Nicholas Theodosio. He's an associate professor in the Division of Hydraulics and Environmental Engineering at Aristotle University in Thessaloniki. He is the vice president of the Hellenic Hydrotechnical Association, member of the board of the Association of European Civil Engineering Faculties, and of the Center for Integrated Water Resources Management at Aristotle University, and a number of other significant accomplishments. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us today. I'd also like to welcome to the stage, since there will only be me and one other person at the stage, our esteemed colleague, Armin Karlopian. I don't have his bio, but it's I can pull it off the top of my head. He's a Cornell and MIT trained, and Columbia trained data scientist, one of the top data scientists in the world, sits on many significant boards, including boards with NASA. He's an entrepreneur, a business developer, and we're very lucky that he's here as a consultant and advisor to us at a critical time for AUA. So thank you very much for joining us. This is right up your alley. And let me turn this over first to, I'm sorry, I have a form here, but I can't see. I have two of our colleagues who are going to make small presentations. Could you tell me which ones?
Professor Zgurovsky.
Yes, Professor Korovsky. Would you go first, please, and give your reaction to this talk by Professor Ali, and share your slides if you'd like. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, conference participants. I'm impressed of Professor Ali's presentation. Thank you very much, Professor Ali. Thank you for invitation to speak to the BSUN community. I would like to present the experience of the Igor Sikorsky Kyiv Polytechnic Institute as one of the center of the innovative development in Ukraine. Based on the model of a research university, today KPI is the largest startup creator in Ukraine. In its 72 scientific schools, from 100 to 150 startups are born annually for a wide range of modern engineering fields, mechanical engineering, green energy, biomedical engineering, information technology, telecommunication, cleaner production, and others. Over the past 20 years, an innovative ecosystem Sikorsky Challenge has been built, which has already gone far beyond the university and has now covered 18 out of 25 regions of Ukraine. In various regions of Ukraine, innovation ecosystem unites local governments, universities, research institutes, business companies, foundations, and non-governmental organizations. The central core of this ecosystem is the Igor Sikorsky Kyiv Polytechnic Institute with its Science Park, Startup School, Festival of Innovative Projects, innovation holding, and other components. We would be very interested in expanding the international network of our innovation ecosystem to universities of the Black Sea region. Today, our ecosystem has the next directions of activity: defense and security, industrial high-tech and space, biomedical engineering, human health, information technology, and cybersecurity, agrotech, green energy, ecology, and some others. Over 15 years, 110 high-tech companies have entered to the innovation ecosystem from the USA, Europe, Ukraine, and other countries. More than 150 high-tech products and technologies were introduced to the markets, which had significant economic and social impact. The flow of participants in the innovation ecosystem is at least 3,000 people per year. Let me give a couple examples of successful startups that were born in the innovation ecosystem. The unmanned aircraft Spectator, developed by KPI graduate student Roman Karnaushenko, was proposed to the Sikorsky Challenge Festival in 2013. This startup was selected by Ukrainian venture fund named Academician Mikalevich, and in 2 years this startup was launched into the market. Now this startup is very successful as a main drone for Ukrainian army. It's also exported to several countries for precision farming purposes. In the field of scientific space research, two nanosatellites, Politan 1 and Politan 2, were developed by KPI scientists, presented at the Sikorsky Challenge Festival, selected for investment and incubation by Boeing Company and the Ukrainian Venture Fund of Konstantin Kalinin. In 2014-2017, respectively, Politan 1 and Politan 2 were launched into space and successfully completed their scientific missions within the framework of international research programs. Doing this kind of activity, we would like to transform the Ukrainian economy into an innovative and high-tech one. Also, we think that one of the important areas of cooperation between the universities of Black Sea region can be in innovative development of our countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Our next person I'd like to ask to provide their insights into this topic, which is complex challenges in universities, is Professor Horvat. I think you also have some slides to share, sir. Professor Horvat? You're on mute, sir. Thank you.
So, I hope you can see my slide. I'm very delighted to be here, and I would like to thank Karin Marquides and the BSUN network for being invited. The topic of this conference is very close to my heart. In the framework of the Conference of Rectors and Presidents of European Universities of Technology that I am coordinating since 40 years, this was very much on the agenda. I'm not sure if this is now working. No? Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And do you see my slides?
You just need to show your slides. We see your screen.
Bottom right.
So share. There we go.
Yeah? Okay. I don't see them. Okay. Well, first of all, I think there are major, even philosophical issues related to sustainable development and the role of universities of technology, where we have the challenge of reconsidering our concepts of technology and to consider that technologies are the result of human decisions and actions. I would like to refer to Jeroen van der Hoeven, professor of ethics and philosophy at the TU Delft, who said, and I quote, "Technical systems and innovative technologies are the solidifications of thousands of design decisions." And of course, the decisions between alternative solutions are based on the assessment criteria on the impacts of human action. I don't see my slides, I'm sorry.
We don't see them either. No.
You need to scroll your cursor to the bottom there. No.
I did it, yeah, but it doesn't work.
Now we can't see your screen either.
Now?
Now, yeah, there you go. You got it.
So now decision criteria and values, and it's quite interesting just to remind us on the broader scope of such criteria, going much beyond functionality and economic efficiency, what usual, or let's say, usually engineers are aware of. And you see here resource saving, environmental protection, ecological quality, societal quality, personal development, and of course the quality of life and health. So we immediately end up with the challenges of interdisciplinarity and the need for a multidimensional approach. If we look at the life cycle of a technology, and you see that not only natural and engineering sciences have to be considered in connection with the goals of sustainable development, but also social sciences and humanities. And one could give many examples where this come in, and maybe quite a few of our students and even the teachers are not aware of these issues. Now, educating the people that should manage the transition to sustainable development, we have to consider the multiple learning objectives of responsible, innovative engineering education, where we have to look at knowledge, capabilities, and skills related to contents, to processes and methods, to mindsets, behavior and attitudes, and in the end to decision taking, very often in situations that are not clearly defined, and we are facing the challenges of integrating all these aspects. So I think this is already my last slides because 5 minutes are very short. Now, what are the challenges? Well, first of all, updating our curriculum to broaden the students' knowledge base, and broadening the knowledge base means also to find the appropriate ways of integrating natural and engineering sciences, social sciences, and humanities. And in the meantime, there are quite a few very good examples of European universities of technology where this is happening. And in our last conferences, the last one was only a few weeks ago in Compiègne, we heard very good examples from different countries in Europe.
Thank you, sir.
But it is not about just developing knowledge and deep understanding. That deep understanding to achieve the right qualification profile combining the rooting in one discipline, but also cross-disciplinary knowledges and skills. And there, of course, is a need for the appropriate methods to develop this understanding. My personal experience is excellent with self-organized student teams exposed to real-world problems. So the teachers' capabilities have to be developed so that they can play their important roles as role models for research, for responsible research and innovation, as facilitators and coaches. And last but not least, the universities as institutions have to give the conducive framework for promoting the SDGs, overcoming the departmental boundaries, new structures within the universities. There are many different possibilities to do that, to have international alliances and co-creation between different universities, interacting with government, industry and society, which means also extending the triple helix to include also society and environment. And last but not least, to develop universities as model institutions for living up to sustainability, what I would call like example as the sustainable campus. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Professor Theodosio, would you like to make a 5-minute presentation? 5-minute response to the main presentation from Professor Ali, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to be here, and thank you for the introduction you had on me for at the beginning of the session. I'm Nikos Theodosiou. I'm a professor at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. I'm a civil engineer, but I'm here because I am chairing United Nations Network, one of the Sustainable Development Solutions networks, which covers the wider area of the Black Sea. It comprises 12 countries, the countries of BSUN, actually, the countries of BSEC, of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization, who include most of the Balkan countries, all the countries all around the Black Sea, up to Azerbaijan and the Caspian. So these networks operate under the auspices of the Secretary General of the United Nations, and they are networks of universities and research centers. And what the United Nations seek from these networks is new and innovative ideas for the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. So I think this is what we're discussing right now. How can universities contribute to our global effort to implement the Sustainable Development Goals? And the United Nations recognize that what we know up to now and what we use for the implementation of current practices is not enough. And in order to be able to achieve the, at least at the level, because we are not going to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, to improve our efforts and to be able to achieve as much as we can until 2030, we need the involvement of universities. We need the research that is performed in the universities. We need the new ideas that might come from our students, who have more clear minds than us, and we need all this to try to find new ways, new methods, new technologies to be able to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. So this is a real connection between the universities and the Sustainable Development Goals. This is a path to connect the universities and the global target of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. I really enjoyed Professor Ali's keynote speech. He mentioned a lot of things, and it's not easy to respond to everything that every discussion that he opened. I would like to comment on 2 or 3 things, starting from the last. you mentioned that the SDG 14, life below water, is of course is a crucial SDG for the Black Sea area, but it's one of the goals that globally we are far from achieving. If you see the global dashboard that is published every year by the United Nations, there is not even one country in the world that is green in the achievement of SDG 14. It's either red or orange or yellow, no greens at all. So this requires our global effort. And again, by focusing in the Black Sea, we can also provide research and technologies that can be implemented in the Mediterranean, in the oceans. It's not just a specific sea. The implementation is the means to acquire knowledge and new instruments in order to implement the Sustainable Development Goals everywhere. You talked about disciplinarity and interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary issues. The Sustainable Development Goals are built on this concept. They need interdisciplinarity. It's useless and it leads nowhere if one focuses on one or two SDGs and tries to achieve these SDGs. We need to be able to achieve the SDGs as a whole and not as separate SDGs. And again, this is where universities can come in and provide the knowledge and through their experience that they need. In Greek, universities are called panepistemia, all sciences. And this is what the original universities, even in ancient Greece, had in mind, to provide knowledge in all sciences. And to go further back at the beginning of your presentation, where you mentioned this huge gap between sciences and arts and humanities, again, may I remind that in ancient Greece, the philosophers, the schools of philosophy, required their students to also know mathematics. The great philosophers were also mathematicians because they recognized the connection between mathematics and humanities. So somewhere along the way, humanity lost its way. We lost track of this original pathway that was paved, and it was the right one. So we need to try to find ways to go back and to acknowledge this the structure, these basic ideas, in order to fulfill our efforts, to enhance our efforts to achieve the global goal of a sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I would like to ask my esteemed colleague, Dr. Lopieno, to comment on the presentation and this idea about connecting universities to sustainable development goals. And there's a lot of pieces in there, and I have two I'd like to pull out, but maybe you'd like to just give us a quick response.
Absolutely,
Thank
Professor
you.
Ellison. Professor Ali, thank you very much for the anchor presentation today. In my remarks, I'll highlight specifically on SDG 11 and 12, the sustainability goals associated with consumption and production. And the example I'll use is some work we've done previously with Sir Richard Branson's Formula E team. The idea being that if we have electrical vehicles, in addition to two additional technology areas, autonomous vehicles, as well as the hybrid social and technological movement of ride sharing, will have a material drop in the number of vehicles per family. I'll elaborate here. So specifically Formula E as a motorsport, and motorsport being a testbed for advanced technology. The idea was to showcase that indeed society demands performance. However, is Formula One or petrol cars going quite literally for 1 liter of benzene, only 2 kilometers? Is that sustainable performance? And so with Formula E, the goal was to show that if you constrain the budget, you cap the battery capacities, you can have a high performance race. And the idea is this, to translate this onto the roadways around the world. So with this first aspect of technology in place, electric vehicles rising, you do not have the drop in the number of automobiles per family yet because there's a transition. Yes, it's positive, but you don't have that step drop. The second technology area is on autonomous navigation. So specifically right now, cars will be dormant. For example, if you own a vehicle, you remember growing up, the car is heavily underutilized, particularly if there's 2 or 3 in the family. So again, we have another key lever. The third area is in terms of ride sharing. If then we have now a mechanism where a vehicle can be charged, can navigate itself, and also be shared, you go from a step drop of 1.2, for example, vehicles per family, down to a tiny fraction, 0.2, 0.1. And so with this, you have in tandem progress to the sustainability goals, namely around energy production, consumption, congestion. And it's fascinating how these technology areas can impact multiple such goals. And the role of the university necessarily is to be at that bridge. What is the implications for society when the confluence of these research areas come together? And so this is one of the things I'm most excited about as per my research interests at the confluence of the AUA's Agopian Center for the Environment, as well as the Artificial Intelligence Solution Center.
Oh, thank you very much. Professor Ali, I was very interested in your choice of order in your presentation. So you went from trust in the university to a question of data to science research and networks to pandemic destruction to sustainable development goals. And there was 2 main themes that came out of that. And I would like to go to a data question. But would you talk for a moment about trust? It seems like at this conference, almost every panel has begun with this question of the construction of trust. And it's both the construction of trust in the university, right? Construction of trust in science, but also creating a network in which the stakeholders have trust within that. Could you lead us through a little bit of your thinking in that area of trust?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Professor Ellison and colleagues for your feedback. Regarding trust, there's the horizontal trust and the vertical trust. The vertical trust is around the scientific process and the quality of the data, which requires painstaking attention to constant monitoring, validation, and having streamlining of the same method in different institutions. So that's one thing which should be done by professional organizations in all the various disciplines that are involved. The horizontal trust is the trust between institutions in different countries. And the Black Sea is a fascinating case in that regard, because unfortunately you have countries around the Black Sea which do not have very good geopolitical relations with each other and have in fact been in active conflict, but that the universities are a potential opportunity for building trust, which could then translate into hopefully geopolitical trust. And I think that's a really important role which universities should be playing, especially in a region like the Black Sea. And trust is, there is a lot of research on trust. If you look at like the work of Robert Axelrod at University of Michigan, decades ago, one of the ideas, he wrote a book called The Evolution of Cooperation, where he used game theory to analyze how trust develops over time. And there were several factors which lead to it, and one of them was what he called iterative behavior and repeated interaction. So forums like the Black Sea Consortium of universities, and they are in fact empirically proven to build trust. He showed that repeated interaction actually helps to build trust. Another factor that he provided there was quick feedback about mistakes. So anytime, if you have an agreement and you have some violation of that agreement, how fast you actually communicate the feedback to all parties is a factor that helps to build trust. The more you delay, the more trust gets eroded. So I think we should be looking at the empirical evidence on how trust is built. And I would hope that there will be opportunities to also go beyond the low-hanging fruit. The low-hanging fruit is the easy wins, where you can have, for example, one of the research areas I worked on is peace parks, on environmental peace building in transboundary areas, where you have borders. How can you have cooperation between countries? And the first peace park was between US and Canada. I don't consider that a big achievement, because US and Canada already have good relations with each other. They had they fought a war, but it was 2 centuries ago, and it's not really consequential. But if you have a peace park and joint border cooperation between Turkey and Armenia, that would be a really meaningful one, right? So I think that's what we have to go beyond the low-hanging fruit, and that's the way moving forward.
I think you're right. I think we could call that, there's sort of a macro level, micro level, or larger system levels. But don't you think, I think this is a fascinating question. Obviously, I have some answers, though I would turn it over to my colleagues, that at this point in our history, when we're talking about universities, we're talking about the generation of knowledge, science, universities, in Noam Chomsky's words, Noam Chomsky, are right-wing institutions, some of the most conservative institutions in the world, and yet, in societies, and yet we have this conversation going about, can we really have people buy into our project, buy into the kind of knowledge that we produce? And I would invite our colleague, Professor Horvat, to maybe respond, or Dr. Lopieno to respond to this question of, to me, which is almost a political project. Mm-hmm. Sir?
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for this very important question. First of all, my experience is that this is a very important task for the universities. My own experience is that in a postgraduate program on environmental protection engineering that I was co-chairing for 19 years, we had a core part of the curriculum to expose the students to real-world projects and problems in self-organized teams. So they had to go out. I give an example to a very challenging project. For instance, offering to the Vienna airport an environmental impact, carrying out an environmental impact assessment project. So this is a very sensible area. And the students, 10 students, did an excellent work. They got the full support of the airport management. And in the end, their report was published by the Ministry of the Environment, a great success. And I can tell you, these students made afterwards excellent careers, like director generals in the ministry or high-level industrial positions. And they told me that this exposure as university students to real-world projects and to meeting the people out there at different levels, from the management, general management of an aircraft, or to public authorities in a region in Austria, was extremely important. And it showed also to these people in industry, but also in public or institutions, of the importance and also the, let's say, the actual involvement of universities in the problems that they are facing. My last point is, in a very interesting OECD report from 1982, there was an excellent heading of a chapter, and the heading was, "The community has problems, but the university has departments." And I think the main challenge is for universities to overcome this separation, and also to include not only departments across the universities, but also society, environmental NGOs, and so on. So communicating and to organize social processes to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals will be a major challenge, and also an opportunity for the universities to show their value for the society on the local but also the global scale.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. So when I follow this path of Dr. Lee's discussion and the topics that he chose, at the end of the day, we get to a system. So we're going from trust, and we can talk through trust, and we can talk through these pieces, but then we really are talking about a system, and whether or not the university has the structure, as the system in place to actually have impact on implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. And so I'd like to hand this over to Dr. Lopieno, because this is a gentleman who knows about systems, can design systems not only to, to deal with driverless cars and things, but also to put machinery and equipment on where? Mars? On Mars, yes. So, do you think that universities are structurally capable of having an impact in this area?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Professor Ellison, and I'll pick up Professor Horvath's commentary on this idea of challenge and this idea of organizational structure. So by example, right now assembled are more than 30 individuals working on sustainability goal. I believe, Professor Ali, if I'm not mistaken, 14, you called out life underwater in our Lake Sevan, just an hour north. And I think this mechanism of universities presenting challenges and choosing to have research focus on challenges that matter for society is material. It's material that, as a member of society, as an institution, that the universities do not lose track of the populace. So if we take, for example, aquatic science, if we take the criticality of a lake for food sustenance, for the environment, we have a mechanism. Here at AUA, we use the open centers. 2, we have the ability to mobilize outside the university walls. So this idea of welcoming researchers, entrepreneurs, citizens, technical specialists to collaborate. Because indeed, universities represent something profound for society. It is extending human knowledge. And the responsibility we have is not to extend that in a haphazard way, but to work on challenges that matter for society. So whether it's the system associated with aquatic life and what it means for a population, or even the interrelations between that of space and health. So part of my role on one of NASA's institute is to port back innovations in space to that of human health. If we take, for example, a situation of it takes 20 minutes to communicate to Mars. That's an extreme example of telemedicine. And indeed, the pandemic has shown that with telemedicine visits being less than 10% pre-pandemic, post-pandemic is spiked 40%. It's unlikely to drop into single digits ever again. So again, it's the ecosystems across different types of talent engaging with the population and universities bringing to bear distinct proving grounds, whether that's a Mars mission, Formula E, to drive toward meaningful goals.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. I want to ask Professor Ali too, because, and I want to stay on this question of systems, right? So we could look at the universities as, you know, universities are systems in and of themselves, which exist within systems of, you know, broader systems. And in that context, universities have spent the last, at least since the Industrial Enlightenment, which paralleled was post-Enlightenment, in which universities began to adopt bring productive industries into them, have I don't want to be hyperbolic here, but have almost bowed to capitalism, have bowed to markets, have bowed to industry. Within that context, we have created systems in which we socialize our students into that, right? I mean, so students come to universities to get vocations, to get degrees, so they can have careers. All of those pieces are driven by market mechanisms. How fundamentally, Professor Ali, what do we have to change to make universities truly effective partners in the development of the Sustainable Development Goals? Or am I off? I could be completely off. So if you could respond to that, I'd appreciate it.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
I think you're raising a very important point about the independence of universities in some ways. You know, the universities, the quality of your university's products comes from its independence. And it's very difficult to get high quality research if you are being co-opted either by the public or the private sector. And universities have had problems in both areas. They have sometimes been co-opted by the public sector also, where the government, the state tries to use the university towards its own ends. And similarly, the private sector, because of resources, can do the same. So the universities have to do a balancing act constantly in terms of making sure that they are engaging with both the public and the private sector, but remain independent. One of the reasons why American universities have had such a high quality of productivity is because they've had independence, because they've had endowments, which they have not had to rely completely on either the public and the private sector, as long as the philanthropy is rendered independent. And that's been very important in the terms in which the endowments are set up. So that it's like when Rockefeller established the University of Chicago. The University of Chicago was entirely established by a Rockefeller endowment, but it was very independent. There was not anything written into the contract that they could, they would have to research oil because his money came from oil. So that's really important. And one of the challenges we are facing now is that because of the geopolitics, universities' independence is being challenged. And we have to be very wary of that. And the rise of China is a really interesting example of how you can even have very high productivity, but you are still in a very difficult situation in terms of being systems oriented. So for example, in terms of rankings, if you look at engineering rankings, Tsinghua University in China is ranked higher than MIT. In the last year's ranking, Tsinghua is higher because the productivity is higher. I mean, it's an amazing amount of productivity. But when you think about systems approaches, one would have to question whether that is really happening in the way one would want. So I think you raise a really important point there. And we all have to, it's a process, and we have to keep engaging. And we have to push back both on the private sector and the public sector and maintain our independence as universities.
Thank you very much. Dr. Lopieno, you are involved in business development. You run a major accelerator with very ambitious goals. Very ambitious goals. So what about this relationship between how we train our young people, the development of norms in them, and sustainable development and business development?
Yeah, most certainly. You know, in terms of an entrepreneur's education, as tied to the university in particular, a startup led by entrepreneurs is essentially an experiment for society. If there's value to be captured, if there's new ways of doing something to be asserted, that means there's a novelty or an opportunity. It could be from regulatory change, a shift in consumer behavior, or a breakthrough technology. So two critical aspects I'll underscore. One is how, from a humanities side, does an entrepreneur understand and make that assertion where to build their company in a point in time in an industry for a customer base? And in addition, what is the technical foundation? Is it a model in marketplaces? Is it a model in terms of detecting data patterns to unlock new value? So these are two critical aspects that universities have an absolute foundational role. The frame of reference of the entrepreneur, as well as the technical underpinnings of the venture to unlock value for society.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. And I'd like to just turn within this realm to Professor Horvat, because in his conversations, he's brought up students every time. And I would like to have a better understanding, because I think this is critically important, that it's a normative project, right? To me, you know, addressing sustainable development, going down this path is normative. We've decided that this is the I'm a professor, so I always have to kind of go through my professor thinking, right? Normative political theory is the political theory that we believe in. We believe in these sustainable development goals. We believe that the world has to change. This means we have to translate those norms into students. We have to somehow get our young people on board with this, just like we always talk about getting our young people on board with democratic values, openness, all of those issues. So if you could comment, sir, on this question of how we translate these values into our young people in universities. And your mic is off. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear sir, your microphone.
I think that is in the core of the issue. Yes. And that is a question how to integrate the values and norms also in the right way in our education. This is first of all, I think also, for instance, by a course on the philosophy of science and technology, and to create the awareness that in engineering decisions, norms and values come in. And the question is really, but this is not enough, because the question is the relative weighting between the different values, how to organize that. And that is again coming back to this question of, let's say, the capability to organize social processes to come to an agreement of about the relative weights of different values. And I have shown you a slide with the Leonardo picture with the different values that come in. And I can tell you that in connection also with very important public uproars with respect to major projects like new power stations around, people from the power station companies in the end agreed that it is very important to address these issues, and there the communication and the work with the university and also including students in such processes is very valuable and very important. But I think this is really a challenge for engineering education, because very often I gave for 20 years courses at 2 universities for technology assessment. And I can tell you, at the beginning of the courses, engineering students 200% believed that technology is value-free, that this is just the application of natural laws. And we have to educate the people and create the awareness and understanding about the complex spectrum of norms and values they are working in and how to cope with these challenges.
Thank you very much for those comments. I really appreciate them. I actually have a rector at our university who taught me that engineering is a field of the humanities, and that's my new approach to the whole
It's a very good point. I liked it.
I want to say welcome back to our colleagues, and thank you very much to this panel for these comments and these efforts on behalf of the Biloxi University Network. I want to especially thank Professor Professor Ali for his presentation. And I would also like to give the last word to Professor Ali. We have about a minute or two here, if you would like to summarize, sir.
Well, it's been a pleasure, and I'm so glad that you've been able to assemble this gathering. My parting words are that please, the university leadership should not lose hope if politics may come in your way. And it's really wonderful that people like Professor Theodosio is working on the SDSN network. It's a great platform. I would encourage others to get involved with these kinds of grassroots platforms. And thankfully with technology now, we can still collaborate, cooperate, even if we can't travel across borders due to visas and so on. So I'm very actively involved in science diplomacy. Please keep in touch. I'll put my email in the chat for the panelists, and looking forward to future collaborations with many of you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. I really appreciate it. Thanks. Bye.
All right. Thank you very much. This concludes our session number 4. It's 5:10, which means it's time for our conference keynote address. And this time, we're very lucky that Dr. Daron Acemoglu had time in his busy schedule to join us and deliver his keynote address. Well, he needs no introduction, but let me just introduce him once again. Dr. Daron Acemoglu is Elizabeth and James Killian Professor of Economics in the Department of Economics at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and a member of the Economic Growth Program of the Canadian Institute of Advanced Research. He is also affiliated with the National Bureau of Economic Research and Center for Economic Performance and the Center for Economic Policy Research and Microsoft Research Center. He is an elected fellow at the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, the Econometric Society, the European Economic Association, and Society of Labor Economists. Daron Acemoglu has received a BA in Economics at the University of York in 1989, Master of Science in Mathematical Economics and Econometrics at the London School of Economics in 1990, and PhD in Economics at the London School of Economics in 1992. Since 1993, he has held the academic positions on the London School of Economics and MIT. Dr. Acemoglu ranked third behind Paul Krugman and Greg Manco in the list of favorite living economists under age 60 in 2011 survey among American economists. In 2015, he was named the most cited economist in the past 10 years per research papers in economics. Dr. Acemoglu's research covers a wide range of areas within economics, including political economy, economic development and growth, human capital theory, growth theory, innovation, search theory, network economics, and learning. So Dr. Acemoglu will be speaking for some 20 minutes, after which we'll have time for Q&A. With that, Dr. Acemoglu, I give the floor to you.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to join all of you, albeit remotely. And let me share my screen. And I think the issue of the responsibility of universities and scientists is extremely important, and there are many aspects of it to talk about, but I want to pick up one specific dimension of it because it links to my work, and it also will give me an opportunity to talk about a broader set of issues that perhaps are not on the radar of many people, especially in the developing world. I'm going to talk about automation, AI, and the responsibility of scientists and universities. I want to start with data from the US and the Western world, but I'll come back to the emerging world, and especially middle-income countries in a second. There has been a huge amount of shifts in income and power against labor and towards capital in the US. So for example, here I'm showing the share of national income that goes to labor that has fallen for almost 10 percentage points from 2000 to today. One of the main factors that has driven this change is automation, how we use our technologies. It has also been associated in the US and in many other places with a very significant increase in inequality. So in the US, for example, I'm showing for 10 demographic groups, men, women, going all the way from high school dropout to workers with postgraduate degrees. Growth used to take the form of all of these groups having real earnings that grew more or less at the same rate, around 2% a year, very rapid. But then since 1980, we see a huge amount of inequality and declines in the real earnings of many groups. Inequality has not been confined to the US. You see inequality, for example, as measured by the Gini coefficient, increase in pretty much every OECD country. Moreover, again, linking to automation, in all of these countries, the employment structure or occupation structure has changed in the same way. These red bars here show how middle-class occupations, those in the middle of the earnings distribution in terms of average wages, that are made up of blue-collar jobs, production works, transport, retail, clerical, back-office functions, they have all shrunk, and they have shrunk as machines replace people either on the factory floor or in offices. Now, the way that economists think about technology is often as something that makes factors more productive. But ever since the Industrial Revolution, the spinning and weaving machines replacing skilled artisans, we know that technology doesn't quite work that way. So my work and others have sort of developed an alternative, a more micro way of thinking about technology, which is about how different tasks are allocated to different factors of production. For example, capital and labor, although if you want to be more detailed, you would want to distinguish between different types of labor, for example, for talking about inequality, as I did a second ago. So if you want to produce a piece of garment, you need to do the spinning, carding, weaving, drying, coloring, and all of these other tasks in production, as well as lots of non-production tasks for a piece of garment to reach its destination. So here, this is the cost of producing it with labor. Here's the cost of producing it with capital. And these tasks in yellow cannot be produced by capital. Automation means producing, extending this set of tasks that can be produced by capital. Now, the standard way that economists think about technology would be increasing the productivity of labor. So that would correspond to, for example, the cost of producing it with labor shifting down for all tasks. Well, not only is this unrealistic, but it has some very strong implications. So you see when that happens, because labor becomes more productive in pretty much everything, it generates a big productivity effect. And that productivity effect is at the root of the belief of many economists that, you know, technology will benefit pretty much everybody, like it happened in the 50s and 60s in the US. Same thing if you make capital more productive. Automation looks very different. It shifts this line from here to here. It directly displaces workers, and now workers are squeezed into a smaller set of tasks. That's the displacement effect that's bad for labor, reduces the labor share, as I showed you early on, but it also creates a very small productivity effect because only these tasks have an improvements in their productivity or reduction in their costs. And moreover, this triangle could be very small because the gap between the blue curve and the orange curve could have been very small. But if history was just one of automation and nothing else, in fact, we have many automation examples like spinning and weaving, machine tools, mechanization of agriculture, robots more recently. But if that was the only thing that was going on, then we would see a steady worsening of labor share or some of the conditions of labor. And we don't see that. And part of the reason is because we also expand and create lots of new tasks. Most of the things that we do, including, for example, talking via Zoom remotely, many of the things that I do as a professor are very different from the things that other professors did 50 years ago or 60 years ago. So there are a lot of new tasks and much more widely in many areas like tech, bio, and transport, for example. So these new tasks reinstate labor into the production process. And it is these new tasks that counterbalance the negative effects of automation. But indeed, is there really evidence that automation has this negative effect, given that many economists and many people in the tech sector still think automation is going to be the thing that, really benefits the world? Well, that's what my work has focused on. I don't want to get into the details too much because time is short, but essentially one easy way of doing this, or one feasible way of doing this, is, which I've followed in my work with Pasquale Restrepo, is look at across local US labor markets or commuting zones. These are differently exposed to robots given their industrial or occupational structure. And some places have been very negatively affected by they've been affected by industrial robots. And many people think, well, industrial robots should be good for society as a whole. And in fact, in some ways they are. They increase productivity, they increase profits. But let's look at the effects on labor. The places that have been more exposed to robots, and this includes the industrial heartland of the United States, have experienced significant declines in employment. This does not support the view that robots are going to take all the jobs. At the end, robots are an industry only. Less than 5% of the US workforce today works in blue-collar jobs. But in the places where there were many of these jobs and they were robotized, employment fell. Wages fell. Local wages fell. Again, all of those are very robust patterns. I don't have time to get into the details. But these are not sort of fleeting relationships. They're very robust. They're durable. You see them over time evolve in exactly the way that you would expect. And, well, let me skip this one. Let me just look at the different quantiles of the wage distribution. Robot adoption has been unequalizing as well. The negative impacts are on those at the bottom of the wage distribution, and in fact, those towards the end may have even benefited from the adoption of robots. That's a much more general pattern. In other words, Pasquale and I have shown that a lot of the US wage structure is related to automation. When I talk of automation, I'm talking of historical automation. Robots, numerically controlled machinery, specialized software in offices such as databases. AI is the next element in that list. And it's too soon to say what AI is going to do, but my recent work with Pasquale Restrepo, Joe Hazen, and David Otter shows that AI is going in exactly the same direction. It is being adopted exactly by establishments that have high share of AI replaceable tasks, and when they adopt them, they reduce employment relative to other, or they stopped hiring while other establishments continue to hire. So therefore, AI looks set to go more in this automation direction. But I have already hinted at, and it's a critical part of my argument, that there is no necessity for this. In fact, the 40 years which followed World War II, where for much of it there was steady growth in the wages of all kinds of worker skills, did not lack automation. There was a lot of displacement, again, calculations I did with Pasquale. I'm not going to go into the details, but to just give you a flavor of it. But this displacement was counterbalanced by reinstatement. That was true both in the whole economy and in the manufacturing. Red line, negative, reducing the labor share, reducing labor demand. The blue line, positive, making up for it. But something changed. Displacement got much faster especially in manufacturing, and reinstatement got much, much slower, completely disappeared in manufacturing. So the balance between automation and new tasks got skewed after the mid-1980s. Why would that be, and what implications does it have? Well, one of the implications is that this would be excessive, and in fact, instead of this green positive productivity effect, which could in a tiny way ameliorate the effects of automation, we may actually get a lot of automation that doesn't even bring productivity gains, and total factor productivity may be even lower. But more importantly, we also have to understand the causes and the consequences for the broader world. Well, the causes are very interesting, but since time is short, let me just say that it is both a series of sins of omission and commission that may have contributed to too much emphasis on automation. In terms of omission is, global competition pushed many US companies to cost cutting, and they turned to automation. In terms of commission, we have propped up big tech in the US, and big tech's business model is very much centered on automation. Google today is almost an order of magnitude bigger in terms of value than GM was, but in its heyday, GM employed almost an order of magnitude more workers than Google did. So these companies are very much algorithm and capital heavy and worker light. Labor market institutions have played an important role, but I'm not going to get into them. But also, even more sins of commission, United States and many of the Western nations, because of political and some international reasons, have started subsidizing capital very heavily. So, for example, in the US, labor is taxed over 25% a year. Capital taxes have been cut very severely, now being less than 5%, so that actually firms are at the margin subsidized for adopting software and equipment that automates rather than hiring workers. Now, the reason why these are not just US or European problems is because these technologies will impact the world. They are already being adopted in the rest of the world. Robot purchases around the developing world have accelerated over the last 10 years. But even more importantly, automation in the developed world will change the division of labor. And to put it bluntly, I think the danger is that it will cause deindustrialization in the South, including emerging countries such as Armenia, Turkey, Latin America, and so on. And if that's the case, it is the best example of what some economists in the 60s and 70s called inappropriate technologies, meaning technologies that are developed in the advanced world but don't really fit the conditions in the South. And the reason for that is because essentially these technologies use algorithms, capital, and very skilled labor to economize on middle skill and lower skilled labor. But these human resources are at the core of the comparative advantage of the emerging world. Every example of rapid economic development over the last 70 years has happened by these countries, South Korea, Taiwan, China later, using their human resources better. But if you go down this path of more and more automation, especially with AI, that's going to undercut those kinds of efforts. The problem, of course, those suffering from excessive automation have no voice. One could hope that democratic processes can help, but not really if people in the developing world are not going to have a voice in the US or in Germany. But moreover, democratic processes are under attack. And that might also have the same technology-related causes. So since 2006, in every year, we've had more countries weaken their democracies or completely abandon democracy than the other way around, transitioning to democracy. It's a really depressing picture, and a lot of evidence is showing that both inequality increases and the use of digital technologies, such as in social media or other forms of propaganda and control, have had an important effect on this reversal of democracy. But none of this is inevitable. Technology is highly malleable. This is doubly so true for AI, which is a broad technological platform, and we can redirect it. There are many ways of doing that. Some of it is policy, for example, fixing the capital tax, labor tax imbalance, government support for blue sky research, and antitrust. But also, there is a major responsibility for social scientists, more importantly for physical, engineering, and computer scientists, and also for universities. So to do that, my last 3 slides, let me give you 2 examples of how AI can be redirected or technology can be redirected and why we're not doing it. The first is education. It's one of the sectors that's going to be highly impacted by AI. And it's been long recognized that the current model of education was something that we had to adopt because of necessity. As Isaac Asimov put it more than 40 years ago, or just 40 years ago, what people learn is forced on them. Everyone is forced to learn the same thing on the same day at the same speed. Well, we couldn't do otherwise in the 1950s or the 1960s, but today we can. We can use new technologies for more individualized, dynamically adaptable teaching methods and improve both the skills and the number of teachers in order to do this type of more productive teaching. And in fact, AI technologies can help. But will that happen? 0 probability at the moment. Why? Because there's a lot of investment in AI technology, but it goes in exactly the opposite direction. It's going in the direction of replacing teachers, grading, homework, and now teaching done online or by software. And of course, the problem is it's both a supply and a demand problem. High schools, middle schools, even universities want to cut costs, so they don't want to hire more teachers or more skilled teachers. They are looking at these digital technologies or AI as a godsend. And also the supply, researchers don't want to work on things like this. Their ideological commitment is reaching human parity, doing things that are more and more capable of replacing humans, even when that is actually not difficult or socially damaging. And in fact, other areas show that when incentives and social responsibility are recognized, direction of technology can be very rapidly changed. Climate change is an existential threat, and we cannot claim any success, but there is one silver lining. It shows how technological change can be redirected. When the just before or around Al Gore's Inconvenient Truth movie came out, it was practically impossible for us to transition to clean energy because solar and wind power were more than 10 times as expensive as coal-based and oil-based, fossil fuel-based technology. Today, they're actually cheaper. If we remove the implicit subsidies to fossil fuel-based energy, except for about 20% of users of energy, you can do all of them with solar and wind. How did this happen? Well, we've made a huge amount of investment in solar and wind. That was in research, that was in exploiting learning by doing, and it happened because a very small amount of government support, especially in Europe, some in the US, some in China, and also societal pressure, social norms, consumer demand, and employee support, the pressure on their employers made them do it. I think the responsibility of scientists and universities is similar when it comes to how we're going to use AI, how we're going to use digital technologies. In Western nations, we need scientists, engineers, entrepreneurs to recognize the effects of new technologies on society at large. There are good examples in history, people like Leo Szilard, for example, who was an early physicist who made important contributions to nuclear power, but then realized the dangers of it and was a big campaigner for social responsibility. But we have many bad examples. Most AI researchers today completely wash their hands of the social consequences. They view it as a technical problem, and they say other people should worry about the ethical consequences of the technologies we develop. In developing nations, I think the responsibilities of universities are even more because they have to be the hub of coordinating the developing world, that they awaken to these trends, because I think the developing world, emerging world, has to have a voice at the table when issues related to the future of technology, the future of AI are discussed. And I think these are urgent concerns, and I thought I would share both some of the empirical and conceptual issues that underpin it and some of the policy issues and link them to the social responsibility of scientists and universities. Thank you very much.
Dr. Ajamoglu, thank you very much for that insightful presentation. Many important points were raised, and now it's time for Q&A.
Start with the audience.
Right. Okay, we'll start with the audience, please.
Thank you. Dr. Acemoglu, my question is about the raising equality that you mentioned that comes with automation. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you.
So the raising inequality that comes with automation, there are many ideas circulating today. One is to tax the robots and the labor that's done by robots, and the other one is this introduction of basic universal income. Do you think those solutions could fix the problem of raising inequality that is caused by robots? Thank you.
I think we should discuss all sorts of ideas, especially ideas that are out of the box are useful when you have, major challenges like this. However, I don't think either taxing the robots or universal basic income are perfect solutions. In fact, they are not even that good solutions. In the case of taxing robots, well, if you look at the US, only about a third of automation is associated with robots and other machinery that, even if you have an expansive definition of robots, you would include, such as automated welding machines. In fact, they're not even included in auto robots. Most of it is algorithms. So if we're going to do this, we have to tax not just robots, but algorithms. The problem is, algorithms are so multi-purpose that also raises all sorts of issues. I think we should consider that, but there's something much simpler to do. If you fix the tax system, you are removing the existing distortions, which are about 20% at the margin in the US and a little bit less in some other Western nations. That's going to have huge effects, much larger than any feasible tax that you can impose on algorithms and robots at the moment. And it's not, punitive. It is just getting rid of distortions that have built up in the system. So if we do that and that's not enough, then let's come back to the table and talk about it. But there are much simpler things. But of course, somebody like Bill Gates, it's much easier for him to say tax the robots than, face higher capital taxes himself. So I think there are sort of political economy issues here that you have to sort of take into account. In terms of universal basic income, I think both good and bad. On the good side, I think we need a better social safety net, better welfare state that would require greater tax revenues and some ways of helping the bottom, both in terms of quality of life, but also re-enabling them to get back into the labor market, into the active society. But I think universal basic income also has bads. First of all, it's not the right tool for doing it. It's very wasteful. If you want to help families in poverty, you make transfers to families in poverty. You don't make transfers to millions of families that are well off. And second, there is also something symbolic that's problematic about the universal basic income. It sort of says we're throwing the towel. There's no way we can do anything other than create a two-tier society in which there's going to be a small group of very wealthy, very high-status people who will command everything, and then a mass of people, and we have to give them income because they can't have any meaningful contribution to society. And I think that's the wrong perspective. What I've tried to argue is that the better periods of flourishing of human society have been when much broader set of people have contributed to economic prosperity, to active life, and that's what we have to recreate. And for recreating that, we need to redirect technological change, and UBI is a bit of a distraction from that.
Hello? Hello? Yeah. Thank you, Professor Acemoglu, for this opportunity. What I wanted to ask you about is, as well as the economy is moving towards AI and automation on planet Earth, there's also a simultaneous race going for the space asteroid mining. Companies like SpaceX, Blue Origin, they are trying right now to sort of solve alongside the Mars issue, the problems of mining asteroids that are in the and Kepler belt. How would that kind of economy, if succeeded, affect the current, let's say, wave towards automation on planet Earth here? Because let's say there's so much more platinum, gold, and minerals on a single asteroid than one would be able to sort of mine all of it on here on planet Earth.
Well, I mean, I think the space race between Bezos, Branson, Musk is a distraction and complete waste of resources at the moment. Of course, it is true that the Earth has finite resources, and at some point we will need to get additional resources for many things, rare earth metals, energy sources. But we are not close to that boundary by any stretch. And the more existential threats facing us are climate change and the inequality, automation, AI problems that I have mentioned, as well as democracy's challenges that I have also hinted at. None of these are helped by the space race. We have the tools for fixing all of these problems. Today, the world can reduce carbon emissions by almost 50% in a couple of years, because most of the things that we do with energy, we can do it with renewable energy. But that's not what we are doing, because we're not investing in the right type of grid and providing the right incentives. We have the tools, as I have argued, for redirecting technological change, and there are also things we can do on the democracy front. I don't think any of this requires us to waste huge resources in the space race. You know, perhaps in 50 years' time, if we still survive and have the resources, then it might be time for thinking about things like asteroid mining, but I'm not even sure even that will be the relevant time. But for now, I think it's a distraction.
Dr. Acemoglu, just a quick question, trying to connect your talk to the overall theme of the conference, which is universities' role in addressing complex challenges. And I think, you know, you very clearly outlined the risks of automation and a growing role of AI without any kind of right policy and value system supporting that transition. Within the theme of today's conference, what should university leadership think about when they're setting up their incentive schemes, their, you know, compensation, you know, collaboration opportunities, and so on? So how would you think, from an economist's point of view, how would you think about this question?
Thank you very much. So let me answer that question, which I had on the slide, but did not have the time to get into. And let me answer that in two parts. First, for developed nations, for such as US, Canada, UK, the number of students who want to go into big data, machine learning, AI, computer science has exploded. And in places like MIT, Carnegie Mellon, Caltech, especially Stanford, almost half of the students are now studying these topics. But their interests, their incentives, their aspirations are very much those that are transmitted to them by the job market. They want to go and work for Google, Facebook, Twitter, Netflix, Tesla. And their professors are also funded often by the same companies. So we are getting, implicitly or explicitly, the value system of these companies. Few people, there are some, absolutely, I wouldn't say there are zero, but there are some. But the majority of the students, the majority of the faculty, do not worry about the social, economic, and ethical implications of the research. What are the technologies that we should really develop for society's sake? I think this is where a more holistic approach is necessary, and not just as a lip service. You know, business schools at some point introduced ethics education, and it probably didn't have much of an effect from the evidence I've seen. But a much more holistic change in how we educate the next generation of researchers. For developing nations, I think The additional burden, in addition to what I have said, is to recognize that this is a global challenge. So I think the area of AI, digital technologies, data are places where developing country universities have to make an extra effort to build a network of global network of or consortium of other universities so that they can mobilize knowledge, awareness, and a voice across many developing nations. Armenia, Brazil, Mexico, Turkey, by themselves, these countries are not going to have a voice. But if many of them came together and created a different view of how AI should be deployed around the world, what its consequences are, that could be a counterweight to China and America.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor, for giving out all these insights. But considering the uncertainty with regarding the future of AI, what can be the political consequences of governments using AI to control their population? There are obvious examples, such as China today, but with AI becoming more heavily invested and cheaper, can there be the possibility of large-scale data algorithms that can be used against the population to support the government? This is not just for dictatorships. This can also happen between inter-election periods where ruling parties can use data and AI to get better favorable results during elections. This can be manipulated.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that is one of the other areas of concern. And that's, again, I did not have time to dwell on it, but when I said democracy is getting weaker, I think there are many elements to that trend. One of them is social media, but I think much bigger has been the influence of countries like China, Iran, Russia, both in their own country and around the world, using exactly these type of monitoring technologies to solidify their dictatorships. And these methods are spreading around the world. But you shouldn't just blame China. US has been at the forefront, UK has been at the forefront of using these technologies. One of the most nefarious companies is Israel's NSO group, which has supplied the most intrusive technologies that dictators and some semi-dictators have used against their oppositions in Mexico, in India, even against some European governments. So I think this is another area, and it also complicates the matter. So who's going to do the regulation? The state? Well, sometimes the state actually wants the facial recognition cameras or the NSO group type style intrusive software. So it is really one where the responsibility is on all of us, because you cannot trust the politicians to take the right action either.
Okay. Yes, we have one question.
Technology changes the mix of different labor skills, and also the skills, the mix of skills in the labor force. Are universities following this trend? Are they able to follow the trend in this fast change in labor market?
Fantastic, great question. Another topic that I wanted to touch upon, but I didn't have time. Of course, skills, the demand for skills is changing as well. And the educational institutions have a role in there. And I think we're not fully up to it yet. But the reason why I left that last and at the end omitted is because some economists and policymakers think that whenever there is a technological change, the solution is to upgrade the skills. I think it just doesn't work. You know, it's not true that what we have to do is let technology evolve in whatever way it is and then try to catch up with it with skills. There's some deep heterogeneities in societies, especially when you look at around the world. You know, it's very difficult for everybody to get the skills that are going to be needed, even if we knew what they are. they're also the harder and harder to acquire skills. You know, early on, people thought, oh, what we need is STEM skills, science, technology, math. Well, those are critical, but it turns out those are not the skills that are becoming more and more valuable in the US. Those that are becoming more valuable in the US are things like social skills, communication, flexibility. And those, you know, universities are very difficult it's very difficult for universities to teach people how to do teamwork or social skills. Those are learned much earlier. They're very socioeconomically determined. When you come from a poor background, it's very difficult for you to get the right social skills to get into the corridors of power or find exactly the right language for expressing yourself. So there are many hierarchical aspects of skill acquisition that, you know, by the time universities are in the picture, it's actually too late. So I think those are issues that we have to think about, but I don't think just universities trying to adapt to the demand for skills coming from the new age is going to be enough either.
I have a question for you, and that is related a little bit to what you talked about before, but going a little deeper about automation and also AI and all the things coming with it. If we see students are very interested in this, and of course also, as you said, the researchers and the teachers, that will also train the objective side of the brain. What happens to the subjective side of the brain, which connects to humanity, and if we don't train that, do you see that is something that we should actually, maybe in general educations, make sure that we also build an understanding and strength, and make sure also that this side of the brain, it doesn't have to be connected to corruption. It could be ethical.
So I think, as I said earlier on, the evidence is in fact that social skills are becoming very valuable, and you can understand why. You know, humans have a deep need for interacting with humans, and technology is replacing them in many of the tasks that don't involve humans, but the demand for human interactions and human translation of technology is increasing, and flexibility demands are increasing. Now, what I don't know is what's the contribution of, say, humanities education to those social skills, because I think most of the evidence that I've seen is more at the high school, middle school level. But obviously, I think a broader university education might be useful in this regard as well. But I think I would also be, without having the evidence for it, I would also be of the opinion that humanities education has to change. Even though social skills are becoming more valuable, it is typically people who can combine social skills with technical skills, understanding of digital technologies, more technical knowledge about different aspects of the technical advances that is going to be very useful. So it's a more sort of broad-based education in humanities might also be necessary in that respect.
So thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to say that I was a little bit frustrated on the way, very bluntly, you put the problem for developed countries and developing countries. But at the same time, I have to, and we have to admit this reality. A few days ago, we heard the very pleasant news about the Nobel Prize in Medicine, and I'm sure that the whole Armenians have been proud that an Armenian origin scientist has been awarded with this ultimate, let's say, appreciation. And the work of Ardem, who was born in Lebanon, and then followed a similar university like the American University, but in Lebanon, wouldn't be at that level without going to La Jolla in San Diego and to work in California. So generally speaking, like all high-tech things, the way in which the world is now shaped is making this flow of values, people like you, for instance, like other scientists that in some sense are following the attractors. But I'm also following the work of Max Tegma, your colleague at MIT, the Life 3.0, the volume that was published. And the point of Max is a little bit different. And he says that the possibility of matching this bridge is actually by pushing a lot, all of us, towards a global artificial intelligence level. So from that perspective, would you consider that this has to be the path? So instead of fighting also for us, as you said, to find a place or how can I say, a place on earth also for the developing countries, would it not be better to just join our efforts together with the developing country teams and to try to work to push forward this artificial intelligence for a global artificial intelligence? Thank you.
Well, I think the point I was making is that the current path of AI is being shaped by a very narrow vision, and that this narrow vision is quite damaging to the developing world. Even more so than perhaps the workers of the developed world. I'm not sure whether a sort of a wish for scientists from all universities coming together and working for making AI better is a solution unless we realize what that path is, where the incentives for that path are coming from, and how we can redirect it and what the alternatives are. So I think that's what I'm suggesting.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Acemoglu. Thank you for all the questions. This concludes our discussion with conference keynote address. Dr. Acemoglu, thank you very much once again for your insightful analysis and also eye-opening remarks. We wish you a wonderful continuation of your day. And this is not the first time that Dr. Acemoglu is delivering lectures at AUA, so we wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been a true pleasure to be able to join you.
Thank you. Bye. Now, at this stage, we are about to start our very final section of our today's very interesting Congress. Now, I would love to give the floor to Professor Karim Marquides, President of the American University of Armenia, and Professor Berkley Smithkas, the President of Hellenic Authority for Higher Education, and also the President of the Biloxi Universities Network, for discussion of what should be the BSUN agenda for the next 4 years. Please.
Yes, so I think you agree with me that it was a very stimulating day, and I feel also that we have many things we can take with us into our network, and I'm very curious to hear what is on top of your mind, Pericles, on this.
Well, actually, congratulations. Is at the top of my mind for an excellent program. Was put together by the American University of Armenia and the incoming president of the Black Sea University Network. Again, once more, thanks to all the people who have contributed to put the program together, to make sure that everything works. And of course, our appreciation, deep appreciation for all the speakers, all the people who shared with us their experience, opinions, ideas, knowledge. Even though the I have to say that the average age of the presenters was rather high. I mean, we didn't listen too much from the younger generation, but perhaps there are going to be fruitful discussions later on, or as a result of these presentations.
But we had some good questions in the end here
Yes.
from the young
Yes.
generation. We thank them for that specifically. But I also think that we should say something about what we could take with us maybe into the alliance, development of alliances. There are many different platforms already in the Black Sea University Network, and we heard that many of the directors are, of course, involved in different kinds of networks. And that I think it's important that we talked about that also in the breaks, not the least, about the importance of being a partner of different kinds of alliances and networks. And I think if we should try to say something about what we could add on here. The cultural roots, of course, have opened the door that we could do more in, and as also this EGI, a possibility that you have been involved in adding on. But maybe I think one thing that I want to ask you about is that we heard several times related to that if we work together between the different countries and more about possibilities that can come from this region, that in AI, but also in other areas, that if we also go back to our what really says in the statutes of BSUN, I think it talks about peace and freedom and prosperity.
We all want these things.
So could we start more to work on that as well? Maybe if we develop centers of regional centers to understand each other, and that is of course something that you can find in many countries. And I'm wondering if you think that could be, if we start to network such centers, would that be an approach?
Well, let me take it from the beginning and set the stage, and then since you are the incoming president, then you can lay out your vision. What is the primary goal of a network of universities? Collaboration, I would think. And the side benefit is improvement of each institution by some added value because of this collaboration. How do you get universities to collaborate? Number one, money. Throw money into the picture and they will collaborate. That's what European Union did. We don't have money. With the Black Sea University Network doesn't have money on its own to distribute to the members. So you can reduce the administrative cost of collaboration by allowing or setting the legal framework that will allow universities to collaborate. We are in a region with many different national systems, so that is not going away so easily. So let's initiate interesting projects, interesting programs, and that's what the Black Sea University Network has done over the years. We have tried to identify projects that will mobilize our professors, some of our professors, rectors, some in some universities. So you see initiatives like Blue Growth. The sea, Black Sea, is what is the common thing of the network. So we try to have initiatives that are geared towards that area. Not always. And then you have to create a vision that the Black Sea University Network can lead to prosperity, can contribute to peace in the region, can contribute to happiness of its members. And to a certain extent, we have achieved that. Not always. It's not always possible. So you have to make sure that you avoid the traps of ethnic conflicts. We don't initiate political projects. I don't know if you can do a peace center or regional centers, but if they're regional, they're not going to be relevant to the entire network.
No, but it's definitely one of the important things is to try to understand each other in different ways, and both the needs and the cultures. So that is something that could help to really build the trust. We've heard several examples, both theoretically and practically, on that. So of course, the integration and transformation are also areas that we need to connect to when we talk about sustainability, to really see those built-in incentives for those kind of mechanisms. There are certain things we can do, I guess, and of course an area that we've talked about many times, and we're going to see it tomorrow actually in the hackathon. It's about something that everybody has different relations to, but everybody is really depending on, and that is clean water and water as such. And I think that's of course one area that since we have different needs and different challenges, it could be possible to work around.
Well, I think the concept or the word that was repeated most often today was sustainability and sustainable development goals, etc. So this is something that begins to affect or to touch almost everybody in education, in higher education, because everybody can relate to some part of it. Climate change is something that is easier for society outside the universities because they feel the effects, and they begin to understand that there is a need to do something. But in the universities, we realize that there's a whole spectrum of technologies, sciences, initiatives that are involved to address the problem of climate change. So sustainability is a more encompassing concept.
So to step up the SDSN maybe would be something.
That would be my suggestion, but what do I know? I'm the outgoing president. Because I believe that it can bring everybody from the arts and humanities to science and engineering, from medicine to philosophy, from political science to literature. Everybody can find something to do in this global effort, if not just measure the state at which we are and where we want to go. What are the KPIs? And of course, we have to engage the students somehow.
That's exactly what I wanted to get to also. And I think that this tool that we are testing now with the hackathons, that has been also tested in BSUN also. And I think here is an opportunity really to see what the students, what the young people want to do. Because if we put forward different challenges in the hackathon area, then we will see where people are engaging, and we can help to move and put more incentives in those areas. So definitely we have to open up the space, as we heard today from the leadership, and the students have to show us where they want to, what they want to do with this space.
And then there's also this talk that has been going on for years over the network of having some kind of joint courses, by course I mean a program of study, either a master's in Black Sea Studies or even better, an undergraduate program. Now that we have learned how to do things in a hybrid mode or in the virtual world, perhaps it's going to be easier. With all the experience, the learning through the participation in the European university projects, there's going to be several partners of the network who will be participating in European universities. Perhaps we can easily or more easily identify the path and the means to achieve that goal. So I would propose that the network continues to look into that idea. Perhaps eventually we will be able to do it.
Exactly, and if we have some similar interest but different contributions, infrastructures, that could open up tracks for students that they can get double degrees, and that is really a building capacity. So I think that we have lots of ideas, but don't think for a minute that you are going to not be part of the.
You also have to give professors opportunities to travel to nice places. So,
yes.
That will keep them engaged into the network activities.
That's right. Oh, I wanted to also mention, by the way, that of course the Black Sea has, I don't know if you call it a sister, the Baltic Sea. We shouldn't forget that there are a lot of possibilities. We could see also here that there's a lot of interest from the countries around the Baltic to maybe also collaborate and compare the differences and the similarities, because these two seas are very unique but also related.
Sure.
Great.
You are a better expert in that area than most of us. So. Yeah.
Well, I know that there has been a lot of research going on around there that could be, of course, mirrored, and collaborations are, I think, a lot, not the least with Professor Gordon. So, well, I think we are satisfied with the day.
Are there any suggestions by the audience?
Yes, Alan?
I think one of the things I'm struggling with BSUN also, do we have to do everything with 170 universities? Or do we give opportunities for alliances to form, to partnerships to form? Is this model that, we create opportunities for everyone to find ways of collaborating? And maybe 4 or 5 universities collaborate, and that's success. So I think thinking about that.
I think we should take that challenge also, that these networks that we are building, because I think it's already so that not all the universities are involved in the different projects goes on right now. So I can see Eden is wanted to add on that. But while you're raising yourself there, I want to say that I think it is important to see that when we are building these networks in our network, maybe we should really make it so that it's open, so that we can really attract and change partners over time, because I think that is another added value. to get new ideas in all the time. Yes, Eden, what do you want to say there?
First of all, I would like to congratulate you and your team, and particularly your students. They are so beautiful and so intelligent. So it was a very refreshing, let's say, event today. Really a very special one. And I'm sure that if we shall stop here, we already achieved many, many aspects that are really beautiful. I would like to share with you just one aspect, and I would like to address the point of Alan. So myself, I came first time here, I think somewhere in 2013, and I was invited by academician Simonian to visit the State University here in Yerevan. And of course, all visits there start with the historical part, with the statues, and it's something really shocking to see what happened when that university has been established in 1919, when it was the process of independence of Armenia, when very well-known scholars, professors at Sorbonne, at universities in Berlin, in Vienna, Armenian origin, they left purely their positions there, and they come here just in order to establish a university and to support the new building of this nation. And this is something really special, and I think the problem that we would like to build has to start every time remembering the same aspect. Why today Professor Acemoglu wanted to be in this event? Why the other, let's say, very well-known scholars, they want it? Because they feel that they are part of this, let's say, construction. And from that perspective, it is an excellent opportunity. And coming to the point of Alan, each of them, when they want to help the local communities, of course, they need the support. And then they start calling some of their other friends from German universities or others and cluster some groupings that will try to solve or give let's say, a possibility to the problem that they are facing. The same is the network also. So yes, it is a pool of 120 universities and even more, because there are some of the universities that, well, formally they are not there, but they have been in different moments. So there is a large pool, and the real activity is based on this kind of aspects. So when a specific university, for instance, would like to make a conference on energy problem, or there is a project that they would like to develop, and so on. So from that perspective, this is the, let's say, the very important mechanism that has to be further developed. And I liked very much the remark of Professor Marquides, because the aspect of having also this kind of antennas, some kind of centers, or let's call them even sometimes departments or chairs of different competencies all around the network. This was in the, let's say, initial philosophy, and we tried over the years. But of course, it should be a commitment on behalf of the universities to build up this kind of centers, and then to work together with all the others. I also wanted to say that the cooperation that we have with the Baltic University Network is even before the establishment of the network. So in 1997, when it was the discussion regarding how the network has to be conceived, they were invited from the University of Uppsala. You know that they have a large center there, and they offered us their experience. Over the years, we collaborated, sometimes closer, sometimes not that closer. But in any case, the models and the possibility of cooperating with any other network is a very important added value. And of course, finally, I would like to come to the hackathons. So yes, and I would like to thank Rector Vitsilaki for the support that the University Aegean offered. we have been not very experienced. We knew what that was about, but we haven't had the experience of making it. And we organized a hackathon. And the most important thing, it is, of course, the hackathon itself, but much more important is what is happening after the end of the hackathon. Because the students that they are committing themselves, they want to be, to put all their knowledge and creativity to offer some solutions, they have to see that those proposed solutions get into life and is happening something with them. So in our case, we took a complete unknown city in Romania on the river bank of Danube, and we brought 6 groups of students from different universities. They have been offered 24-hour time to give a solution, what and how that city could be relaunched in the development. And then a very prestigious panel analyzed from different perspectives, business and so on, and one group was declared winner. But then, of course, we offered them a diploma, we offered them a prize and things like that. But then we took that idea, enlarged the group of universities at that time with scientists, professors, and so on, and built up on this idea of the students a concept for a larger, let's say, center that could contribute to, let's say, the awareness building on the problem of Danube in Romania and in Europe. And then further, we started the collaboration with the European Commission. And yesterday, in my way to here, I was in Linz. And we've been there together with universities in Netherlands, in Germany, in Slovakia, and we are now building a whole corridor on the Danube, and this is based on the students' idea. Yeah. So that's the point. I mean, we have to show them that they can make it, so they have to take it first, and then they can make it, and then when it's there, then we have to, how can I say, push and show that they can fly high. And that idea could generate something really special. And in this way, I'm sure that we shall be on their side. And first of all, this is our mission at the end. As professors, as teachers, we have to support them and we have to learn them to fly high. Thank you.
So that was a good ending, isn't it? I think that we I want to really thank everybody, and I want also to give the word over to close the conference to Bahram.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we have been working almost for 9 hours. We had 4 sessions. We had 5 keynote presentations. We had almost 20 panelists who joined us hybrid, who presented their views and perspectives either online or offline. And it was after 1.5 years of break, this was quite challenging, quite stimulating, and also academically and scholarly, from scholarly perspective. We also heard so many ideas that I think it gave us a good food for thought for a couple of years, at least ahead of us. And at this point, for the next from 2 to 4 years, I guess, we as faculty members at Biloxi at the American University of Armenia, I guess we also got many interesting ideas what to concentrate on, and what it was more interesting that that students, political science, international affairs students that were able to come and listen these discussions, and some of them can pick these topics for their capstone projects that you'll be working starting from next year. And this is how we develop. This is how we pick up these wonderful ideas and try to address these complex challenges. So with that, this concludes our program for today. I want to thank everybody and our technical team, and also everyone who was there and sat here all the time. Thank you very much. So this goes to you. Thank you very much.